live stream will pop up. Click on that to continue tuning into this dynamic, fun, amazing 24-hour telethon. Uhuru.
Today, Africa's walking around not only on our feet, but on our brains. You can enslave us was done for 300 years, the bodies of men. You can shackle the hands of men. You can shackle the feet of men. You can imprison the bodies of men, but you cannot shackle or imprison the minds of men.
Uhuru, we are back. We're up and streaming. Uh-oh. That was a close one. And Chair Jesse Neville is here to
knocking into the camera. Here I am.
Yeah. Uhuru. So Jesse, tell us the good news.
The good news, Len, is that we're back. I got two pieces of good news for you. One is that we're live again. So that's good news.
Definitely.
Thank you all for bearing with us as we conform to Meta, as it's now called, and their annoying rules about streaming, that we have to cut the stream every 8 hours. But what that does mean is that we're 8 hours into the telethon.
Wow.
And that means we're a third of the way into the telethon. And Len, already in the first 8 hours, we have raised over $11,000 for the Black Tie Blue Print.
Wow.
On Giving Tuesday.
Uhuru.
Unity through
Reparations.
right on. So just really want to congratulate and salute everybody who's a part of this today, and salute above all the leadership of the Black Power Blueprint, especially Chairman Amalia Chatella and Deputy Chair Onizane Chatella, who stick around. You will have the opportunity to see them, to hear from them in just a few hours during the prime time hour later tonight at 6:25 Central here on the Reparations Telethon. But that's really exciting. And for anyone who has not donated yet, or who feels like donating, again, go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball. And I just really want to shout out Sandy in Seattle, who's a longtime veteran of the African People's Solidarity Committee, has an incredible history, working under the leadership of the party for many years now. And also Wendy Craig, who, in addition to being somebody who, as she said, has given resources as reparations, also brings tremendous skills and unity to the work of building reparations through grants work and other projects that she is an instrumental part of. So salute to both of those comrades. And now I am very excited to bring on our next guest, who we're very honored to speak with, which is, let me see, okay, Dr. Aisha Fields. Uhuru, Dr. Aisha Fields.
Uhuru, comrades, it's such an honor to be here on this tremendous telethon. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for being here. We're very honored to have you on. It's great to see you on the telethon today. And Dr. Aisha Fields, for anyone who doesn't know, is the director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, which has been described as the development wing of the African People's Socialist Party, fighting for self-reliance for African people worldwide, and also a sitting member on the Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, and just an incredible African internationalist leader based out of Huntsville, Alabama. And we are very appreciative to you for being with us today. And we know that you recently returned from Cuba on a trip with the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project. We're very eager to hear about that. Before we get to that, could you talk to us about what is APDEP? What is the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project? And how did you come to be a part of it and to be the director of it?
Thanks again, comrade, for the invitation to participate in this webinar and this telethon. And just to say that All African People's Development and Empowerment Project was established as one of the mass organizations of the African People's Socialist Party in November of 2007. And the party, specifically the chairman, saw an opportunity to develop an organization would have the responsibility of winning African people with various kind of development related skills in healthcare, education and agriculture, renewable energy, and other development related areas to organize the skills that Africans have in these areas to develop concrete African community-led programs that not only help to improve the immediate material conditions of our people, but that would give us an opportunity to do as much as we can to negate the role that the colonial state plays in the lives of African people, to develop our ability to have African community power, is to recognize our capacity to do for ourselves and our ability to govern ourselves, essentially. So, like I said, the party established APDEP in 2007, and I was given the opportunity and the honor to lead that organization since that time. And I was a new member of the party. Actually, I think I had maybe only been a member of the party a year and a half or so when the chairman and the National Central Committee, called on me to lead that organization. And I think it was based on the recognition that the skills that we have as African people are typically not made available to the African Revolution. And the party saw this opportunity to turn those skills away from the colonizer and back into the African liberation movement, and saw APDEP as the organization that should be built around the world to win African people to that position and to have a place to organize those skills towards African freedom.
True. Wow, thank you. So as Chair Jesse mentioned a few minutes ago, you did just return from a trip to Cuba to meet with Cuban doctors. And would you be able to tell us about this trip and its significance for APDEP's Project Black Ankh campaign program?
I have to say, I just returned back on Saturday. I traveled with two other comrades who are members of the African People's Socialist Party and who also work within APDEP as part of their assignment as party members. And we spent just under 2 weeks in Cuba. We participated in the 31st, what they call Friendship Caravan, that is organized by IFCO Pastors for Peace, which for more than 30 years now has been taking contingents from the United States into Cuba to learn about, Cuban society. And we wanted to participate in this trip because we have, as part of our work in this period, to build, as you mentioned, Project Black Ankh, which is African nations' own emergency preparedness disaster response program, which we initiated in 2014 in response to the Ebola epidemic, which we've deepened in this recent period around COVID. And we recognize we have a responsibility to build as the international organization, the African nations' own Red Cross, to have the ability to respond to natural disasters and imperialist imposed emergencies that exist anywhere in the African world. So we don't have to rely on anybody but ourselves to be able to respond when these situations arise. And so we really thought it would be important to travel to Cuba because they have such history of since the revolution of developing, I think, what is the best healthcare system in the world. They have probably one of the best pharmaceutical industries in the world. They have some of the greatest scientists in the world, and they've developed something which is called the Henry Reeve Brigades, which is brigades of their doctors, which they send other parts of the world in response to natural disasters and other kind of emergencies. And we wanted to be able to meet with Cuban doctors, scientists, and government officials so that we could learn from the Cuban model, so that the doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals who work with us can be trained in the Cuban model so that we can do for ourselves what Cuba has been able to do for itself. And I have to say that the trip was absolutely transformative, I think, for me and for the other comrades who traveled, because it gave us a glimpse into what a liberated Africa looked like. And in Africa that has the immense resources that Cuba does not have in terms of their natural resources, what we can do for not only African people and the African nation, but what we can do for the world when we do what Cuba has done, which is to make the African revolution.
Wow. For real.
Wow.
Yeah. Really appreciate that, Dr. Aisha Fields. And I just want to appreciate you and the leadership that you bring to APDEP and that you represent. And I always think about the very first presentation that I ever saw from the Uhuru movement was a presentation, a workshop at a conference in Sarasota where Chairwoman Penny Hess and you spoke on the question of colonialism and its destruction of the environment. And I remember that day, that was about 12 years ago, that, you said something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing, but I think it might be pretty close to this. You said African people are not suffering from a lack of charity, but from a lack of self-determination or, control over our own lives and resources. Mm-hmm. And that was just the first time I heard that. And I'll forget that. It just changed the way I saw the world. So I just really want to appreciate, African internationalism and APDEP. And we did want to ask you something. I know we only have a few more minutes, but I wanted to ask you about COVID-19, because now there's this new variant that, we're hearing about. And I think, and we're hearing a lot of things about it, and you don't really know what to believe. And I think a lot of us felt that way throughout this horrible process of the pandemic that the Chairman Amalish Tella calls the colonial virus, that anything coming from the US government, you can throw it out the window. Like first they were saying, wear masks. Then they were saying, don't wear masks. Then they were saying this, then they were saying that, Fauci and all the nonsense coming from that, I was so grateful, and I know so many people were, for the sanity and the leadership coming from APDEP and coming from the People's War Project, and it continues to come from APDEP on the question of how to navigate the colonial virus, especially for the colonized African population that has been hit so hard by this horrific colonial attack. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about the work that APDEP has done over the past 2 years or so in relationship to this question.
Uhuru. Yeah, I think, again, the leadership of the chairman and of the party has been critical in this period. And as you mentioned, Comrade Bessie, I think really it is the only place Africans have, and others have had, clear, consistent leadership around how to move, because there have been so many, there's been so much confusion. There's been as you mentioned, there's been so much misinformation that's been out there, and fundamentally, understandably, an absolute lack of trust in anything that comes out of the mouths of anybody representing the medical establishment or the United States government. And so it was the chairman who called for the establishment of the People's War Commission. And this was in early March of 2020, before any lockdowns, before there was any real sense of urgency. I can remember my daughter coming home from school. She was a sophomore, I think, in high school at the time, and coming home saying that her biology teacher told her nothing to worry about. They won't shut down schools. Kids can't get sick. Everything that we know not be true at that time. And so the chairman called for us to establish the People's War Commission with the responsibility of organizing the leadership that our party would be able to provide under APDEP's leadership, to begin to identify ways that we could prepare the community for the African nation for what was to come. So we began, first of all, to develop our medical advisory team, begin looking at what we knew about virus, what was coming out of China, whatever we could gather, so we could begin to develop protocols for how to minimize our risk for minimize our risk for COVID-19. We began to develop popular materials, brochures, posters, leaflets, and our organizers took them out by the thousands throughout working class African communities in the United States and in South Africa. And this was at a time when we didn't know really a whole lot. So it was a really courageous stance that our organizers took, go out into the community to give what information we had. We began organizing webinars. That's where we launched our Ask the Doctor series, where we began interviewing African doctors and scientists, getting whatever information we could about, again, how to minimize our risk. And we initiated our COVID-19 telehealth program, international telehealth program, in July of 2020, which has since that time offered African and other people access to free appointments with our licensed doctors and nurses under our project Black Onc. So whether or not you have insurance or you don't have insurance, or you have a primary care physician or you don't, Africans and other people have been able to make free appointments with our doctors to get their COVID related questions and concerns answered. And since we initiated that program, we've taken appointments from around the world, from throughout Europe, throughout North America, and in Africa, in the continent of Africa. So this is a program that we've continued, and we're looking to expand to deal with some of the other issues that make African people vulnerable to having high risk associated with COVID. So the party and APDEP under the party's leadership has been extremely busy, and this trip to Cuba was an attempt again to advance the leadership that the party has been able to give around this question.
True. Wow. Thank you so much. I mean, it really is history in the making. What APDEP is doing, the trip to Cuba, just Project Black Onc, just everything, all of the advancements in the struggle, the anti-colonial struggle of African people that APDEP is forwarding as the strategy of the African People's Socialist Party. And I wish we could spend more time speaking with you today, Dr. Aisha Fields, but we really want to appreciate the time that you took to be with us on this telethon, and just close this out by asking, where do people go if they want to join APDEP or support it or donate? Where do we go?
Thank you for that. Yeah, people can go to developmentforafrica.org. And from there, you can donate, you can join, you can volunteer, you can learn more about our programs, you can make an appointment for our telehealth program also. And I really want to encourage people to continue to donate to this tremendous telethon. And I just really appreciate and salute Uhuru Solidarity Movement, African People's Solidarity Committee, and everybody involved in this telethon. And I want to donate $25 today. So I encourage everybody to give what you can. And thank you so much. Salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, and the entire Uhuru movement. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Dr. Aisha Fields. Uhuru.
Excellent. Wow, that was really just an amazing interview. And now we have another amazing segment coming up. And live from Oakland, California, we have the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles comrades.
Oakland.
Uhuru, Oakland.
Take a trip to Oakland, California. Uhuru. Furniture store. Looking beautiful.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Hello, everybody. It's so crazy to be part of this amazing event. I mean, it's been phenomenal all day to be able to watch just all of the speakers, all of the videos, all of the content, and of course, all the donations coming through for the community basketball court. We're just thrilled to be part of this today from Uhuru Furniture in Oakland. So we are here in the store, as you can see behind us. This is the beautiful Uhuru Furniture store here in Oakland, and we're just very honored to be here. We have a great program for you today. We're going to talk about this institution, a little bit of the history, and why it's more than just a used furniture store. So I first, of course, want to salute our leadership that both Janine and myself work directly under, and that's Onazane Yeshitela, who is the president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and also the deputy chair of the African People's Socialist Party that leads the whole movement. And we really want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who founded and leads the Uhuru movement that is over all of the work. So from there, I also want to just read a little snippet from the website of APEDF that describes the Uhuru Furniture stores. because we feel like it's just the best description of the Uhuru Furniture stores, both here in Oakland and Philadelphia. So I'm just going to read from my paper for a second. APEDF is organizing to open Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles stores throughout the world to build African economic and cultural marketplaces and create spin-off businesses and services. These all contribute to community commerce and African economic self-reliance, which can feed, clothe, house, and employ our people. And I don't know if you noticed, but not one part of that vision of Uhuru Furniture did talk about furniture, because it is so much more than a furniture store. It's about building economic self-reliance in the African community. So, and we are just, as you've seen today, Uhuru Furniture is just one of the institutions and programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And of course, the next one is why we're all here today on Giving Tuesday, to build that community basketball court. Everybody should go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball court or community basketball and donate today. Yeah, I need to introduce myself. So Uhuru Furniture is just one of the programs of APDF. I have the distinct honor of working directly under the leadership of Onizane Shatella as the store manager here at Uhuru Furniture. And I just want to hand it over to Janine, who's going to introduce herself as the co-host today and also lead us through a brief history of this powerful institution.
All right.
Janine.
Uhuru Stephanie, thank you so much. I would like to also salute Onizane Shatella, president of the nonprofit and chairman Amalia Shatella. My name is Janine Griswold, and I am the sales manager here at Uhuru Furniture, where I've had the honor of working under the leadership of the Uhuru movement in this institution almost since its inception 32 years ago in 1989. Many people don't know that Uhuru Furniture started as a fundraiser by the African People's Solidarity Committee, which is an organization of white people working directly under the leadership of the African-led Uhuru movement, organizing in our own white community for reparations from the white community to the African community. African People's Solidarity Committee held a weekly booth at Ashby Flea Market in Berkeley, where we sold clothing and other items as a fundraiser for the work of the Uhuru House in the late 70s. And we can't talk about Uhuru Furniture in Oakland without acknowledging the work of the African People's Socialist Party here during that period. The worldwide Uhuru-led campaign to free Desi Woods and smash colonial violence was organized throughout the world and up and down the entire West Coast, with tours in Northern California, Oregon, Seattle, San Diego, and throughout the region, highlighted in the San Francisco March to Free Desi Woods. The party's first Congress was held in Oakland, California, aptly named The New Beginning. The party's struggles were furious and intense, taking place on many fronts. The party-led Uhuru movement exposed the growing crisis of homelessness by seizing city-owned abandoned houses, building a downtown tent city, and gathered tens of thousands of signatures, placed 2 initiatives on the Oakland ballot for community control of housing, Measure H and Measure O. Huey P. Newton made his final presentations at the Uhuru House, located at 7911 MacArthur Boulevard, where he passed the torch to the Uhuru movement and endorsed the Burning Spear newspaper as carrying forward the work of the Panthers in the Black Panther paper. After his assassination, the party led mass mobilizations to defend Huey's legacy and raise him up as a hero of the African working class. Throughout the 80s, Chairman Amalia Shatella and Comrade Omawale Kefing led the production of the Burning Spear newspaper from the Uhuru House, utilizing the party's own typesetting machine and photo lightroom. Hundreds of thousands of flyers were printed there on the party's own press. This was all work coming out of the Uhuru House and much, much more. The African People's Socialist Party struggled for the fundraising at the flea market to be professionalized. And the first Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, called Uhuru Furniture, etc. at the time, brick and mortar store was opened by African People's Solidarity Committee on Park Boulevard in September of 1989 and in Philadelphia in 1994. Then in 1992, the nonprofit organization, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, was created, and Uhuru Furniture grew from a fundraiser into a thriving and powerful economic development institution, funding the programs of APDF under the amazing leadership and vision of Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella. She has led us in doubling the size of Uhuru Furniture, as well as renovating the Uhuru House to have a beautiful Quabbin Hall Community Center open for community events and rentals in East Oakland. We have an amazing staff here at Uhuru Furniture, which also doubled in size in the last 6 years. Gerald, the truck team coordinator, and Chris go out on pickups, picking up the furniture. Alejandro, the operations coordinator, plus Lewis and Steven arrange the furniture in the store all day long. Yolanda and Sheila are amazing sales team. Mark scheduling donations, and Kaboshi has been the NTU volunteer and Enzo coordinator. The Uhuru staff team. We offer the community amazing high quality furniture, art, rugs, mirrors, lamps, and collectibles, many of which are unique, one-of-a-kind pieces. We also carry special Buy Black Power products, which we'll see more in a minute. We get 1 to 2 truckloads of furniture every day that we're open. Our website has pictures and prices of all the furniture. We offer delivery. We also operate 5 days a week furniture donation pickup service, offering a donation receipt we could use for tax write-off. Thousands of people shop, donate their furniture, vehicles, and money to Uhuru Furniture. Our many volunteers contribute their time and skills. They are a key part of our institution, really contributing towards building our capacity. Our supporters feel good about recycling and saving furniture from landfill. They feel really good about shopping locally. But most of all, they feel great about supporting this 32-year-old institution, which is building the independent Black community economy and ultimately African self-determination.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Janine. That was incredible. So yeah, I mean, just think about that for a minute. 32 years, APDF has had this open store that's open for 32 years every week. And it's just made the entire Uhuru movement accessible to the community, to have an institution open on the ground. You think about any other organization on the planet, you know, what does it have on the ground that's open and accessible for the community to come in, connect with the whole movement, to support, to donate, to volunteer? I mean, it is really incredibly significant. Really appreciate that whole amazing overview. So we have a special guest on the phone with us.
Special cameo guest.
I'm sorry, we got a donation.
Oh!
So we want to thank Erica for her $100 donation.
Right.
Erica, thank you so much. She went to gofundme.com/communitybasketball and donated, and we're gonna go over what little gifts there are for people when you donate, but don't wait, go now. So, okay, we have a special guest with us on the phone that Janine's gonna introduce.
So we have somebody on the phone who almost needs no introduction. Mark, who is loved by all of our shoppers and supporters and donors. Everybody out there watching knows Mark, and he's joining us by phone today. Good morning, Mark. I know you'd love to say a few words about, to our supporters today.
I feel so lucky to be able to participate in this event. It's a really incredible thing that the movement's doing. We're part of history, and it's something we should never forget, because I know a lot of times the daily struggles, it's easy to forget that. I'm so grateful for the leadership and the political insight that the party has given to me, which has really been helpful in the work, but it's really been helpful in my entire life. I really feel grateful for the people that shop at the store, who just stop by to chat. I feel really grateful to be part of the team that works in the store and does so many things that just seem impossible to me, that just seem really, I can't imagine how some of the things that get done. It's just done with so much efficiency and so much courtesy. And I really feel lucky to be part of the community that is supporting this movement.
Mark, eloquent as always. That was well put. Thank you so much. I know people want to hear from you. We really appreciate that. And we got another donation.
Of course we did during Mark's statement.
Of course.
Of course we
$100 anonymous. Thank you, anonymous.
Oh, we're anonymous. That's
All right,
fantastic.
yes.
I
Yes.
just really appreciate that statement, Mark, as well, because you talked about how, working at this institution and this movement impacts you and your life. And I just echo that
Mhm.
like 100%, that, this is if I'm out there struggling and trying to solve problems, these are the problems I want to be solving. This is where I want my efforts to go. This is what I want to support with any skills and efforts that I bring. I just really appreciate that so much. I just want to echo that sentiment.
Thank you.
Uhuru,
you,
Mark,
Mark.
thank you for joining us today.
Yeah. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Okay, so wow, we have $200.
$200.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
So we haven't said, but our goal for this segment is $1,000. So
Right.
I just
Do
feel so
it.
confident. We're gonna do it.
Yes.
So we have a packed agenda. We're going to keep it moving, but go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball and donate. So we are going to go to a video next. It's our video about the Uhuru NTU volunteer program. And before we play that video, I just want to acknowledge the leadership again of APDF President Ona Zanea-Shatella, because the Uhuru movement has always had volunteers, always had an amazing volunteer program. But what President Ona has done is really taken that program, professionalized it, developed it, provided trainings, and just made it this consistent program throughout the Uhuru movement. So anytime a volunteer comes in, they know they're not just a volunteer here at Uhuru Furniture, they're a volunteer with the entire Uhuru movement of NTU volunteers around the world. So we're going to show a little video, the NTU video from Uhuru Furniture here in Oakland, and you'll hear me in the video interviewing the NTU coordinator here at Uhuru Furniture, Kaboshi and Bugwa. So we just want to hand it over to the amazing tech team who's going to magically make that appear. I know, fingers crossed. Uhuru Kaboshi, so you coordinate the Uhuru NTU volunteer program here at Uhuru Furniture in Oakland, and a big part of that volunteer program is appreciating all of our volunteers. So I wanted to ask you, what are some of the ways that we appreciate our volunteers?
Thank you, Stephanie. One of the ways we actually appreciate our volunteers is with the Volunteer of the Quarter. And we have a plaque that, we put right up the sales desk so that everybody can see it. We also give them a $25 gift card and also a gift certificate. And we also take their photograph, which goes right next to the plaque so that everybody is able to see it and appreciate them. We also have special thank you gifts that we give our volunteers, and also recognition parties, that actually appreciate them, like after the volunteer.
Oh yeah, the warehouse sale.
After the warehouse sale,
Yep,
yes,
that's
thank
right.
you. We had those parties, then that, gives them a little bit of motivation to keep volunteering with us.
Absolutely.
We have milestone programs, and this is where we give our volunteers t-shirts and hoodies depending on the number of hours that they have accumulated with us, and they do not know, they cannot see it coming, and when they do see the hoodies and the t-shirts, oh my god, the look is priceless. And you know what, it really gives them a lot of motivation to keep coming here and to keep volunteering with us. We have virtual volunteer meetups, and these are very special because some of these volunteers are so far away. Some are in Nova Scotia, some are in Hawaii, some are here in California, but they never get to meet each other. So this is one way they get to meet, talk to one another, find out what's going on with them in the movement, and how they can keep volunteering, not just with us, but with the movement as a whole, and so much more.
Awesome. So yeah, what kinds of work do the volunteers do with us?
Well, we have Enzo painting workshops. We have special projects like truck repairing the floor, repairing the truck floor. We have community outreach where we, get individuals, and we have high school groups that come and help us outreach. We even have special groups like ACAT who come through and help us every Wednesday. We also have sales and marketing assistants, and these people are very, very special because they give the customer a really great user experience in our store. And we have pricing collectibles and artwork and taking photographs.
So I was thinking maybe you'd like to introduce to us some of the volunteers from this month.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's Damon, who helps us with operations. We have Emily Sue and Rose, our knick-knack girls, who unpack and price collectibles. We have Kelly on photographs. Jace, who helps us in operations. We have Juan, who's also in operations. We have Enzo, very, very, very sweet little kid. Oops, sweet young man. Young man who's the sales assistant. We have Jeremy on photography. We have Jay also in operations. We have Alma, a virtual volunteer from Arizona who does online posting. Brenda from Michigan, and Salma from Toronto, who also helps us with posting, and Eric on photographs. And there's so many more.
What an amazing group. And just lastly, when people come to Uhuru Furniture, how can they learn more about the volunteers and the NTU program?
Well, we have the NTU volunteer wall in our store, and this way all our customers and our staff can get to appreciate and see all our volunteers. But you can also sign up to be a volunteer and attend one of our weekly new volunteer orientations. And you can also sign up in our store on our website.
That's right. Yeah, well, I really appreciate your time today. It's an amazing program, and Uhuru.
Thank you.
All right, so Uhuru, what a great video. I think that really just the tip of the iceberg. The volunteer program, the NTU program, there's just a handful of our volunteers. There's thousands of people have volunteered here through the 30 years that we've been open, 32 years we've been open. And just really want to appreciate Deputy Chair Ona Zanaya again for really systematizing the process and the procedures and really making sure the volunteers have an amazing experience here, really get credit for their volunteer work and can use it to forward whatever they're trying to do in their life, get a job, go to college, gain some skills, meet new people, like-minded people, join an organization and where their skills are really being used towards African self-determination. There's nowhere else you can do it. So Uhuru, this is the part you've all been waiting for. This is where you get to participate and you can contribute to the basketball court and the vision of the Black Power Blueprint. And we're going to show a slideshow. And we're going to get down with a little more information about the basketball court itself. So go ahead and play the slideshow if you can. And we'll get started. Uhuru. And our tech team's working on it. Awesome tech team. Uhuru.
Oh, Uhuru.
All right.
Okay, great. So I just want to kick it off by updating people because we've gotten some donations in so far. So before we go into the video, which is an amazing video, I can't wait for you all to see it. I just want to again say to raise the basketball court, to make the bed, to do the basketball court, we need $130,000. We entered into the telethon at, I think, just over $90,000. So far, as of right this minute, we're at $107,866. That's incredible. That's amazing. And like Jesse was saying, Chair Jesse was saying just prior to this segment, we're just 8 hours in. So I know we can do it. Together we can do it. If you do the math, which someone else did for me, that is $22,134 left that we need to raise. And this segment, we've already done $200 of our $1,000 goal. So we are getting there. So we're going to watch this video, get inspired, and then come back and give you details on why you should donate, how to donate, and what your give back gift is when you donate. So let's watch the video.
So Black Power Blueprint means that I will not want everybody to enjoy and get a chance to see another side of North St. Louis.
The Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis was born following the police murder of Mike Brown in 2014. The Black Power Blueprint is testimony to the fact that Mike Brown and the hundreds of other Black people killed by the colonial police did not die in vain. The African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Star Industries believe we must go beyond protest. we must build institutions of economic and political power in the hands of the Black working class community. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis under the bold and innovative leadership of Onozene Yeshitela, President of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and we have already transformed our community. We purchased and renovated the Uhuru House at 4101 West Florissant Avenue, which was ready for use by early 2018. We bought 2 adjacent buildings down the street at College and West Florissant. In 2019, we demolished the corner building, which is slated to become a community basketball court. Even during the pandemic, we didn't miss a beat, and throughout the year 2020, we completed the stage in the outdoor space, installed a wrought iron fence, and then planted the garden.
This is possible because you're here.
We completely renovated the 4-plex apartment building on College Avenue that will provide housing for our African Independence Workforce Training Program for our brothers and sisters coming out of the prison system. We also demolished 2 other nearby buildings on West Florissant to make way for retail shops and contracted with the LRA for property designated for an African women's facility. In 2021, we installed an electronic sign on the side of the Uhuru House. We had a huge victory in June 2021 when we launched our One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market with a grant from the USDA. The initiative of the Black Power Blueprint has mobilized the North St. Louis African community and won supporters, volunteers, and donors from every part of the city and around the world. Some make donations as a stand of reparations to the African community.
Right, Kylie? Yeah.
Many community members have expressed what the Black Power Blueprint means to them.
You see the money going back into the community.
We want to build our neighborhoods to get our families back.
Volunteer and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org.
Uhuru. Wow, that was incredibly powerful. What an amazing video. And it just shows the track record of APEDF, that this is not, the community basketball court is not just somebody's really great idea, let's raise $130,000 for it. It's part of this suite of programs called the Black Power Blueprint that is a blueprint for what can be done in any African community on the planet when there is organization on the ground and development and investment to make it happen in the hands of the African working class community itself. And that's what APDF is. So these slides, I'm just going to go over these slides, couple little pictures for you about what has been accomplished so far, which the video talks so much about. But these are some really great pictures of work days in that community garden that was built. You can see volunteers, and it's called the Gary Brooks Community Garden. And Gary Brooks just spoke at the very beginning of that video. He's lives in that community, has been in that community his whole life, and was part of originating, had a garden there, and APDF is working with him to make it, you know, just complete his vision of having it be a real destination, this community garden. So that's some pictures of that. Let's go to the next slide. So this was an electoral, two really incredible electoral campaigns that were carried out in St. Louis. You can see President Columbai Antoinette, who ran on the theme, Revolutionary Times, Revolutionary Solutions. And she was interviewed early today talking about her history and just what led her to be the powerful organizer in the Uhuru movement that she is, because she has lived in St. Louis her whole life and experienced the conditions of colonialism there in North St. Louis and throughout St. Louis that the African community faces. And with the leadership of the Uhuru movement, she took that out and called for revolutionary solutions in terms of like building economic development in the African community. And that's revolutionary. But that's what APDF is doing right here with the community basketball court. Let's go to the next slide. The One Africa, One Nation farmers market. We saw in the video some more pictures and video of that. Beautiful, incredible marketplace that won a grant this year from the USDA and it said, the USDA grant said it was like a template for anybody else who wanted to do this. This plan for the One Africa, One Nation marketplace was so good. And it was monthly this year, and next year it's going to be moved to a weekly market with a really reasonable rate for vendors, African growers and farmers bringing fresh fruits and vegetables. It's going to be able to really bring a source for revenue and also a source for real food into North St. Louis. Let's go to the next slide. These are some great photos. I can't help but love these little kids. This was an event that APDF held in that community farmers market space right next to the Uhuru House just this past Halloween. And just look at all the community that came out. Look at those beautiful pictures. I mean, who does not want to say that you are part of this, that you're contributing to this happening, whether it's in St. Louis or anywhere? Like, this is what we want, right? This is why we're here, to make sure that the community has a space to have beautiful events like this, and that all these kids can grow up with self-determination, economic development in their neighborhoods. Let's go to the next slide. So APDF has already purchased the lot where the community basketball court will be located. Let's go to the next slide. And we've already demolished the condemned building that was on that property. And you can see here some of those pictures. Let's go to the next one, the next slide. So far during this campaign, well, prior to this campaign and during this campaign, we've raised money for, go to the next slide. The concrete work, over $33,000, already have that covered. Let's go to the next slide. Surfacing the court, over $28,000, got that, no problem. Next slide. The fencing, which is so important. If you think of all those bouncing balls, like, you don't want children running into the street. So we have the fencing, over $26,000 for fencing, got that. Next slide. Lighting, so important to have those big lights out there, over $8,000, got that. Next slide. We even have, I'm just waiting for it to change, but we even have the 2 hoops. And I think these were raised during the telethon today, because I remember earlier that being called for. So we've done that. It's incredible. We have the 2 hoops, over $3,000 for each hoop. Done, we've got it. Next slide.
In the bleachers, you missed one.
Yeah, I think the bleachers, we also raised during the telethon today. So the community can come and watch and everything. So now what we're raising money for is, next slide, the grading, dirt removal, and disposal. Okay, so this is not as glamorous as like the hoops and the lighting.
But it's important.
But it's important. It's over $14,000, and you need to grade that surface so that it's an absolutely flat surface. And so you don't have that concrete breaking and cracking and everything. And I'm not a concrete expert. That's the extent that I understand. So this is a really important process that we have to raise the money for. So our goal is 1,000 during this, and this is what it's going to really be the foundation, if you will, of the community basketball court. Next slide. All right, so this is what these are some of the give backs. We want to appreciate people that are donating. Some people have already donated today. All donations of $5 to $99 get this beautiful magnet. I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court magnet. Next slide. And then all donations of 100 to, I think, $2.99 get a set of 4 coasters. So we're out of Hoover Furniture. I mean, coasters are great because they protect your furniture from, they're especially meaningful to us here at Hoover Furniture. But it's a set of 4 beautiful coasters. It says, I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court, for donations between 100 and $2.99. So we have 2 donors so far. These coasters are on the way. Next slide. Then for donations of $300 to $4.99, you get this really cool Black Power Blueprint beanie. Cold weather's coming up. Make your donation today. Get this. Next slide. And then donations of $500 to $999, you get all 3 of those gifts coming in the mail to you. And then lastly, donations of $1,000 or more on the next slide, you get this beautiful hoodie, and it's really great. It has that same logo. I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court. All right, next slide. So I actually was doing work in St. Pete in St. Petersburg, Florida, when the Uhuru movement had this basketball team. This is an actual picture of the Uhuru basketball team, the undefeated Uhuru basketball team, featuring Lucky, who's there in the white shirt, and Tam, who are the two coordinators of this program, much more than coaches. And they did fundraisers raising money for the uniforms, for the shoes, for the what?
The van.
The van, right, to get transportation. And I just remember that the program had much more than just games. It was making sure that the kids had their homework help done, that they had everything that they needed. It was really an all-encompassing program. And so we have a track record to not just put a basketball court in, but to have the leagues, to have the events. So, you know, I love that picture, and we can make it, we can do it together. So next slide. All right, so that's the video. That's the track record. That's what we've done. That's what we need. Now we're calling on you to donate. Go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball.
You know what, Stephanie?
What's up?
I'm going to donate.
Oh,
I am. I'm going to donate $50.
all right,
So
hurrah.
as soon as this is over, I'll go to my computer and I'll make it happen.
Awesome. What do you get? Do you remember?
Oh,
Wait,
what do I
your
get for
gift is?
$50? Some
A
coasters, I think,
The coasters?
or a magnet. I don't know.
Fantastic.
I just want the, joy of knowing that I'm participating in making this happen.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, honestly.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
So yeah, GoFundMe.com/community basketball. I also want to donate today. Absolutely. I'm going to do $100 to our goal today. So that gets us up to $350. No, 350. Yeah, $350. So we have $650 to go. So go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball. We're going to keep going on our program today. All right, we're transitioning over. We have another video for you. And again, it's another shout out to the leadership of Onezene Yeshitela. You can see some of these beautiful hand-painted, hand-stuffed pillows behind me featuring the continent of Africa and also traditional African like kente cloth and other African fabrics. This is part of the Enzo furniture and home decor line. And we have a video talking a little bit more about that. And it's one of the spin-off businesses that Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela has envisioned and really make happen in Uhuru Furniture, to be more than just furniture, but really offer people this like suite of products and services and everything from Uhuru Furniture to outfit all of their needs. So this is our Enzo video featuring, again, Kaboshi and Bukwa, who coordinates the Enzo workshops with our volunteers. So we're gonna go to that. Uhuru.
Uhuru Kaboshi, so we want to talk about the Enzo furniture line. Can you describe what that is?
Well, thank you, Stephanie. Enzo is Uhuru Furniture's latest furniture and home decor line called Enzo African Styles at Home and Abroad. Enzo is a Kikongo word that means home, and Enzo products include furniture that is hand-painted with traditional African designs or upholstered using African fabric. You can see some here. You can see here some of the examples of our hand-stuffed pillows and some hand-painted pillows as well. Enzo is African style that you can bring into your home.
Just as a side note, I remember when you were doing an Enzo training at one of the workshops and you described to the volunteers how when you look at furniture, there's like all different kinds of furniture, like especially European furniture.
Yes.
But I remember you saying you never see African furniture.
You don't. You absolutely don't. It's very easy to look at, Asian style and identify it as Asian. You can see French provincial and you know that where that comes from, but you don't see anything that is, distinctly African. Yeah. So, so we choose the pieces. we choose certain pieces of furniture that need a little bit of TLC. And then we use the help of our volunteer artists to figure out what colors and designs to do. And the colors are picked in terms of what are considered like African colors, the earth tone colors, the browns, the blues, the, yellows. Then we train the volunteers to prep the pieces and do the base coat. And then the highly skilled artists create the designs.
Nice. And I've been to these workshops, I've seen them. What is the response by the volunteers to the workshops?
Well, they usually come in like, oh my God, we're going to paint, yay, but they don't know what they're going to paint. And then they see the chair and they're like, this is what we're going to paint. They're like, yeah, relax. But, the overall response is they're very excited. They're very appreciative that they get to do this. And some of them come in not knowing how to paint and are very excited that, when they put on a base coat and they, some of them do stencils and they're very excited they can actually do it. So it's very, very positive and it's really great.
Nice. And then I know when these pieces get back to the store, the staff and the customers are always really excited. So how are the pieces selling here at Uhuru Furniture?
They are selling fast. People love the pillows. There was a set of chairs that came in recently that we upholstered, and they didn't even spend 5 minutes on the sidewalk, and somebody snatched them up. It was really exciting. So people have really, really great reactions to these pieces. We have stools and benches, and they're so vibrant. It's amazing.
That's right. I remember the dining set. It was like an oak table with 4 chairs.
Yeah.
And we recovered them and brought it in, and I didn't even see it before it sold.
I know, yeah.
Yeah. It went so fast.
Yeah, you're right.
So another really exciting part of the Enzo program here is that we've been doing a lot of work to get grants to support the Enzo program.
Yes.
And last year we did get a grant for it. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, that was some very exciting news. We were very, very excited that we were awarded the grant by the Stop Waste organization, recognizing the work that we do through this project to keep more furniture out of the landfill. So did you know nationwide, 9.8 million tons of furniture fill the landfills every year? And Uhuru Furniture is helping to recycle hundreds and thousands of pounds of furniture every year, and the Enzo program increases that. So we really appreciate their support.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for talking to us about the Enzo
No
program.
worries.
Oh, one final question though.
Yes.
What is your favorite part of the Enzo program?
Oh my God. Just the transformation from drab to glam is amazing. It is so, I'm sure even the furniture feels great. It really does. And it really makes us very excited here at the store. And it's great to see the look on the faces of the customers that buy these pieces.
Absolutely. They're really getting like a one-of-a-kind piece that's also really meaningful and connects to the mission of APEDF. So,
absolutely.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you so much, Uhuru. Uhuru. Well, that was just a great showcase of so many of the amazing Enzo pieces and the volunteers that help create them. Those workshops are incredibly fun, as you saw, and I'm sitting on an Enzo chair right now, which you can't really see, but the Enzo whole program is so dynamic. So I hope you enjoyed that little sneak peek into it. Next, we're going to talk about another like spin-off that is here at Uhuru Furniture called the Buy Black Power products. And Janine's gonna introduce you to that little suite of products. Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru everybody. So anytime you shop at any of the APDF or Uhuru Movement institutions, you are buying Black Power. But we have a particular products that we call the Buy Black Power products. And why do we call them that? These are products produced by other organizations within the Uhuru Movement. We purchase them at wholesale and sell them at Uhuru Furniture. When you purchase them, you are supporting the Uhuru Movement twice. You're supporting Uhuru Furniture and you're supporting another organization within the Uhuru Movement. We say buy Black Power because it's so much more than just buying black. Buying Black Power means that you're funding a collective Black-led movement to uplift the whole community. So at Uhuru Furniture, we currently have our annual Black Power Buy Black Power holiday campaign. We kicked it off at the 3-day Buy Black Power sale last weekend, which was our best Buy Black Power holiday sale yet, I might add, and continues through the end of the year. We have a section in the store with items that are perfect for gifts during the holiday season. It features these following Buy Black Power products. So I'm just going to show you over
So while
here.
you're getting up, did you have a time check for us?
25.
25 minutes left. Okay, I just wanted to be clear. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so over here you can see some of these products. The colonized hair and skin products right here.
Very popular.
Very popular.
We have people coming back.
Mhm.
Just
Oh yeah,
for those.
regulars for
Yep.
sure. We have the mist, which is my personal favorite,
Yeah.
delicious. We have the black soap, the colonized creams. There's 3 different flavors.
Yeah, scents.
Scents. We have body wash and shampoo, the oil, which a lot of people use on their beards, some scrubs. These are beautiful products and with a growing following coming into your furniture for those. And the decolonized hair and skin products are an economic development product line of the African National Women's Organization. We also have the Enzo products that Kaboshi was just talking about. We have not only the pillows and African fabric chairs and the painted furniture, there's also greeting cards with the African patterns. There's like 8 different, beautiful patterns here. People can buy those. There's also the portraits of amazing historical Black leaders. And if you can see up there, there's like Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, of course, the chairman, Amalia Shatella, President Onezene Shatella, and many others. And you can buy those portraits. We also have Burning Spear Publications produces many books, pamphlets, CDs, and more. Here's an example, the Burning Spear newspaper. You can buy it here. Again, a growing following of people who come once a month to pick up their, current issue. Get a couple back issues, give them to their friends. Growing number of people doing that. We also have Vanguard, a book written and published by written by Chairman Amalia Shatella, published by Burning Spear Publications. That's just one of many books and pamphlets that you can get here. There's also these beautiful lipsticks, and I wish I had a sample for you guys, but there's 7 different colors, beautiful lipsticks that people really enjoy. There's also African flags and other products that we sell at Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles. So again, that's growing, and with every month, every year that goes by, we have more and more people who come here as a destination to get just those products. So it's a really important spin-off, that's forwarding African self-determination and economic independence. So
Yeah, just another example of when people walk in, how they experience the whole Uhuru movement. Somebody just wanting to get an ottoman, and they come in and find out about the African National Women's Organization and how they can support that. And they have, Anwar has these quotes on each decolonized product, these revolutionary quotes. So it's again, an amazing part of this institution that connects to the whole Uhuru movement. So we have a couple more videos for you. These are a little bit shorter, but just wanting you to see more people than Janine and I here today. The next video is talking about our job training and work experience internship program. And we have 2 interviews with a couple of our current interns, Jay and Jace. We're gonna go over to that in a second. And then the one after that is just gonna be about our latest warehouse sales. So let's go into the work experience and job training little video for you. Uhuru.
All right, hi Jay. So I wanted to talk to you today about being an intern here at Uhuru Furniture. You came to us from Youth Employment Program. You're 17 years old. And I just wanted to ask you, what has your experience been as an intern here at Uhuru Furniture?
My experience was pretty warming. It was when I first came here, just like I was greeted with a warm hug, and it was nice working here. I love working here every day, coming in, just doing my thing.
Great. And what team do you work with?
I work with Alejandro and Kaboshi, our store manager, Stephanie, and our salesperson Sheila, and I forgot our research lady, but I forget names.
It's
But
okay.
that's basically the group I work with mainly.
And what kind of work do you do?
I load and unload trucks, help people on the sales floor, and just move furniture around with Alejandro and the rest of our moving department.
Yeah. It's a lot of hard work, and you're a very hardworking intern. We appreciate your work so much. Is there anything that you've learned from being here at Uhuru Furniture?
I would say more just patience.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just to slow down and really focus on a certain topic.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
what I mainly say.
That's definitely good when you're moving furniture.
Yeah, for real.
Slow down. That's great. Yeah, anything else at all you'd like to share about your experience?
No, I can think of, no.
Okay, great. Well, we're really happy to have you and glad you're part of the program here.
Yes, same here.
All right, overall. Uhuru. So there's one more video attached to that video. It was right after Jay. That was Jace. So maybe the tech team can see if that video continued. Uhuru, Sheila.
Uhuru, Stephanie.
So you are a part of our sales. Yeah. Okay, so it's coming back to me. That's the one that just started with Sheila is our warehouse sale video. So I just want to give the tech team a second. I don't have direct line to them, but see if there was more of that internship video. There should have been a continuation of that one. Maybe, hopefully.
Their names are similar.
Their names are similar. It's well, it was one video. And so maybe not. Okay, so it's not coming up. So maybe we don't have that. So Jace, we interviewed Jace, and he's also from YEP. And just to share a couple of things that he was saying in that video, which I'm really sorry you can't see it. It just shows him working and some pictures of his work here. And one of the things he was saying was he really appreciated interning here because people made him feel really welcome. And he hadn't experienced that in other, things that he'd been involved in. And that everybody's really friendly and that he gets to learn about things that are happening in his community. And that was really important to him. And, in general, really enjoyed the internship program. I wish I could remember a couple other points. But so I just really appreciated getting a chance to talk to them both. They're just two people. I think we have about 4 interns right now, but they're people that come in, not just as regular volunteers, but as volunteers that have a commitment from us to get work experience and on-the-job training. So these interns go through a lot of soft skills training, how to clock in, how to be to work on time, how to focus on a task, how to, do all kinds of things. So to hear their feedback that it's a positive experience for them and that they're learning from it is a real testament to what this institution means in the world, not just as furniture, but as a place where people can move on with those skills and training for their lives. And we want to build on that internship and work experience program and just continue to grow it. So the next video we're going to show is about our warehouse sales. And before we do that, I just want to, again, point out the leadership of APDF President Onozene Shatella, because in 2015, she launched the first warehouse sale at Aquaba Hall, and she called it Uhuru Furniture at the Uhuru House. And she had a banner, and it was during the renovations of Aquaba Hall there. And we brought truckloads of furniture and opened it up to the community. And this past year, APDF allowed Uhuru Furniture to have our overflow at Aquaba Hall because it was closed due to COVID to the community events, for community events. And so since February, we've been able to have these sales open to the public at 7911 MacArthur Boulevard, and they have been phenomenal. And just quickly, again, before we go to the video, we have not just had Uhuru Furniture there, but Uhuru Foods and Pies was on site. We had Uhuru Solidarity Movement. There with the table, we had Uhuru Planet Revolutionary Apparel. We had the Buy Black Power products available. So we really incorporated all of the institutional work here in Oakland at those sales. So when people walked into that historic Aquaba Hall, all the work that we saw in Janine's overview that the Uhuru movement led, they walked into that historic space. They really had access to the whole Uhuru movement. So yeah, let's go to the video featuring our salesperson, Sheila.
Uhuru, Sheila.
Uhuru, Stephanie.
So you are a part of our sales team here at Uhuru Furniture.
And I love it.
And you love it. And we love you being here. And you actually started volunteering with us before you came on as an employee. And you started volunteering, was it actually at Enzo or was it at the warehouse sale first?
It was at Enzo.
It was at the Enzo.
It was at Enzo.
And then you came to the volunteer at the warehouse sales.
Exactly.
So we started doing the offsite warehouse sales at the beautiful Aquaba Hall in February. And you were part of them. So what do you think of them? What do you think about the warehouse?
I just love being in this public sector, in this nonprofit sector.
Yeah.
And because it's such an interesting place, and I think I'm loving the people who are following the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And the truth is, a lot of people have been in this movement for quite some time. I hardly meet any people that have only been coming to the warehouse sale for 2 years or 3 years. Most people have been involved for 15 to 20 years, and it's really interesting. And every time I'm in this environment, my understanding grows so much about what it is that we are becoming together, and how this organization is just so important to the mindset of the community, and it is putting out ideas about people and what we are expected to do to be together, and what community really means. And it's just a very exciting time for APEDF.
It sure is. And I know this last warehouse sale in particular, we were going back and forth. We didn't know, it was a one-day only sale, and we didn't know, should we have you out there as an extra salesperson? Should we not? Is it worth it? And last minute we decided, yes, let's do it. And can you just tell people what the warehouse sale was like?
Oh, the warehouse sale is absolutely fantastic. The space there at Aquaba Hall is very interesting, very nurturing, and I am sure that the clientele has been really vibing in the space because it has such a historical value.
Yeah.
And so when they come to the warehouse sale, they're really interested in finding something because they know that APEDF has a store, but when they have the warehouse sale, we have put an extra value on those items because we know that the people are really interested in coming to Aquaba Hall, and they want to see what it is that Aquaba Hall is and what's special about it. And one thing that's special about it is the warehouse sale that Uhuru Furniture does there. And so everyone is really, really revved up when they get there, and 9 times out of 10, everyone buys something.
I know, I feel like that too. And this last time, I think we started with a line. Like we started, as soon as we opened the doors, people came, and then Kaboshi came back and told us there's a line outside of people. We were at our max capacity. And then you and I at the sales desk had a line for like the next 2 hours or something of just people trying to purchase stuff. It was mob.
Exactly right. And it was wonderful too.
It was wonderful.
Yes.
And it was so great to have you there. You're so great with the customers and everything. Just fantastic. Part of the sales team.
With this group and meeting the customers that have been with you for so long. It's just really, really a nice environment.
It's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Well, we're looking forward to moving into a new space really soon.
Well, I can't wait to work those warehouse sales too.
I know, me too.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, anything else about the warehouse sale you want to add?
No, I'm just saying to make sure that you come to Uhuru Furniture wherever we are, because we always have great deals and we have beautiful items.
That's
so
right.
Make sure you stop by.
That's it. All right. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Oh, Uhuru, I just really appreciate that interview with our sales team member, Sheila. That was so great. And all those pictures of the warehouse sale. So our next warehouse sale is actually this Sunday, December 5th. It's going to be from 10 to 4 at Aquaba Hall, 7911 MacArthur Boulevard. And I think I'm announcing for the very first time right here, we're going to have 50% off everything, because we're going to be moving so that Aquaba Hall can be open again for events and everything. And we need everything to go. So 50% off this Sunday, 10 to 4 at Aquaba Hall. So we want to just talk about a couple other programs that Uhuru Furniture and APDF have done in Oakland before we go to our final appeal. So I'm just going to hand it over to Jean.
All right. Uhuru, yeah, the warehouse events are amazing. Definitely check it out this Sunday. So we do lots and lots of events. One that's I just wanted to point out to you guys is, given that we're 32 years old, we're going to be 33 next year. We've had huge banquet events for our 20th anniversary, our 25th anniversary, and our 30th anniversary. Beautiful banquets. Uhuru Foods and Pies does the food, African culture, poetry, drumming, keynote speeches, of course, by the Uhuru movement leaders. And the community comes out, enjoys delicious meal, and learns a lot more about Uhuru Furniture and what they've been supporting over the years. So those are really fun, and we will have more.
We will have more.
Uhuru.
So another one, yeah, and I just have to say, Chairman's presentation at the 30th anniversary was incredible. And it's also, these events are also a way that Oakland, the community of Oakland and surrounding area, have access to Chairman Amalia Shatella when we have these APDF events, and Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella. So we also hold an annual health festival, and the last 2 years it has been put off because of COVID, but we're going to bring those back, and that's held at Aquaba Hall. We're actually moving it out of Aquaba Hall to DeFermery Park when COVID hit, because we are too big. The health festival is a very popular, free event, free health services, fitness demos, healthy foods. It's an amazing program, just addressing the disparities faced by the African community in health and healthcare in a very real way through the health festival.
An annual event we've been doing for over a decade is the MLK event, or Martin Luther King Jr. Event, which happens every year, January, on MLK Day. It's a volunteer event, so about 100 people, give or take, come out, and we gather at the Uhuru House, Aquaba Hall Community Center. We watch historic footage of the powerful Black movement of the 1960s. We hear presentations about Uhuru Furniture, APDF, how the movement of the 1960s is not over. How it's going strong with the Uhuru movement. It's a continuation of the tenacious and relentless struggle by African people to achieve genuine self-determination. It's not just a thing of history. This is the real life Black Power movement of the 1960s in real time right now. People love it. And then we go out, anybody who's able to goes out and does some volunteer work. We drop door hangers on doors, let the whole world know about APDF and Uhuru Furniture, and then come back for pizza. So we're doing it again. It's January 17th, 2022. You can sign up. Just check our website. Shortly, we'll have a promo up there and let you know how you can join us and find out more about it.
So those are just some of the additional events that happen from Uhuru Furniture and APDF here in Oakland. So we want to go again to the appeal. So we want to pull up that information and just remind you why we're here today talking about this institution of APDF, because we want to support the community basketball court. So we want to call on everybody to go to gofundme.com/community basketball court. So we just want to go to
this community basketball.
What did I say?
Court.
Oh, court. I'm sorry.
I do too.
/community basketball. So yeah, we want to go to the video for this appeal. Just jump right in. We just have a couple minutes left. Hopefully. Let's see, maybe I did that wrong. Okay, so we want to go to the appeal video first, I think. And just say, we're still, yep, okay, so here we go. Here's the video.
Right here in St. Louis, the conditions of the north side is horrific.
I just think that it's important to say that we believe in the democratic anti-colonial right to be able to have community control of every aspect of our lives in our communities. And I think the most fundamental, most democratic, most anti-colonial demand that I can conceive of is community control of the basketball court.
The basketball court is so important, number one, because the community has no recreation. So along with this lack of grocery stores and economic activity, there is no kind of cultural activity and programs for children to participate in.
We need a basketball court. We need to have things in our community. Black people need to be empowered of their own life.
We want Black community control of a basketball court, a simple democratic anti-colonial demand.
This is not just about building a basketball court, it's rebuilding a community. Donate today to build a community-controlled basketball court in North St. Louis. Who will step up and make the slam dunk?
Uhuru, incredible
Uhuru.
video. Uhuru. So we just have a couple minutes, but if you've been moved during this segment about what APDF has done here in Oakland and the city where you are with this institution, the history of this institution, how this institution is building and thriving, or with, you know, all the previous, you know, segments that have come before us, go to gofundme.com/community basketball and donate today. This is just part of APDF's trajectory to take on every disparity faced by the African community and show that with power in their own hands, they can overturn all these conditions and we can be part of it. That's the future that I want. That's why I've donated. That's the future that you want too. That's why you're watching this telethon. Maybe you've been watching since this morning. Maybe you're going to watch for the whole 24 hours, or maybe you just have a minute. But that's why you're here, because you want to see this kind of positive transformation, and we can be part of it. Go to gofundme.com/community basketball, contribute to something that's going to be there in 2022. APDF has a real track record. It does what it says. That's what we're known for. So go to gofundme.com/community basketball and donate today. Put that money that, you know, you're thinking of putting wherever, you know, into another streaming service, you know, so you can forget everything that's happening on the planet. Put it to this and make real transformation happen today. gofundme.com/community basketball. So do you want to close us out, Janine?
All right, we just got a couple minutes left. Really just want to thank Uhuru Solidarity Movement for hosting this telethon, and thank all of you for tuning in to the Oakland, California Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles portion of this historic annual 24-hour telethon. If you want to participate in any way with Uhuru Furniture, you can go to our website at uhurufurniture.blogspot.com, where you can see the furniture that is available for sale. You can learn how to donate your furniture. You can learn how to volunteer and more. You can also come in person Wednesday through Sunday, noon to 6. And it's not too late to contribute to our Uhuru Furniture Oakland goal today of raising $1,000 during this portion of the telethon towards the community basketball court. Just go to gofundme.com/community basketball and select Uhuru Furniture when it asks you for that. And when it asks you to select a team member, select Uhuru Furniture Oakland. We are so grateful to all of you. We would be nothing without you, all of our wonderful supporters. And take care and be well. And we'll see you soon.
Uhuru!
Uhuru! Uhuru!
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
That was really awesome to hear from Comrade Stephanie and Janine in Oakland at the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles store. And I do just want to say really quickly that if there was an Uhuru streaming service, I would subscribe to it. So, so I'm now here joined by Comrade Casey.
Uhuru, Lynn, how's it going?
Great. It's good to be up here with you.
Definitely. This has been an amazing telethon. And I really want to visit the Uhuru Furniture store in Oakland. I already did, but now I want to even more.
Yeah, same. Yes. So what's going on here right now?
So we are about to play a song written by one of our comrades in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement named Jackson Hollingsworth. And earlier, if you were on or not, I'll let you know that we had an amazing interview with Aliki Ngoma that talked to a member of the African People's Socialist Party who talked about the importance of culture in the revolution, winning the minds and hearts of the masses through culture, through songs, movies, something that puts out a message of positive transformation in the world. And in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, one of our mandates from our leadership, the African People's Socialist Party, is to build a culture of reparations in the white community. Because what is white culture in history? It has been nothing but violence, slavery, lynch mobs, colonialism. We are about overturning that through reparations to the African community under the leadership of the African Revolution. And Jackson has done that by writing this amazing song, the reparations song. It is absolutely beautiful. And we could just go ahead and play it and then kind of break it down for everybody. So hope everybody enjoys this amazing song by Comrade Jackson.
We know that we've been lied to. There's two realities. There's the one that we've been raised in, and the one we pretend we don't see. We don't want the guilt, but our lives are built on murder, rape, and theft. To pretend is not an option now. We wonder what is left. Genocide is raging on without an end in sight. We shut down lots of highways. We hashtag every night. But every 18th hour we see white power kill Africans and go free. We want to know what we can do to stand in solidarity. Reparations for stolen land, for all reparations.
Wow. So there's this segment. Oh, wait, do we have another video to show?
Not yet.
Okay, well, there's this segment for mainstream artists called Genius Verified. Well, they'll basically talk out their song and break down the lyrics. And I would love if Jackson was able to be on there one day and break down the song, because there's so much to unpack.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
really powerful, and I love the video that goes with it.
Yeah, it's really, really powerful. And, you know, something that you said before the song started was, you know, like, what is our, as white people, what is our history? And it's like violence and genocide. And like, that's like how this whole country was founded. And that's how like the system, you know, exists today, is because of, you know, Europeans going to Africa and just stealing everything. And one of the things about this song is that, you know, Jackson, you know, having this song is really writing a new legacy for white people. And it's like, we want to leave behind not a legacy of like the slave master, but like a legacy of reparations and like a new world where there's not any one person living at the expense of somebody else.
Totally. Definitely.
Yeah.
Because everything that we have access to as white people, even if we're struggling, we have greater ability to get resources and social wealth because of the access that we have to it, because of the fact that we live in a system of white power that was built by white people on the backs of African people and all colonized people to be able to pursue our dreams. And we see that the system is not worth clinging on to anymore.
Right.
You know, even you know, white people are suffering because the system was just built on violence, and that's all it can ever do. But the solution is not to fight for more rights or try to reform it so it'll be better for us again. It is to fight under the leadership of Black power for a new world in which no one lives at anybody else's expense.
Yes.
And the song lists all the different things that reparations are owed for, and it goes really deep. It's not just the stolen resources, it's all the psychological trauma. It says reparations for stolen names. African people, the names that they gave themselves were literally taken from them, and they were branded with new names and given the names of their slave masters. I think that's one thing the African People's Socialist Party does that I think is so powerful, is they have African naming ceremonies for members to reject their colonial name and be rebirthed with an African name that they have determined for themselves. Self-determination.
Yes.
And the song goes into so many reparations for stolen land, stolen culture, stolen sound. You know, I'm a DJ, and I would be nothing without African producers and artists who have paved the way for, you know, pretty much every genre of music has come from African people, and white people have always taken it to profit from it. You know, Elvis stole songs directly from Chuck Berry, who was from St. Louis. I mean, it goes really, really deep. So definitely check out that song again and join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement if you haven't yet.
Yes.
And also donate to the basketball court if you haven't yet at gofundme.com/community basketball.
Yes, definitely. And I guess we have a couple minutes still, right?
We're working on getting Representative Tiffany on.
Sure.
In the meantime, we do have more videos of Asa's amazing.
Yes.
Speaking of culture, some African culture from Asa.
Comrade Asa, yes, in Occupied Azania, who we heard from earlier, actually. Let's take a look at this video.
Nice.
In question is what the other one isn't. There's no middle ground between capital and socialism. Yeah, he's related to Africa. Come on, he's related to Africa. Come on, he's related to Africa. Africa, he's related to. Yeah, I hope you get it. Yeah, man, I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to represent, you know, the MCs, real hip-hop MCs, right? Yeah, in this event, real hip-hop should mean overturning imperialism. Word to Asada Shakur. So the last song that I got is called African Internationalism, aka Muddy Waters, cause it's a rock and roll classic. Yo, General Nobody, let's go. Yeah, Black Power, Black Power, Black Power, come on. Yeah, Black Power, here we go. It says, Black Power, Black Power, Black Power, Black Power, Black Power, Black Power's back. I take it to the deathbed of imperialism, man. They say we cannot function without money, they talking ignorantly. We don't need money, we need resources. Africa's rich in this regardless of the fiction that's depicted in the media. So for Africans to starve is ridiculous. They offer silly explanations for why we starve. Jungle bunnies don't want a job. All the Kaffir suffer that they were cursed by God. All this to justify why our lives are hard. We believed in the enemy's perception of us. You believe in the enemy's eclectic horrors, but have no faith for your own children's sake. They took away your confidence to govern the state. In the 1960s, Malcolm X led a movement that contested and vexed all sections of the West. Robert Sobukwe here fought against South Africa, gave us the understanding he is related to Africa. This was a result of black people home and abroad, taking a stand against the white men and going for blood. Che Guevara looked to start a third world war. If you hear me but want peace, what you in the world for? There can be no.
The video cuts off there, but
wow,
that was amazing.
Uhuru, yes, very amazing. And so now it is our pleasure to bring on Comrade Tiffany Murphy. Uhuru, Tiffany.
Uhuru.
Comrades. Uhuru. So Tiffany is the North Region representative of the African People's Socialist Party and the coordinator of the One Africa, One Nation Uhuru flea markets in Philadelphia. Tiffany, thank you so much for being here. It's really good to see you, comrade.
Uhuru, thank you for having me. I'm excited. This has been a great and very powerful event.
Definitely, yes. And even more powerful now that you are here. And so just want to start off by asking you, what is the One Africa, One Nation market?
Well, before we get started, I would like to salute the incredible leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela for providing such a powerful vision of what economic liberation will look like for the African working class. And to salute to my direct leadership, Deputy Chair Onazene Yeshitela, for for laying out the chairman's vision and bring such creativity and innovation for the chairman's vision in such a marvelous way. And the One Africa, One Nation marketplace in Philadelphia is one of over 50 programs and institutions of the African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Star Industries. The marketplace here in Philadelphia has just wrapped up a 17th season of building African community commerce. This powerful anti-colonial institution is a concrete representation of the power of the African working class. And during our April to October outdoor season, we host anywhere between 80 to 100 vendors a month. And also during the season, we produce two large events, the Uhuru Health Festival and the One Africa, One Nation Uhuru Book Fair. We also have a newly minted farmers market that just wrapped up a powerful inaugural season in St. Louis. So Uhuru to that.
Awesome. So I wanted to know what impact the One Africa, One Nation market has had on African residents in Philadelphia, and how has it contributed to economic development to the African community?
Oh gosh, where do I start?
Kind of a loaded question.
Right. So being in place for the past 17 years, of course, we've experienced multiple, more than I can count, more than, I can write down victories. But over the years, the One Africa, One Nation marketplace has always signified Black community control of commerce. And we have an amazing group of vendors that have continuously supported our work in and out of the marketplace. The marketplace has fought back in political struggles historically against certain groups over the years, where we had to produce petitions, show up in large masses at community meetings, and a whole lot more. And our shoppers and supporters, have shown up and shown out, in more ways than I can count. Our shoppers and supporters also look forward to our market every single month because they trust that the One Africa, One Nation marketplace will bring the best and the brightest artists, vendors, and makers in one location in beautiful Clark Park. Even during this season, our vendors were able to really see the benefits of vending with this powerful anti-colonial institution, such as, and benefits include the networking opportunities with other vendors, community members, and local shoppers. And we also, hold community meetings in between markets to provide support for first-time and seasoned vendors, and a whole lot more. So you have that. And then, this amazing institution provides the means to feed, clothe, and house our vendors and their families on their terms. And that signifies what liberated territory looks like. So that's, I can't say enough about that. But coming out of this pandemic, many people have honed in on a skill or built a new business. And as a result of that, they're always looking for vending opportunities to, to sell their wares. And I've seen new businesses such as candle makers, hair and skin and body companies, apparel companies, jewelry makers, and a whole lot more that have actively sought us to come and vend because they know our reputation for protecting and defending African businesses. And it all attributes to the unleashing of the artistic genius of the African community and what we want to support in facilitating that.
That's so powerful, because we know that African workers are treated so horribly at the colonial jobs that are available in this country and all around the world. So for the Uhuru movement and the market to provide an avenue for them to work for themselves and build their own business to feed their families is extremely powerful and revolutionary.
Yes, definitely. And I just want to say, I just moved to St. Louis in early November, but I was living in Philadelphia for so many years. And the last couple of years that I've been involved in the Uhuru Solidarity movement, I got to, attend the market in person myself. And it was just so powerful being there. And just to see all of, the whole community, the whole African community in West Philadelphia, they're like selling their goods and just being a community. It was, just such a powerful event. And I just really salute you for, coordinating that entire market. I don't know how you did that. Every morning you were like trying to put spaces everywhere.
I can't take the credit. Shout out to the Northern region of the African People's Socialist Party for just doing whatever is necessary to really forward the political line and forward the interest of the interest of the African working class and really making this economic development institution happen. We have representatives from the party that drive from Maryland, drive and travel from New Jersey, drive and travel from Boston. And Boston is no short hike, right? It's no short commute at all. So, it takes relentless dedication, relentless sacrifice, and relentless struggle to really, bring all this together. So, I can't take any of the kudos for this. I really want to put forth the Northern region for doing whatever's necessary to make this economic development institution happen. And just to that end, kind of just piggybacking off of what you were saying, Lynn, just about the power of the markets. The chairman has said time and time again that the marketplace, as well as all of the economic development institutions of the party, are put in place to forward African self-reliance, but is also put in place to solve our own problems. So if there's any deficits or if there's any problems that we need to solve within our community, such as food deserts, such as a lack of access to like medical resources or anything like that, we have these economic development institutions to solve our own problems. Hence the significance of the Uhuru Health Festival and the book fair, and organizing the community. So just want to add that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really great. And I just, we want to know what's the plan for the market moving forward?
Well, right now, we're planning for our holiday market this Saturday. So that's that. And then we can talk about that in a moment, but we're just planning for 2022. So planning out our dates. We are having our community meetings consistently. We are recruiting for all of our various committees and planning for the Uhuru Health Festival, which will happen in April 2022.
It's really exciting.
Yeah.
I want to try and come. So I think our last question for this interview, and this has been really amazing. We want to know if there's any African People's Socialist Party events coming up in Philadelphia or the North region that the people should know about.
Well, as I gave a sneak peek, we have.
Okay, yeah.
And kind of backing up, Casey, you've been to a health festival before, so
I have.
Yeah, it was a whole
amazing,
right? Everyone.
I felt like I was in a different world.
Yeah, but that's what a liberated territory looks like. That's what anti-colonialism looks like. You know, you don't have to worry about, any kind of interventions. You could just, focus on being and doing things on your own terms. So that's what revolution. That's the work that we're aspiring to do. But going back to what you were saying about upcoming events. So we actually have our first ever One Africa, One Nation holiday marketplace is happening this Saturday, December 4th. Yes. So it's our first indoor market, and we are really, really excited. It's happening in West Philadelphia at the Lucian E. Blackwell Center off of 47th and Aspen. So it's a crafters marketplace. So, it's slightly different than what we normally do. It's a flea market setting for our outdoor market. But we have carefully curated vendors that, produce a lot of different items ready for purchase for the holiday season. So the community can come and shop from a selection of 40 vendors. From African clothing to candles to handmade holiday gifts. We'll also have children's activities, food vendors, free giveaways, and a whole lot more. So, this Saturday is going to be the place to be.
Awesome.
Definitely. If you were in Philly, you know where to go on Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't want to see anybody buying any Christmas gifts off Amazon or Walmart.
Yeah.
Go to the holiday flea market sponsored by APDF. And the One Africa, One Nation marketplace.
Buy Black Power. Buy Black Power.
Buy Black Power.
Yes. Uhuru. Thank you so much, North Rep Tiffany. It was really good to see you and awesome speaking with you about this powerful movement.
Thank you both. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
And if you want to find out more information about the One Africa, One Nation market in Philly, you can follow them on Facebook. I believe it's just One Africa, One Nation Market Philadelphia. So check that out if you want to keep up on the latest.
By the way, other Christmas gift ideas are to shop Uhuru Planet.
Oh, yes.
Me and Lynn are both rocking tops from Uhuru Planet, which is an institution of Black Star Industries, the economic front of the African People's Socialist Party. That's coordinated by the African People's Solidarity Committee, and whose office is in this Solidarity Center where we are streaming from. So you can get really cute tops, cute, but an anti-imperialist to show the people, where you at, what you believe, and stolen from Africa, all the different resources that are stolen on a daily basis. So you can show people what's really happening right now while looking stylish.
Definitely. Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, you want to tell us what's up next?
Yes, I do. Next up, we have a powerful presentation on solidarity versus charity by Leah Fifield, this amazing comrade out in Minneapolis. She's a member of USM who has raised many resources through personal fundraisers and what we call reparations challenges. Leah is also the coordinator of the grants team for USM's campaign called Reparations Legacy Project. Welcome to Leah. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Leah.
There she is.
Oh, I don't think we can hear you.
Let's unmute you.
There we go.
All right.
Yay. Uhuru. Uhuru. It's so good to see you, Len and KC. I am so excited to be here. You're just gonna have to excuse me because I've had Permagrin all day long. I've been so excited watching the telethon. I have been watching since 7 a.m. and it has been wonderful, so educational. I have learned so much So I really want to salute all of the presenters, everybody that has been a part of this telethon so far. As Len and Casey said, my name is Leah, and I want to thank all of you who are joining us right now for this 24-hour reparations telethon. I want to greet you with Uhuru, which means freedom. I am the Reparations Legacy Project Grant Coordinator, which means that as a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, I work with the grants team to secure funding for the many essential projects of the Black Power Blueprint. So we are a team that crafts videos, we create written narratives, we do grant research. Basically, we are doing whatever it takes to apply for and win funding to support the Black-led anti-gentrification and economic empowerment programs of the Black Power Blueprint. So the work of the grants team is under the leadership and accountable to the African People's Socialist Party. Its chairman, Omali Yeshitela, and deputy chair, Onezene Yeshitela. And to ensure accountability, I meet weekly with the grant executive team, which is comprised of Maureen, Janice, and Wendy. And I really salute all of their powerful and important work that they do. This grant exec team reports directly to the office of Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela. So I would be remiss if I was not to begin my presentation with a deep, deep salute of appreciation and acknowledgement for my leadership. Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, all of their work in creating the self-determination projects of the Black Power Blueprint and for leading the struggle for Black working class to be free and a self-determining people. So let's start off this presentation with a discussion about how charitable foundations can move beyond philanthropy and take a stand in solidarity with the Black working class and their struggle for economic development. So next slide. Great, okay. The mission of the Reparations Legacy Project, or RLP, which is a campaign of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, is to engage white people with access to financial wealth to take a stand in repairing the damage of slavery and economic injustice through the redistribution of resources towards the Black self-determination programs of the Uhuru movement, specifically the Black Power Blueprint. So we understand that reparations is an act of repairing damage and restoring equitable systems, and that the terms and conditions for reparations are defined by and led by the Black working class, not the white settler population. Charity is based on the premise that oppressed people are deficient in some capacity and that the charitable enterprise should decide what the community needs and how to provide it. This creates a power dynamic that mimics this, top-down oppressive colonial power structure that maintains the inequities we see all around us, such as the wealth gap and gentrification. So in short, charity maintains a power relationship that reinforces economic inequity and ultimately systems of oppression. This power relationship is defined by our leadership as colonialism, the domination of a people for the purpose of economic exploitation and political advantage. So it is important for us to understand that charity maintains colonial conditions and systems of oppression. It does not do anything to alleviate them. Solidarity, on the other hand, understands that conditions of inequity are created by the dominant economic system. Solidarity acknowledges that the oppressed community is in the best position to determine its own needs. So operating within this solidarity framework ensures that the unceasingly oppressed Black working class is respected for its history, its culture, and its genius. So the Reparations Legacy Project stands in complete solidarity with the struggle for self-determination of the Black-led Uhuru movement. We follow their leadership in all of our grant work with the ultimate goal of a world where the need for charity and philanthropy is erased forever and no one lives their life at the expense of anyone else, which, I mean, who doesn't want that world? In order to create such a world, we must stand in solidarity with the struggle for the African working class to be free, self-determining, and to have economic power. Next slide. We apply for grants from charitable foundations to fund the Black Power Blueprint. However, we do this with the understanding that the resources used to build US corporations and charitable foundations are built on a legacy of slavery of African people and the theft of indigenous lands. Therefore, when the Uhuru movement is awarded a grant, it is money returned as reparations to the independent African economy in the hands of the Black working class. The Uhuru movement is very clear that it will never compromise its ideals in exchange for grant money. We on the grants team work to win the return of stolen money and resources with the expectation that the Black-led Uhuru movement will have the absolute freedom to use those returned resources in the manner they determine is best for their own self-determination. So let's just, flush things out a little bit, give some examples of some corporations. Let's look at two different corporate entities, both of which have charitable grant programs, as part of their corporation. So in 1856, R.J. Mendenhall moved to Minnesota from North Carolina and started one of the first banking institutions in Minneapolis, which was called Mendenhall Bank. Initial investments into this bank were from Mendenhall's connections to friends and family back in North Carolina, where he was from, who made their profit from owning African people and exploiting their labor for profit. So due to the infusion of capital from slavery, Mendenhall Bank was a successful enterprise located at one of the busiest intersections in Minneapolis, just off the Mississippi River. It's just right downtown in Minneapolis was where it was. Over the years, the bank merged with other banking institutions. It changed its name, it continued to build wealth, and today we know this bank as US Bank. So you can go to downtown Minneapolis now, and there's the US Bank Stadium, there's US Bank branches all over the place. This bank continues to have a presence in Minneapolis and all sorts of countries throughout, or all sorts of cities throughout this country, rather. So Bank of America, a different corporation, made headlines after the murder of George Floyd when they pledged $250 million each year over the next 4 years to fight racial inequity. While this may sound like a substantial amount of money, the reality is that this is 1% of their yearly profits. So we have to look at how does Bank of America make their profits? One way that they do that is by underwriting municipal bonds that are issued to pay settlements when an African person is brutalized or killed by police. The bank calls these police brutality bonds. So they are using these funds, they're funding these pledges to fight racial inequity through the continued brutalization of African people by police. It's so backwards. These are just two corporate entities that profit from slavery and profit from the continued exploitation of African people, and then they turn around and they offer a tiny percentage of their profits as charity. Charity, which we've already shown, maintains oppressive power structures and upholds inequities. Chairman Omali Yeshitela has called for Bank of America to pay reparations to anti-colonial projects which put economic and political power in the hands of the Black working class. African people are exposing the history of the banking industry and calling out where this wealth comes from, and we need to follow their lead as white people. Next slide. So when it comes to grant funds, the Black working class faces much higher hurdles than their white counterparts in accessing capital across the funding spectrum. Charitable foundations claim they want to fund Black-led organizations. However, for African-led nonprofits, it is quite challenging to reclaim resources. Many grants are by invitation only. Eligibility guidelines limit who can apply. The documentation required is challenging to compile. The application time or process is time consuming. Requirements such as audited financial statements are really cost prohibitive. Even securing nonprofit status requires a lot of time and energy and shuts a significant number of African-led organizations out of the granting process entirely. So it is essential that foundations and charities eliminate these barriers and do whatever they can to open up resources and return them to the communities from which they were taken. Next slide. Foundations must support organizations like the Black Power Blueprint that are making systemic change by addressing the root issue responsible for global inequities, which is colonialism. Projects within the Black Power Blueprint include the Uhuru House Community Center and Event Space, the One Africa, One Nation Outdoor Marketplace, Community Garden and Farmers Market, and there's housing and culinary arts job training for the African Independence Workforce Program that's going to be coming up soon. There are exciting plans for the Uhuru Jiko Commercial Kitchen, Bakery and Cafe. There are plans for an African Women's Integrative Health Center, plans for the Black Power Square Retail Complex and Business Training Center. And then of course, what we're focusing our funding on today is the community controlled basketball court. So this is what power in the hands of the African working class looks like. We do want to send out a huge salute of appreciation to the foundations and organizations that have opened up funding and have funded the Black Power Blueprint through grants. These include Cliff Bar, who provided an unrestricted grant to the Black Power Blueprint, and that money went to funding the demolition of the buildings where the Black Power Square Retail Center is going to be located. We also want to thank Flourish St. Louis for their funding of the African Women's Integrative Health Center, JD Sheth, who supported furnishing the fourplex apartment building that will house the African Independence Workforce Program, the Gateway Foundation of St. Louis. They gave grant money for the beautiful mural that is going to be in the works overlooking the community garden within the One Africa, One Nation marketplace. And Square and MasterCard also gave funding for the annual Black Power Blueprints Halloween celebration. So a really big thank you to these institutions for supporting the self-determination of African people. Next slide. And we are here this Giving Tuesday to raise the rest of the funds needed for the community-controlled basketball court, which is just one project of the Black Power Blueprint that is renovating and transforming numerous properties into dynamic African economic and cultural hubs. These are institutions rooted in the traditional African value of collective prosperity and empowerment. So this court is going to be owned by the people, by the community, and it will serve their interests. Next slide. So if we in the white community want to support the rebuilding of an entire neighborhood on the north side of St. Louis with this ideal of African-led collective empowerment, it's time to put our money where our mouth is. It's time to put our money where our heart is and give what we can to fund the community-controlled basketball court. This basketball court is what Chairman Amalia Shatella called an expression of the democratic anti-colonial right to build Black community control over their own neighborhoods. So you can go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball and give what you can right now. And next slide. And then I want to just put out one call. If anybody is interested in joining our grants team, we need you. So after you send in your monetary support for the basketball court today, you can also shoot us an email. We need writers, proofreaders, editors, whatever skills that you have, we can utilize them in order to apply for grants to support the projects of the Black Power Blueprint. So if you want to stand in solidarity with the African working class, join the team that works to secure grant money as a form of reparations for the Black Power Blueprint. You can email us at grants@reparationslegacy.org. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I really look forward to working with all of you who are watching to get this community basketball court fully funded. We can do this. Uhuru.
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 Thank you, Comrade Leah. And if you want to learn more about the Reparations Legacy Project, which is one of Uhuru Solidarity Movement's campaigns, reparationslegacy.org. All right. So Leah, that was such a compelling presentation.
That was amazing.
Yeah, just thank you so much. And we just really genuinely appreciate you and all of our members and supporters who pay reparations. And these resources are being turned back over to the African working class who are rebuilding their communities. And just like the basketball court, all of the projects of the Black Power Blueprint are building self-reliance, community unity, and morale. So Uhuru, Leah, thank you.
Speaking of donors, next up, we want to show two videos of two of our amazing donors.
I think it's just one video.
Oh, it's just one video of
Hillary,
the
Giaval,
founder of Good Relative. Hillary Giaval has submitted a solidarity statement.
Hi, my name is Hillary Giavalli, and I believe in reparations. Reparations are necessary in the United States because this country was built upon stolen indigenous land, using the stolen lives and labor of people who had been kidnapped from Africa and brought here against their will. This country was founded in economic violence that continues to this day. And I believe that those of us who have access to excess resources are ethically obligated to return them through a process of reparations. For me, personally, I make reparations out of a sense of love and a desire for our mutual healing and liberation. I do not make reparations out of a sense of guilt, but out of a desire to contribute to our shared humanity. This is why I'm a donor to the Black Power Blueprint.
That was powerful.
Yes, Uhuru.
Thank you, Hillary Giavalli.
Yes.
That was a very exciting video and a very wonderful supporter. And next, I believe we are bringing back Leah Fifield along with.
First we're going to show a video.
We're showing a video and then bringing them back.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lynn.
Yes.
We have some more culture from Comrade Asa in Occupied Azania, who we got to see some of his amazing raps earlier, and we get to be treated with another one.
Yes, enjoy.
These are lit.
Introduction. Yeah, I lost my script there, but it's all right. I'll catch up, I'll catch it. Yeah, right? Yo, all power to the people, man. Let's get it in. Here's something from Eminem, right? It's called Venom, but this is a free mix. I call it True Venom. Okay? Y'all ready? You can sing along if you know the words. Okay. Yo, Af cops let the rebels in the motherlands. Beautiful gentleman, black skin down to a skeleton, is here to get it in. That true venom is melanin, breaking your embarrassments just to kidnap your president. After dating him, it's still on, I'm not settling. That paper chase, I'm not getting it. I'll only do so if shredding it. F the government, their neo-colonial parliament. Who gives a damn if it's black? The fact is our practice is damage it. Yo, black power, little something. So this one's called Stolen Black Labor, and I figured that it was very relevant to the kind of event that we're having today. Yo, he's related to the Africa. He's related to the Africa. He's related to the Africa. The Africa. He's related to. So if you're white, you say the Africa. He's related to the Africa. Come on, he's related to the Africa. You understand? Here we go. Time to learn. Politics 101. Mutulu and Kanun say politics is war without guns. Chairman Huey said powers from the barrel of the gun. Chairman Huey said fight on cause the battle has begun. Barack Obama, Nelson Mandela and Zuma are perfidious modern day disciples of Judas. They work for the empire. It matters if they're black, indirect, ruled by white power. Put them in that camp. Understand, the word politician assumes that only a few individuals should govern and rule. Thus, this can only happen when the masses are blinded, producing but being terrorized to form realignment behind a certain party set to.
I got cut
Woo.
off again, but that was
Wow.
amazing.
That really was.
You know what so he was talking about, like, he was quoting Huey P. Newton saying power comes from the barrel of a gun.
Mhm.
And he was talking about Nelson Mandela and Barack Obama working for the interests of imperialism and white power. There's so much that you can learn from in that song. And it reminds me of, actually, this is kind of a crazy story. So very shortly after I was introduced to the Uhuru movement and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the African People's Socialist Party, by one of my coworkers at a vegan diner in Boston, who had just found it by researching online. Very shortly after, I got a new job working at a record distribution warehouse. And one day we got this new shipment of records, and it was a repress of the album Let's Get Free by Dead Prez, which samples speeches from Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the Uhuru movement, and the whole back of the record is totally dedicated to the chairman and the Uhuru movement and the African People's Socialist Party. This was literally 2 weeks after I found out about this movement. So I was like, oh my God, I have to buy this. I literally just joined this organization, and just listening to the music deepened my understanding of what the movement was about. And that's why we talk a lot about, revolutionary culture. That's why the songs written by Jackson about reparations and by Alikia about the Haitian Revolution and Marcus Garvey are so important, because that's how you can reach people that might be the only way they can hear it.
Yes.
So anyway, that was powerful. But now we have two amazing comrades. We're going to bring back Leah, and she's going to be accompanied by Comrade Evie Dollar to talk about what it is that we are supporting here today, what this telethon is all about. Uhuru, Leah, and Evie.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Great to be back.
Uhuru.
Welcome back.
Hello, Evie. Good to see you, Evie.
Thanks, Len. It's nice to see you guys up there.
All right.
Yeah, so my name's Evie. I'm tuning in from Boston. So I'm an artist and a disability rights advocate, and I've been a member of USM for about 2 years now. And I joined Uhuru Solidarity because I was born and raised in Missouri, so I've witnessed firsthand the colonial conditions that people live under in my home state. So joining USM was the perfect way for me to transfer wealth and pay reparations to my home state.
Uhuru, and I'm Leah. I am in Minneapolis, and I have been a proud member of Uhuru Solidarity for a number of years now. And I have really enjoyed being able to be a part of the Reparations Challenge and use my skills and time and energy to raise reparations payments for the Black Power Blueprint and for, to support the Uhuru movement in general. And I do just want to show that I am wearing some of the earrings that Evie has made, and Evie has also participated in using her skills to raise reparations payments. So I really want to salute you for that, Evie. And if anybody wants to get beautiful handmade earrings by Evie, you can also go to uhuruplanet.com and buy them there. So, woohoo.
I'm so glad to see you wearing those, Leah. It's so awesome. Yeah, doing the Art for Reparations campaign has been one of the best things that's happened. It's just, yeah, it's really cool. But anyway, so I'm not sure if we have an update on how much money has been raised at this moment right now. But yeah, for people that are starting to tune in, we just wanted to remind everybody that we're raising reparations for the Black Power Blueprint today, specifically for the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court. And we have a little bit of a slideshow. We've got a video that we can show and give people some background information on the Black Power Blueprint and what they're doing and what they're working on in St. Louis right now.
So Black Power Blueprint means that I will not want everybody to enjoy and get a chance to see another side of North St. Louis.
The Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis was born following the police murder of Mike Brown in 2014. The Black Power Blueprint is testimony to the fact that Mike Brown and the hundreds of other Black people killed by the colonial police did not die in vain. The African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Star Industries believe we must go beyond protest. We must build institutions of economic and political power in the hands of the Black working class community. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis under the bold and innovative leadership of Onezene Yeshitela, president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and we have already transformed our community. We purchased and renovated the Uhuru House at 4101 West Florissant Avenue, which was ready for use by early 2018. We bought 2 adjacent buildings down the street at College and West Florissant. In 2019, we demolished the corner building, which is slated to become a community basketball court. Even during the pandemic, we didn't miss a beat, and throughout the year 2020, we completed the stage in the outdoor space, installed a wrought iron fence, and then planted the garden.
This is powerful because you're here.
We completely renovated the 4-plex apartment building on College Avenue that will provide housing for our African Independence Workforce Training Program for our brothers and sisters coming out of the prison system. We also demolished 2 other nearby buildings on West Florissant to make way for retail shops and contracted with the LRA for property designated for an African women's facility. In 2021, we installed an electronic sign on the side of the Uhuru House. We had a huge victory in June 2021 when we launched our One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market with a grant from the USDA. The initiative of the Black Power Blueprint has mobilized the North St. Louis African community and won supporters, volunteers, and donors from every part of the city and around the world. Some make donations as a stand of reparations to the African community.
Right, Kylie? Yeah.
Many community members have expressed what the Black Power Blueprint means to them.
You see the money going back into the community.
We want to build our neighborhoods to get our families back.
Volunteer and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org.
Uhuru. That's such a great video. I'm so glad that they got that ready for the slideshow. Yeah, it's just, I love
Black
that
Power
video.
Blueprint means.
All right, and it does look like we have an update on the current amount raised, which is $108,041. So we just have $21,959 left to go. And we can do this. This is totally doable. We just all have to chip in. We have to take responsibility, and it is time to pay some reparations. So very excited that we only have just over 21,000 left to go. And that was a great video. Really beautiful. So we're going to take a quick look at some of the events and milestones that have happened over the past year that are part of the Black Power Blueprint. So this slide is showing some of the volunteer work days that have happened in the Gary Brooks Community Garden, which is this beautiful community garden space that is located within the One Africa, One Nation marketplace. So, you know, this is a chance for the north side of St. Louis to be self-determining in their food production. Of course, the north side is an area that experiences food apartheid. So they do not have access to grocery stores with fresh food, and, you know, nutritious food the way that we do in the white community. And of course, having access to these things is something that we tend to take for granted as white people. So they are putting power back in the hands of the Northside community to grow, produce, create their own food. So the community garden is a huge part of that. Next slide. And then, of course, there was this historic electoral campaign run by Kalambai Anjanette, who is the president of the International International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in PDUM. So her tagline was "Revolutionary Times, Revolutionary Solutions." So amazing! What a great campaign this was, and you know, this is just another part of the Uhuru movement, is running these kinds of electoral campaigns that are bringing African self-determination into the electoral arena and, you know, talking about the revolutionary change that needs to happen. Next slide. And then this is some images from the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace and Farmers Market, which was really exciting. There was a USDA grant that was won to fund the farmers market this year. So the farmers market was able to be held on a monthly basis, and it's going to continue into 2022, but it's going to be on a weekly basis. So again, this is another way that the Northside community gets to have economic development in their own hands. So this farmers market is all about bringing in local vendors, local cultural workers, local people who are growing their own food. You know, it is by and for the Black community, which is so important. And again, farmers markets are things that we take for granted in the white community. You know, who doesn't have access to a farmers market in the white community? We all do. Exactly. But this is not happening in Black communities, in African communities, in Indigenous communities. So this absolutely needs to be part of a self-determination project. And next slide. Oh, and then we had the Halloween Festival. So this is an annual event at the Black Power Blueprint where the community can get together. You know, it's a space for kids to have fun on Halloween. Families come. Just a really wonderful thing to see, a safe, welcoming, exciting, fun space created on the North Side where the community can get together and celebrate the holiday and build community. Next slide.
All right, so I think is my mic working?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right, sorry about that. I wanted to make sure it was actually on. Yeah, so this is the lot that the African People's Education and Defense Fund has already purchased. And you saw in the video that we just played that they have started to tear down some of the condemned buildings on that corner. And they have pretty much just leveled the lot and getting it ready for the court. And this is all in the same kind of city block. So you can stand in one corner and look out and kind of see everything that the Black Power Blueprint is doing, which is pretty cool. And if we go to the next slide, we can see some of the things that we have left to raise money for. So yeah, we saw in our video with the Black Power Blueprint, they were tearing down these condemned buildings.
Yes.
Yeah, so they still have the concrete left to pour. We still have servicing the court to do.
I think actually, Evie, these are things that we've already raised money for. So these are projects, part of it that's completed already, which is really exciting.
Okay. Sorry, my bad.
No problem at all.
So what were some of the things, do you know, Leah, what are the things that they're going to be doing next? What are the next steps to opening the court? I know they still have to do water and lights. Those are some of the things they talked about.
Yeah, so just to go through really quickly the things that we have already gotten the funding for. You did see the picture of the concrete work, so that funding is all taken care of. The surfacing for the court is all taken care of as well. The, let's see, the lighting, the fences, the bleachers, the hoops, all of that is already taken care of. So Evie, I think you can go into this next section with what we need, what we're raising money for and what it's going to go for right now.
Okay, all right. So today, this is our goal for today. And you said we have $21,000 left to raise today before the day is over. So we still have grading and dirt removal. We still need $14,500 for that. So yeah, and like you said earlier, it's going to take a bunch of small donations. It's going to take a little bit of work from everybody. Earlier today, I pledged $50 for myself. So hopefully I can help get that number up there after we get off this. But yeah, it's going to take, it's going to take everybody pitching in and sending this to all your friends and family members and letting everyone that you know about this project. We need small donations. So we have donations from $5 to $99 are going to get some give backs. I don't know if we wanted to play some of the slides about the give backs and get people pumped up about donating and giving money to this project.
Yeah, we can go to the next slide. All right, so for a donation of $5 to $99, if you send that in, you're going to get this magnet. Wonderful, basketball court magnet that you can put up on your fridge. You can go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball and give your donation of $5 to $99 right now. Next slide.
Looks like we just got a donation of $100 from Marshall.
All right, Marshall.
Thank you, Marshall. Uhuru.
Uhuru, that is wonderful. Yes, so we have remaining $21,859 left to go. We can do this. So if you decide to send in a donation today of between $100 to $299, you're going to get this fantastic set of 4 coasters. And this has the basketball court logo on them. Who doesn't need a coaster? We all need a couple of coasters. So send in your donation of between $100 to $299 to gofundme.com/communitybasketball, and you can get one of these thank yous and give backs. Next slide. And then if you're going to give a little bit more, a donation between $300 and $499, you get this nice warm beanie cap that has the Black Power Blueprint logo on it. And I don't know about you all, but I live in Minnesota and it is chilly here, and we do not go outside without a beanie cap on. Nobody is outside without hats on right now. So this is definitely something that I would love to get. So I want to make sure that I am donating today somewhere in that $300 to $499 range. You can go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball and send in your donation. And next slide. And then if you're donating at the level of between $500 to $999, you get the whole cornucopia of give backs, which is the 4 coasters, the magnet, and the beanie cap. So you can just, you will be decked out with Black Power Blueprint and community basketball court apparel and paraphernalia. You can show all your friends and family. You can share some of these give backs with your friends and family. Let's go to the next slide. And then if you're giving a donation of over $1,000, you do get this beautiful sweatshirt with the community basketball court logo on it. Again, you can go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball and give what you can. We all need to chip in to do this. We need to make this happen. We just need to raise over $21,000 to complete the total amount needed of $130,000 to start the construction on this basketball court. Let's go to the next slide.
So with my $50 pledge, it looks like we're down to $21,809. So that's $21,809 left. How many hours left do we have? I think
over 12.
Yeah, we're gonna.
So we've got some time, but send in your money now.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's really important to, with Giving Tuesday and with the holidays and everything, there's this narrative of like charity and thinking about people who are less fortunate than you, and I feel like it's so much more important to talk about, this isn't charity. There's a difference between charity and reparations. And, charity is kind of, it's maintaining that power structure of somebody has capital and they can tell you what to do, and they have the power over the capital. But, reparations is repairing the damage. It's taking away that power structure in the first place. There wouldn't be a need for charity if reparations were happening. So I think it's really important to remind people that are tuning in and watching, and people that are donating or, you know, reading about the Black Power Blueprint. It's not just a matter of charity, it's a matter of repairing the community, and giving these people the resources that should have belonged to them in the first place. So solidarity, not charity.
Absolutely. Uhuru, yes, solidarity, not charity. Yes, so go right now to gofundme.com/communitybasketball. And I would also like to say that, you know, the reason that I support the Black Power Blueprint, it's really simple. This is what gives me hope for the future. You know, we in the white or European community, we are able to witness the rebuilding of an entire community on the north side of St. Louis by and for the Black working class. So, you know, this community is being rebuilt with those guiding principles that I was talking about in the earlier presentation of collective empowerment and African self-determination. So it's like this is the creation of an entire ecosystem that is very holistic in its focus, you know, in that it supports the African community's ability not only to feed, clothe, and house themselves, which it definitely does, but it also is about, you know, supporting the ability to gather in safe, beautiful spaces where the community can build its own power, you know, and sense of community. So, you know, we're able to watch day by day how the African working class is taking back control over their lives and their resources, and they're doing this through the Black Power Blueprint. And it's just one of the most exciting and hopeful endeavors to witness and to support and to, you know, make this like commitment to be supportive of, this real strong like daily commitment. I am going to continue to pay reparations. This isn't going to be a one-time thing. I'm going to figure out how to pay reparations, you know, ongoing in order to ensure that this project is fully funded. So if you're sick and tired of, like me, of, you know, my comfort and affluence coming at the expense of the oppression of African, Indigenous, and colonized peoples, then you're in the right place. This is exactly where you need to be. So let's put our time, money, and resources and energy into programs that are making a concrete material change in the lives of the African working class. And that is exactly what the Black Power Blueprint is all about. And
exactly
that is what the community basketball court is all about.
Exactly. This is reparations in action.
Absolutely. So go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball.
GoFundMe.com/communitybasketball. That is right. That is so exciting. This telethon has been amazing. But you know what's even more amazing? What? In 1 hour's time, we got prime time. It is going to be lit. We're going to have Penny Hess, the chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee. We are going to have the architect of the Black Power Blueprint herself, Deputy Chair Onizanea Shatella, and we are going to have the founder and leader of the Uhuru Movement, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omalia Shatella. Yeah. We're so excited. That's going to happen in about an hour. So we have an assignment for Leah, for Evie, for our studio audience, and for everyone tuning in. Share this video because we're going to try and quadruple our audience for the primetime hour because it's going to be amazing and you don't want to miss it.
Yes.
Also, a great announcement is that Comrade Leah, in case you haven't heard, has been matching or adding $20 to every donation that has happened. And she pledged to do that for the first 50 donations that come in during the telethon. And now there are 3 more donors to go. Two. We just got one.
Yeah, Zoe.
For $50. Over Zoe. So that $50 $50 is actually $70 because Leah is adding $20 to every donation that has come in. So the $50 I gave earlier was $70. If you want to give $50, it'll become $70. If you want to give $1, it'll become $21.
Yes.
Talk about a deal. You know, we just had Black Friday, Cyber Monday. It is Giving Tuesday. It is time to pay reparations to support this incredible project. The Black Power Blueprint and the outdoor community basketball court is reparations in action. It is African self-determination in action. And take advantage of this deal right now where whatever you donate will be $20 automatically added to it because of the stand of Comrade Leah.
Yes.
Who will boost your donation.
Definitely. Uhuru.
2 more people. So the next 2, do it. Do it now.
Yes, definitely. And, you know, so giving reparations is not only just a financial thing, but it can also be by, you know, donating your skills, donating your time. And that's what, you know, all of us that are part of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, a lot of us do. And just like I want to give a shout out to, you know, Comrade Leah, who is the grants coordinator for the Reparations Legacy Project. And it was actually, you know, earlier this year that Leah held a fundraiser for another significant project of the Black Power Blueprint, and that was the African Women's Health Center. And so we just want to take a couple minutes now to show you the video of this project. Let's take a look.
Each year, the number of babies that die during childbirth in St. Louis could populate 15 kindergarten classrooms. Imagine all that potential lost. Each neighbor, family member, or friend who loses a baby faces enormous emotional suffering. The Black community in St. Louis suffers from an infant mortality rate 3.3 times that of white people. A 2019 study found that Black women in St. Louis County were nearly twice as likely to die while pregnant or after giving birth compared to white women. In a city that is home to some of the best medical care in the country, African women often lack access to prenatal and postnatal care. We recognize these grave disparities to be a symptom of an unjust system in which our power and self-determination has been taken from us. But with the Black Power Blueprint, we are fighting to take back our power over our own communities and resources, including the futures of our children. We are embarking on Phase 5 of the Black Power Blueprint, a Black-led wellness education center to empower Black women and girls in caring for our physical, mental, and emotional wellness. The vision is to provide health and self-care programs that reinforce our traditional African culture and invest in the future of our community, with doula and childbirth educator certification programs, along with opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. The African Women's Health Program is specifically designed to alleviate the trauma women and children face in our communities due to lack of healthcare and ability to control our healthcare choices. Traditionally, the Black community values collective prosperity, a value we trace back to Africa. The African Women's Health Program addresses the mental and physical health of Black girls and women by providing prenatal, birthing, and postnatal care, trauma-informed yoga, an annual African Girls' Day event, a medicinal herb treatment program, and more. Following the murder of Mike Brown in 2014, the Uhuru movement created the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis to go beyond protest and provide solutions to the deep poverty, racial trauma, poor health, unemployment, and lack of housing and healthy food our community experiences. The Black Power Blueprint is a comprehensive neighborhood revitalization project that is transforming North St. Louis through renovation, self-sustaining economic development, and political power by and for the Black community. We have long recognized that our community has the capacity to solve our own problems through self-reliance projects driven by the needs of the community rather than having solutions imposed on us. We create programs that empower the people from the ground up to create lasting change. The African Women's Health Center will be a much-needed respite for our community. It will empower us in taking charge of our health and well-being. Support this innovative and empowering program. Donate today.
Wow, that was
Right.
such a powerful video, and even more powerful project.
Definitely.
We also want to thank our comrade in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement who's here in St. Louis, Ari, who is a very talented photographer and video editor who put that video together to support the grants team. And I just want to salute Comrade Leah for coordinating that fundraising campaign where $8,000 was raised for the African Women's Health Center. Let's give a round of applause for that. I mean, that is just, it's so powerful. I mean, statistics alone, you know, that Black women are twice as likely to die in childbirth as white women. Just plainly, you can see that there's two Americas, two realities. African people are robbed constantly of control of their communities and healthcare. And the Black Power Blueprint is turning that around and making African self-determination and reparations a reality.
Yes.
So I want to turn it over to Lynn.
Yeah, thank you. So up next, we're actually going to pass it off to Chair Jesse Neville for a little bit to talk about the marches for reparations that took place in 5 different cities across the U.S. In October. Uhuru, Jesse.
Uhuru.
We're scooting.
All right. So I just want to say my anticipation for prime time hour at 6:25 is becoming unbearable. I can't wait for Chairman Amalia Shatella to be here, for Deputy Chair Onizanea Shatella to be here, for Chairwoman Penny Hess to return to the airwaves of this amazing Reparations Telethon. And I just really want to salute Leah and Evie. That was great. That was a great appeal. And everyone who's contributed up to now. And yeah, we want to show a video actually about the March for Reparations to African People. And I wanted to share something with you. Chairwoman Penny Hess just let me borrow this for a minute so I can share this with you. This is the, here you go. I'm getting right up there.
Oh yeah.
That is the program for the Walk Against Genocide held, as you can see there, August 8th and 9th, 1981.
Wow.
So we'll show and tell here. Boom. Illustrated by Ruby, right? Ruby Gittleson.
Wow.
And the reason I'm showing this to you is because we're about to show you a video of the March for Reparations campaign that occurred in 5 cities this past October. And I wanted to put that in some historical context. This was the 3rd annual Walk Against Genocide in 1981. That means the first one was in the late 70s. I'm doing my math right.
Yeah,
here.
79.
Which means that the March Against Genocide that was held this past October was part of a continuum of a long march for reparations to African people that the African People's Socialist Party and the African People's Solidarity Committee has been on, for over 40 years. And this program, I'm sure we'll talk more about this later, but the Walk Against Genocide and the tradition and legacy of the African People's Solidarity Committee. Oh, you probably couldn't hear me just now because I didn't have a mic on. Okay, well, that's all right. The legacy of raising the question of reparations to African people and functioning as an extension of the anti-colonial struggle for African liberation into the white colonizer society. That's the strategy of the African People's Socialist Party that informed the creation of the African People's Solidarity Committee that under Chairwoman Penny's leadership, under the leadership of the party and the chairman, has been relentlessly fighting to raise this question, to raise this revolutionary anti-colonial demand inside of the white community for over 45 years. And it was a great honor this past year to coordinate and participate in the March for Reparations to African People, which we kind of revived the year before, and which is going to once again become an institutionalized annual event and campaign of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement as it once was. And we plan to expand it and make it more like the way it was back in the day, where this is the program for the event in 1981. It's page after page of speakers and culture and solidarity statements, and it was just an incredible event. So endorsements, yes, including from the mayor of the city of Berkeley and many different.
Walk Against Genocide Day.
Yes, which there was actually the mayor made a resolution to have an official day for the Walk Against Genocide. It included statements from El Salvador, the Palestinian movement, the National Black Independent Political Party, Grenada, Nicaragua, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this was really powerful. And again, it is on this platform, on this foundation, on this legacy that we are tasked with continuing to deepen and build the strategy of the African People's Socialist Party to bring the revolutionary struggle for reparations to African people into the belly of the beast, to take it behind enemy lines, and to make it something that white people are able to recognize, like to make it a household word.
Mhm.
That was the party's campaign through everything the party did, including the tribunals that we heard about earlier, and through APSC, is to make reparations the household word and a household practice in the white community, to make it normal for white people to know what reparations is. And again, as Chairwoman Penny Hess said earlier, when this was held, reparations was not a household word, and now it is. But what we need to make a household word now and a household understanding now is that if we're white people who are truly for reparations to African people, it's not enough to just say that. It's not even enough to just come out with a sign that says reparations. We have to be organized, and we have to be organized under the leadership of the African working class led movement for Black power, African self-determination, and national liberation. That's the only way. That's the true test of our commitment to reparations. That it's not a one-time thing. It's not just a march. It's an ongoing commitment to organization and to taking responsibility for the fact that we sit on this pedestal of the oppression and colonization of African people. So I do want to just make a profound salute to everybody, including Chairwoman Penny Hess, and as well as President Kalambaye Antoinette, Representative Malika Ngweji, the African People's Socialist Party's Haiti expert Alikia Ngoma, Angelica Mueller-Rowry, KC here, Abby. What is this list I'm naming here? This is everybody who participated in making the St. Louis March for Reparations a huge success this past year. I got to be a part of it. It was amazing. It was a few weeks after I moved here, so it was a powerful thing to be a part of. And this video contains two of my favorite presentations that we had at that march. One from President Kalambaye Antoinette, and the next one from Chairwoman Penny. And before we get to those presentations, you're actually going to see a few snippets of other marches and rallies for reparations that happened throughout the country, because this campaign swept Oakland, California, St. Petersburg, Florida, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania had an amazing one. Portland, Oregon, and I feel like I'm missing something. Was that 4? Okay, and then
of course St. Louis.
St. Louis, Missouri. So next year we plan to greatly expand this. If you're interested in holding an action, a rally, or a march for reparations to African people, you can contact us at info@uhurusolidarity.org. And the March for Reparations was itself a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint's community basketball court. In fact, raised over $23,000 nationally for the basketball court. So let's take a look. We'll take you back to October 16th of this year, the March for Reparations to African people. Uhuru.
I'm born and raised right here in St. Louis, Missouri. Lived on the north side, lived on the south side. My family was very unstable, so I lived all in every ward. Like most African people have been pushed out of the south side. I remember living on Wyoming. And because a white family didn't want to live next to my 3 black brothers, that he called them names every single day and called the police, and my mom wanted to save her sons, moved from the south side somewhere else. So born and raised right here in St. Louis, and August 9th, my life changed when I met Chairman Amali Yeshitela. Chairman Amali Yeshitela is the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, a vanguard party. And I was just a young lady from St. Louis that learned how to be amongst white people. I passed the test. I was in the DSAG program, so got bused to Parkway, graduated from Parkway North. In 1998, I was the first black girl that had ever been the queen of Parkway North School. I don't really know if I consider it a badge of honor, but what I realized is that it taught me how to hate myself. I had to hate myself and love white people to survive this so-called America. And so when I met Chairman Amali Yeshitela, trying to understand why my 2 brothers was murdered, one died in 95, the other one died in 97, and having a father that went to Vietnam that was a good father, never left my family, but had an itch. And every time he went to the VA hospital, they never did anything for me or my family. So I was trying to understand the conditions, and the only thing that was ever given to me is 66 books of the Bible and a know-how to walk and talk white to survive this nightmare. And so when I met Chairman Amali Yeshitela when Mike Brown died, I gained myself. And I learned to hate what white people have done to my people, to gain, to understand the fight for liberation for African people, and to be that is a great thing, because African liberation is not at the expense of anyone else. And the way humanity has been surviving as one group of people against another group of people for survival. That means that our kids' life is cut short. That means that our kids learn to hate themselves before ever learning to love themselves. That means that we go to more funerals than we go to weddings. That means that we live in food deserts. That means that we understand as African people that the worst crime to humanity is poverty. The worst crime to humanity is poverty. So then we watch the news and hear them blame ourselves. Tell us that y'all need to stop killing each other. Even put signs in our yard. And then white people had the nerves to make a whole movement telling us our life matter. Like we didn't understand that when we pushed the baby out. I didn't need no white person to put a sign in their yard saying Black Lives Matter for me to understand that when I carried my baby 9 months in my womb and I pushed her out on that table, that her life mattered. So I'm saying something deeper than that. We say in the Uhuru movement that black power matters. Black people have to have power. Black people have to bring in and usher in socialism, because the African working class got to win this struggle. See, Marx was wrong because he tried to even the fields between workers. But it's a class contradiction. And the African working class got to lead the struggle. Because if it don't, it will be left up to white people that will make it convenient for white people. We've seen that with the feminist movement. White women got on our backs. And the Me Too, just because they locked up R. Kelly, they did not bring justice to us. That is our trade to give them to the African community. Not my enemy. Because it's the same people that locked them up, it's the ones that gave him the power to rape African children. And they didn't care. So forget you, Me Too. The feminist movement got on our backs. And even me as a lesbian that is proud, understand that first fight that I ever have is that I'm a black woman. So I can't fight for gay rights. Gay rights have to fall under the leadership of the African working class, because humanity will not be free. Gay people will not have rights until African people are free. And so we say white people owe reparations, all white people. All white people have to join humanity by being under the leadership of the African working class. Not because you got black friends. They do not change the material interest in our life. They don't change and make this reality that we experience every day as African people better. But when you join USM, when you put the resources into programs like the Black Power Blueprint, this is what gives Black people the power to say that we have power over our life. This is not about liking. This is about power. This is about this is about living. This is about us living for all children to be saved under humanity. So the African working class, the peasants, gotta lead that struggle. Because when Pookie and Ray Ray, little pistol starting, little stomach ache, when they have power, we all have power. And so that's why we gotta lead the struggle. So I'm saying, I want everybody to know that EPDM is a mass organization. So the Africans that's out here, holler at me. It's our responsibility to lead our own struggle. White people go to the white people and win them. But as African people, it's our responsibility to lead our struggle. And it's multiple ways that we do that. Under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, come into the mass organization. Help build the One Africa, One Nation market right in the north side. Tangible resources. Things that you can actually see changing their lives. Seeing the little lady that started her own business making jewelry, making an income to go along with the retirement that's never enough. See the lady that started the pickles, making pickles to make economic development for her and her children, to leave something, a legacy beyond just working for somebody. Come and be a part of this. So I'm calling on all the Africans out here to holler at me, join EPDM, get involved, because we gonna get free. We international, we fighting here in St. Louis, but we winning. We winning on all fronts because we understand that we 1 billion strong. That I'm not American, I reject that. I reject it. I rejected my comrade because she was born somewhere that she changed and did something else. We understand that we one people. We're not Jamaicans. We're not Belizeans. We are African people, 1 billion strong, and what separates us is where the boat stops. And so we coming for everything that's ours. So we say, fist up. Fight back. Fist up. Fight back. Uhuru.
Uhuru means freedom. Can everybody hear me? Am I being heard? I don't know. Okay, Uhuru. Again, my name is Penny Hess. I want to salute President Calabai Antoinette. That was so powerful. Uhuru and Jesse Todd, Alderman Jesse Todd. I want to salute all of you who came out today to take a stand for reparations from the white community with the African community of St. Louis and the world. And that takes courage, that takes commitment. And what we're talking about, though, is that we have to do more than march. I know that last year we saw an incredible outpouring after the brutal police murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, not too far from here. And there were more than 10,000 demonstrations throughout this country and all over the world. And yet, the conditions still exist. People have marched, people have come out, but the fact is that in fact the police have murdered more than 1,000 people in the time since George Floyd was murdered. So the conditions are not over. And I want to say first of all that we're not fighting against racism. We are fighting against colonialism. It is not systematic or systemic racism. It has a name wherever it is in the world, and it is called colonialism. That's right. When a whole people dominate another whole people for power and for profit. So I want to say that first of all, get used to hearing the word colonialism because that is what it is. It doesn't do any good for us as white people to take a class to unlearn racism and go back to where we live. Delmar divide as the African community continues to live on its side. No, the system must change. I want to say, first of all, that, again, we are an organization of white people formed by the African People's Socialist Party, which is an organization that has been in existence for 50 years, that exists in African and Black communities all over the U.S., the Caribbean, and Africa. And they are working to unite African people everywhere to liberate Africa, which belongs to them, and to free African people everywhere. And this is the true struggle for socialism. And we understand, so I salute my leadership that formed our organization. Chairman Omali Yeshitela could not be with us here today, but who you will see, because he does speak in St. Louis. He's incredible. He has been there since the very beginning in 1972, so it will be the 50th anniversary, continuing from the 1960s until now, that African people are going to be free, and it is in our interest. Now I want to say that when we look at the fact that there is colonialism inside the borders of the United States, not just talking about, Vietnam, not just talking about Lebanon, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, we're talking about African people and indigenous people right here, then we're talking about the fact that capitalism and the United States wealth and power exists because, as the imperialist power of the planet, because Europeans, white people, assaulted Africa starting in the 1400s, kidnapped African human beings and turned them into commodities for sale for hundreds of years, and kidnapped African people, forced their labor, stole their genius, their land, their minerals, forced them, trafficked them. Talk about human trafficking. That was the original human trafficking, forcing human beings all over the world and allowing white people in Europe to transform from peasants and poverty into the wealthiest population on the earth. So we have to look at that and admit to and take responsibility for that truth. And I challenge anybody to look at your history and challenge what is being said. That is the way that America and Europe were built, in addition to coming to this hemisphere and participating in massive genocide against indigenous people and stealing their land, and who still live also under colonialism inside the U.S. today and around the world. And the fact that Europe has dominated the entire 90% of the population of the planet, that's where wealth comes from. Yeah. That's where it comes from. And that's why it is said, as President Columbine said, that the African working class must lead the worldwide struggle, because we can't continue to live on this planet the way it exists today. And if we look at climate change, look at the things that are happening solve the problems created by this system. We are the colonizers. As much as we don't want to be that, that is the reality. That's what the Del Mar Divide means. That's why our ancestors lynched African people. That's why we participated in the genocide against the indigenous people and support what the U.S. does around the world, because all of us sit on that pedestal, and that we have an interest in joining in a new world, and that's what we're calling on. That's what it means to join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and make a commitment to reparations as a reality in the world today. So I want to say Uhuru and yay, reparations!
Uhuru. That was so powerful. As an
Yes.
attendee of the St. Louis March for Reparations, I can testify to how powerful it was that day. And also want to shout out some new donations, one from one of our AV techs and the one of the chanters at the St. Louis March for Reparations, Abby Havens, who gave $5.
Yes.
Because Aaliyah,
Yes.
were you the last donor for
Second to
Leah's
last.
bump? Okay, so, and then we did get our last donor for Leah's matching fund. Jesse Neville, who you just saw, gave $10, and
Yes.
Leah has made it 30. I can't do math.
Uhuru.
So that is really exciting. And we want to, take a moment again to encourage people. If you've already donated, you can do it again. I know I gave $50 this morning because I believe in reparations and I support the Black community basketball court, but I'm going to give another $50. And I know that as a result that I will get these give backs. If you give $100 or up to $200 to $299, you get 4 of these amazing coasters, which you can use to put your drinks and not stain your furniture.
Definitely.
So definitely do that.
Yes.
And also wanted to get everybody really excited because we are getting closer and closer to prime time. I just wanted to be here. But until then, we have some other exciting things on the program. So prime time is going to have Chairwoman Penny Hess of the African People Solidarity Committee and Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, the architect of the Black Power Blueprint. And of course, the leader of the Uhuru movement, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. It's going to be amazing. But first, we have a video showing some more culture from a very beloved, popular culture worker in Philly who does many performances at the Uhuru Furniture Store there, Karen Smith. So let's check out some of her drumming.
Just to kind of heal the earth, heal the energy that's floating around that's not so good, and kind of balance it all out, and for a very good cause. Also have a djembe here. I'll play a little bit of that before I end. It's always a pleasure. It's important to support the Uhuru movement and all the things that fall under that umbrella. Yeah, I've been very much fortunate to be a part of Uhuru since I moved to Philadelphia more than 25 years ago. So it's been a very resourceful and one of the best places that and organizations I've ever been a part of. So yes, especially for Uhuru. Because they're warriors. giving.
Uhuru, that was
Wow.
amazing.
Really, really amazing. Yeah, earlier Karen performed live at the Uhuru Furniture Store in Philadelphia, but we were having some technical difficulties, so we weren't really able to hear very well. So I'm really, really glad that we have that video because Karen is just such a talented, revolutionary comrade.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I was jamming. That was so good.
Definitely, really amazing. So we now want to introduce to you two really amazing comrades. We have Jamie Simpson back again and Sarah Ritterspa.
Tell us why we are doing this telethon.
Uhuru, comrades, Uhuru, Sarah. It's great to see you, comrade.
So good to see you, Jamie. So good to be here. I am so excited to be live again with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. What an honor to be doing this appeal with you, Jamie. I couldn't be more thrilled.
Yes, indeed. It is an honor as always. And, that was just such great, culture that we just heard. That drumming, was just beautiful. This has been a fantastic telethon so far. I just want to salute everyone who's been making this such an incredible success. The Reparations Telethon annual Giving Tuesday 24-hour telethon. And we have this goal of raising $33,000 today for this basketball court, and it is such a deserving cause. It's so worthy, and you can be part of making this a reality right now by going to GoFundMe.com/community basketball. That's GoFundMe.com/community basketball. So let's take a look at this project. We're going to go now to a video action.
The Black Power Blueprint means that I will not want everybody to enjoy and get a chance to see another side of North St. Louis.
The Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis was born following the police murder of Mike Brown in 2014. The Black Power Blueprint is testimony to the fact that Mike Brown and the hundreds of other Black people killed by the colonial police did not die in vain. The African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Star Industries believe we must go beyond protest. We must build institutions of economic and political power in the hands of the Black working class community. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis under the bold and innovative leadership of Onezene Yeshitela, president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and we have already transformed our community. We purchased and renovated the Uhuru House at 4101 West Florissant Avenue, which was ready for use by early 2018. We bought 2 adjacent buildings down the street at College and West Florissant. In 2019, we demolished the corner building, which is slated to become a community basketball court. Even during the pandemic, we didn't miss a beat, and throughout the year 2020, we completed the stage in the outdoor space, installed a wrought iron fence, and then planted the garden.
This is powerful because you're here.
We completely renovated the 4-plex apartment building on College Avenue that will provide housing for our African Independence Workforce Training Program for our brothers and sisters coming out of the prison system. We also demolished 2 other nearby buildings on West Florissant to make way for retail shops and contracted with the LRA for property designated for an African women's facility. In 2021, we installed an electronic sign on the side of the Uhuru House. We had a huge victory in June 2021 when we launched our One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market with a grant from the USDA. The initiative of the Black Power Blueprint has mobilized the North St. Louis African community and won supporters, volunteers, and donors from every part of the city and around the world. some make donations as a stand of reparations to the African community.
Right, Kylie? Yeah.
Many community members have expressed what the Black Power Blueprint means to them.
You see the money going back into the community.
We want to build our neighborhoods to get our families back.
Volunteer and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org.
Uhuru, wow, that was so powerful. The Black Power Blueprint has accomplished so much already, and I just want to interject that I know our goal is we have $109,000 that we've raised so far. So it's actually 109,331, and we have 20,669 to go. So I also wanted to shout out a new donor, Raya Fogarty, who just contributed $25. So please keep that coming in. Uhuru, Raya, that's fantastic. And I want to turn it over to you now, Sarah. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the progress of the Black Power Blueprint.
Absolutely. Uhuru, everyone. Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade Jamie, for that introduction. And you know what? That video speaks for itself and does a much better job of showing everybody out there the power of the Black Power Blueprint, of its namesake, than I could do in my own words. But here we wanted just to showcase a little bit of each of the projects that we've accomplished this year. So the first one that you see on the screen here is Workdays in the Community Garden. So this is just a living example of Black power by the African community for the African community. We're talking about fresh, healthy sustenance for these people. And they come together in the community here to cultivate. And this is just an excellent example of one of the early projects of the Black Power Blueprint. What else do we have? The electoral campaign, Revolutionary Times, Revolutionary Solutions. So Kalambayi, Bentham Antoinette, and we had T'Challa Masimba launch revolutionary campaigns in the St. Louis area for alderpersons. And they both ran on a platform of reparations. And never before have we seen such a powerful stance in this colonial America. The One Africa, One Nation Marketplace. This was launched just earlier this year in the summertime, and on a monthly basis, folks came together to sell goods by African vendors and small business owners, to enjoy the weather together and just celebrate the power of the Black Power Blueprint and each other. So this is just the beginning of what the Black Power Blueprint has in store. The first of many blueprints and powerful projects that we envision across this country and across the world.
Yeah, that's right. You can see here the Halloween festival at the One Africa, One Nation marketplace that just drives home how important this project is to the entire community. That, I remember hearing about the kids that would see the red, black, and green flag when the Black Power Blueprint first got off the ground, just how, they would be on the buses and fists coming out of the buses, just saluting that, because they can see a future for themselves. And this Halloween festival was just a way for children and the entire community to showcase their creativity, their genius, to get together, to have fun. And that's what the basketball court that we're talking about raising funds for tonight is going to do too. It's going to provide a chance for recreation, which is just a basic human need, a fundamental anti-colonial demand. African community control of the basketball court. So that's the Halloween festival.
Jamie,
And-
I'm going to interject here. We've got a new
Yeah.
donor. Robert just donated $100. So that is excellent. Excellent. We are $100 closer, folks. We've raised $109,431. Remaining is only $20,569. So compared to where we are now, that is absolutely nothing. We'll keep chipping away. We'll get there. Thank you, Robert. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Robert. We certainly will get there, Sarah. In fact, I'm confident that this telethon is going to see us going way beyond our goal. This movement, this project has just been on a fast track to push back against colonialism, push back against gentrification. You see here, APEDF has purchased the lot for this basketball court, and already, if I'm not mistaken, demolished a dilapidated building. You see there the before and after. And this is the like war zone type atmosphere that you see in the colony and in the African community, the let it rot policy. And this project is just building hope everywhere it goes. And also demolished the vacant building and abandoned building next door. I mean, this is step by step buying up properties, getting rid of all these signs of decay and building something living. So far, as Sarah, as you pointed out, let's see, we have raised the money for. Let's take a look at what this money has been raised for. Concrete work, $33,000, 540 for the concrete work. I love that. You know, everything we do in this movement is concrete. The fence, $26,985. And the lights, so important to have lighted space for a community basketball court. You know, that just provides a sense of safety, of this is our space. This is where we can come together and have whatever type of basketball game late into the night. So that just looks brilliant, doesn't it? That kind of clean, well lighted space.
Absolutely.
It's $8,000. 2 bleachers, $1,747 per bleacher. I know we got at least, do you know where we stand? I think we got at least one of the bleachers earlier today. I'm not sure if this is if this is what's yet to come, or this is what we've already raised, but this is the cost.
We raised them both.
We raised it for both. This is okay. So this is all what we've accomplished already. Am I right, Jesse?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
I love it. I love it.
That is fantastic. So big salute to everyone that has helped us accomplish this so far. And 2 hoops. Got to have hoops if you're going to have a basketball court, right? $3,175 for each hoop. Wow. Isn't this exciting?
It is amazing. You know what, Jamie? I'm looking at these price tags and I'm kind of blown away, right? When I found out for the first time how much we needed to raise for a basketball court, you know, as Chairman Amali Yeshatella says, the simplest, democratic right that he can possibly conceive of is just a place to recreate, a place to gather in safety and in community, a basketball court, well over $100,000. You know, it's just mind blowing. And so I really want to salute everybody out there who has helped us, you know, get this far, nearly $110,000 and only, just over $20,000 left to go. So here's what we have yet to raise money for, what we are raising money for right now. Let's see what's left. Grading and dirt removal disposal, $14,500. What? For moving some dirt around, but we got to do it. We got to do it. What else do we have? Oh my gosh, is that it? Is that all we have left to do to raise money for? This must be a little bit more, but we're close. We're close. That's the majority of the $20,000 we have left to raise. So we are So close. I can feel it, folks. I can feel it. This is going to be an absolutely revolutionary success for the Black Power Blueprint and for the community in St. Louis. A safe place for folks in this community, 95% African community, to safely congregate, recreate, and take care of themselves. So you can help us get there.
And it's so powerful. I'm thinking, Sarah, about how so many of these things we don't think about. I don't typically think about the money that goes into grading and dirt removal and disposal for a basketball court, because we have those things in the white community for the most part. Yep. And so these are structural things of the infrastructure of colonialism that this movement is pushing back against. And if you step up and contribute right now, GoFundMe.com/community basketball. If you want to make a donation of $5 to $99, the give back you'll get is this beautiful magnet that says, "I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court, economic power to transform the future."
I love that tagline. It's exactly what it is. All right. If you donate, Jamie, again, what was that? What's the URL?
It is GoFundMe.com/community basketball.
If you go there and make a donation anywhere from $100 to $299, you are going to get this set of 4 coasters that proudly shows that you support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court.
Those are cool.
I know, I like those a lot.
I would find a reason to have a cold drink if I had those. And if you can make a donation of $300 to $499, you get this beautiful Black Power Blueprint black hat. We got the cold weather coming up, and even if it weren't cold, I think this would be something awfully cool to wear. Show off your solidarity.
I'm coming to y'all from Minnesota, and so I would take that black beanie in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Here we go. Donation of anywhere from $5,000 to $999. You get all of what we just saw: the coasters, the beanie, the magnet.
Awesome. And if you make a donation of $1,000 or more tonight, you get this gorgeous hoodie to complete your cold weather wear and revolutionary style. And it says, "I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court," with that basketball with the emblem of Africa on it. And the African People's Education and Defense Fund has a track record of supporting these kind of youth activities, spaces for youth in Florida. I know there was the Uhuru basketball team for quite some time that was incredibly successful. These young comrades were just amazing, and it really set up this legacy of establishing these kinds of programs for the youth. And this basketball court is just going to continue that incredibly successful legacy in St. Louis. I do want to just interject that Johan, I believe that's Johan Bedingfield, I think I can say his last name, has just contributed $20. So a really big salute to you, Johan. Uhuru, be like Johan. Go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball and donate right now. And I wanted to ask you, Sarah, if you wanted to just say a little bit about what, try to think back when you first came into this movement. What was it about the Black Power Blueprint and the African People's Education and Defense Fund that made you want to support it?
Tell you what, I came to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement through the March for Reparations in 2020. It was the first time that I had seen a public event in support of reparations, something that I've supported for many years now. And while that was initially what got me to the door of USM, what kept me was the fact that this was not just another organization for white people led by white people. No, there's plenty of those out there where, us white folks, us colonizers are interjecting what we think needs to happen in the world. Nope, that's absolutely not what we need. the Black Power Blueprint, APEDF, the African People's Socialist Party, USM, is entirely Black-led. It is a Black-led organization and an entity, is a family of organizations.
Yes.
And we take direction exactly, directly from these powerful comrades, these African people that are leading the revolution. So we are here to do their bidding and go out into our own white communities by their direction. And so I am just, eternally proud to be a member of USM and kick out that pedestal from beneath all of us.
Heck yeah. Well, we're so happy that you're here tonight. Thank you so much for doing this appeal with me, Sarah. Real quick, let me just shout out Ann Hirsch, who just contributed $25. Thank you so much. And Uhuru, Ann, that's fantastic. Be like Ann, be like Johan. Go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball and contribute now. Thank you so much for being on with me, Sarah. And thank you so much for making the decision to become part of this movement and support self-determination for African people.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you. Uhuru, everyone.
Uhuru. All right. I think we're going to transition now into the main event of the night. If I'm not mistaken, we are welcoming on momentarily some fantastic guests, the guests of honor. So let me just sort of resituate here. Yes, we have coming on Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, the leadership of the Black Power Blueprint, the economic self-determination programs of the Uhuru Movement, the African People's Education and Defense Fund. Uhuru and welcome, Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela. And we have also so fantastic to see you, comrade. This is such an honor. And I want to also welcome and acknowledge the leadership of the African Revolution, the founder and leader of the Uhuru Movement, the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Uhuru, Chairman. And I also want to acknowledge Chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and my co-host for this segment, Chair Jesse Neville. Uhuru, Comrade Jesse. And we also have with us, of course, the first white person to answer the call of solidarity, of standing for reparations and against colonialism. We have the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Chairwoman Penny Hess. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Wow. And I'm Jamie Simpson, and I'm a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And it blows my mind that I get to be here tonight and speak with this distinguished panel of guests for what's going to be the main event for this evening for the Reparations 24-hour telethon. This is a roundtable discussion with Chairman, Deputy Chair Ona, and Chairwoman Penny. And I thought we'd go ahead and kick this off with a question or a topic I want to throw out there. I wanted to ask you first, Chairman or Deputy Chair, whoever wants to take it first. Could you speak to the significance of the Black Power Blueprint and what you, Chairman, have called the anti-colonial demand, democratic demand for Black community control of the basketball court? Oh, I think you're muted, Chairman.
Uhuru, Comrade Deputy Chair, why don't you go ahead and
okay, Chairman.
Uhuru, thank you so much. Yeah, I think it is important to talk about the significance of the Black Power Blueprint and what it represents in terms of the struggle against colonialism. And the fact is that even those who have been forced to have to look at the issue of colonialism today, partially because of the work that we've done over the years, as opposed to defining our struggle in some insipid way, like racism that doesn't take us anyplace. Increasingly, again, many people have been forced to look at and address the question that we are affected by colonialism. And colonialism, stated simply, is foreign and alien domination of a people, an external and extraordinary force that takes over the lives, the resources, and the happiness of a people by force. And so this is what colonialism is, and people sometimes recognize the validity of a struggle against colonialism, but I think that most times they work with an oversimplified notion of what that looks like. They've seen pictures of guerrillas in the mountains who've come down to initiate armed struggles and things like that, especially in the 1960s. But effectively, what that struggle is about is a struggle to recapture the productive, to liberate the productive forces of a people. And the productive forces, of course, constitute the land and what's necessary to produce. And it constitutes all the people who do that production. And so when you look at what the United States government is attempting to do right now to Iran, you're looking at an assault on the productive forces of the people. When it's happening all around the world, that's what slavery was, et cetera. And ultimately, when Che said 2-3 many Vietnams, he was talking about engaging in a struggle to take back the productive forces of the people, not just in Vietnam, but making that happen everywhere, including North St. Louis. And when we do the Black Power Blueprint, we're initiating a process that we characterize as dual power. That is, creating our own power of the colonized that's designed to negate the power and influence of the colonizer. We at a place in 2021 that was opened up in many ways by forces like Che and forces throughout Vietnam and other places. That struggle continues to happen, but the Black Power Blueprint is truly that struggle to negate colonialism, to replace the foreign and alien domination of African people with African people coming to control our own societies, our own lives. And we are able to do that in part because we have the advantage in 2021 of having our own revolutionary working class party that's guided by revolutionary theory and what have you. It's that theory that's taken us here on West Florissant in St. Louis with that basketball court. It's part of the whole struggle to end the colonial domination of African people. And with that comes police murder, violence, gentrification, poverty, all of the stuff. What do they call it? Things like food deserts, all of that comes as a consequence of colonialism. And so we're here to negate colonialism. That's what Black Power Blueprint is all about.
Wow.
In terms of the basketball court, I love the basketball court. I love the basketball court for a number of reasons. And one is because it helps, I believe, to demonstrate that our party and our work is not just engaged in some kind of transactional stuff. You know, that we build this because we're gonna make some money from it or something to that effect. This is a part of the project of taking power to the people and that restoring the dignity of a community that's starved. We're talking about $100 and some odd thousand to put together a basketball court where children normally in communities, colonies like ours, stick up old bicycle rims and attach them to anything they can that stands up and play in the streets. What we're saying now is that it doesn't have to be that way. And that kind of life that's imposed on the colonized is extraordinarily demoralizing. And we want African people who are colonized to get accustomed to the idea that we're not gonna live like that and that we can do it differently and do it better. And it's also something that we really appreciate because it is a project that helps to display what we are doing right now. this evening helps to display that the notion of reparations is not some fanciful issue. It is not some pure abstract question that we're waiting for the government or somebody else to make it happen. And the African People's Socialist Party has always seen the reparations issue as a function of the revolution. And that fundamentally, ultimately, the question of reparations will be determined by the people, will be determined by what African people do, because we're going to take our freedom and take our resources and take our happiness. That's absolutely necessary. But in the process of making that struggle, we've also won support and solidarity from North American people. And I think this is an extraordinary thing because for several years now, people have been talking about what does reparations look like and when is it going to come and whether it's possible. We've been getting reparations now for a long time. And this process we're involved in now, this telethon is a part of the way we have been getting reparations and allowing for ordinary North American people to participate in showing unity and solidarity in a real material way, as opposed to some nonsense about just being opposed to racism or something to that effect, that people can step forward and really concretely say that we support the idea of African people being free and independent and not living under colonial domination. This is how we're going to make that manifest by offering up these reparations that take resources to these programs that are designed to negate the authority and the economic power of colonialism.
Uhuru. Wow. That's big salute to that response, Chairman. Really have to say how much I appreciate the concretization of reparations, the question of reparations. And I think that, the basketball court is an example of what you're talking about there, but the entire Black Power blueprint since inception has been something that has taken the question of reparations, out of the atmosphere down to the ground and made it incredibly clear what's.
Jamie, and let me just mention one other thing about the basketball court. Like I said, I love the basketball court. And someone who is opposed to the party and what we do had commented to the effect that how is a basketball court, getting a basketball court? I mean, they were really derisive and saying like somehow a basketball court, reparations goes to a basketball court. And we're talking about a project that's going to cost $120,000. We're talking about a situation where a meaningful sector of the African population attempts to live off $5 a day here in St. Louis. And this is not peculiar. I mean, you look at Boston and what happened, I think that the median income for Black people is something like $8. So African people, the children, to play basketball, yes, reparations for that. It's as important as anything that we can do is to make it possible for these children to have a basketball court. So I'm insulted by it was some North American guy, some colonizer, some white guy who made some derisive remark about how this reparation, it was intended to turn other white people away from the reparations project that we're involved in, and that they would get reparations to go to a basketball court. You're damn right. And the thing is that one day we're going to get that basketball court in your backyard as part of reparations.
Yeah, I just want to, really unite with what the chairman is putting out and just say that, when we started the Black Power Blueprint, everybody thought it was like this campaign, but it's really not a campaign. It's really about the people. And everything that you've seen so far, from 7 a.m. up to now, about all the economic institutions that the party represents, it's about the people. It's about giving back to the people. So I really unite with what the chairman is saying, that it's not something that enrich, some individual's, pocket or anything like that. All the programs that we do are to benefit the community and the people that we represent, which is the African working class. So, it's a very powerful, project. And, just like the chairman say, it came about too about, just being in that community and, actually seeing the kids out in the street playing basketball with, just the hoop attached to, a bikeboard, and we said, oh, we need to get a basketball court in this community. So the kids, because it's not just about a basketball court, it's about building their skills, helping them, physically and mentally, it's not just a basketball court. And that's what we really want to emphasize, in putting this out. It's about building, a real community that can thrive and, have everything else that any other community can have, with pride. So yeah, Uhuru.
Comment, Deputy Chair, I just wanted to add to that. I know Jess is trying to work with his clock. But I just want to make it clear too, that our movement, our party, we are not some kind of charity organization. The African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru movement, we're not some kind of charitable organization. Our objective is not to be here doing something for the people, but to open the door for the people, African people ourselves, especially the African working class, to become owners and controllers of the means of production overall. So we're not one of these Bernie Sanders so-called socialists where over a number of years you can get $15 an hour. We are the kind of socialists that recognize that socialism doesn't exist until the working class comes to power and is in control of the means of production. And perhaps Bernie, if he acts right, might be able to earn $15 an hour himself. But that's not a determination that will be made by anybody for the working class. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
These are such important points to be made. I really appreciate you, Chairman and Deputy Chair, making them. And, as you were talking about that, the slander that I've seen the video and the party's response to it too, which was fantastic. One of the things that they were ridiculing was that it would be in St. Louis, So I wanted to turn to you, Deputy Chair Onizine Shatella, to talk to us a little bit about the emergence of the Black Power Blueprint, and maybe if we can continue on this point, to the significance of its being in St. Louis.
Uhuru, thank you, Jamie. Yeah, well, the party first came to St. Louis back in 2014 on the hymn of the murder of Mike Brown. And after that happened, in 2016, I think it was the chairman who called a meeting with my office and the forces that were on the ground in St. Louis, which at the time was, we had built the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement that was led by President Columbayi. So then after that, I visited St. Louis for the first time. I think it was in November of 2016, where the comrades had set up a tour for me to come. And I also had set aside different areas in which we would visit different commercial buildings, because one of the goals were for us to get a Uhuru house in St. Louis. So they set up that process. So it's really funny because the first place we visit was 4101 West Florissant, which was ultimately the place that we end up getting. And we didn't get it the first time when I was there in 2016 though. So I got a call like 6 months later and was stating that that same building had went down to like $8,500. But at the time when I was there, we were not able to get a hold of the realtor. So this time we were able to get a hold of the realtor. So I came back in June of 2017. And we closed on the Uhuru house at 4101 West Florissant. So at that time, I was supposed to be there for 1 week. And I can remember, just touring, not just, the south side of St. Louis, the north side of St. Louis. And I picked up the phone and I called the chairman. I said, I just really feel that if I come back to St. Pete right now, I won't be able to come back to St. Louis. And I really felt that the conditions that I saw on the north side of St. Louis really was calling for me to stay there, to really, start to build this capacity to rebuild, the north side of St. Louis. And at the time, I think it was Ward 21 that, we were concentrating on. So, and we had just had our plenary, the 2017 plenary in February, putting revolution back on the agenda again. And it was called for me to begin to build what we had already, that we had developed in St. Pete and Oakland and Philly, to really just concentrate on rebuilding everything there. But I just couldn't find, I just couldn't pass up the opportunity that I saw on the ground there in St. Louis. So I called the chairman and said that, I really feel that I have to stay. I can remember, I don't know if he could, remember the silence on the phone at first, but then he really united, with what I was putting forth. And then, so I stayed, actually I stayed maybe a year and a half, and we really built the Uhuru House. We had to get architectural plans. We had to hire a construction engineer because they had to, the city had really condemned the building, and we had to really look at how we were going to proceed with it. So it was a lot of learning process, even though, early on, I had renovated, my own house. We had renovated the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg. We had renovated the Oakland Uhuru House. We had renovated the Tyrone Lewis Community Gym. So, we had, I had felt that I had some of the expertise that was needed, but this was a different built, because the walls were falling down, we didn't have any floors. We had no, ability to have, heat or air in that building. So, I again called the chairman because on the ground, the comrades that were there, they were working a 9-to-5 job. So I called the chairman again. I said, look, I really need to bring somebody in to St. Louis to help me maneuver this whole project. So, he recommended Kitty Riley, and at the time, Kitty was actually, she was in Oakland, California at the time. So she flew from Oakland straight to St. Louis, and we worked, like 7 days a week, trying to really navigate, because we actually became the contractors for the Uhuru House building itself. So it was a challenge, but as you can see, we really did a great job in maneuvering that. I also in the process learned about the LRA, which is the Land Utilization Authority, which houses all the the abandoned properties that came up for sale through the sheriff's office. And so I learned about that process. So we were able to secure 2 commercial buildings across the street from the Uhuru House, which is now, the state-of-the-art outdoor venue. It's the Black Power Community Garden. It's also where we hold the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace. So, so the St. Louis project, the Black Power Blueprint, like I said earlier, it was coined to be the Black Power Blueprint, and everybody was thinking that it was supposed to be this campaign, but it was really, about winning the people and revitalizing the north side of St. Louis. So, within a short period of time, we had a deadline because we had already committed ourselves to, renting out the Uhuru House in 2018. So we wanted to be done in February of 2018 because we had rentals in April. So we made that deadline. We renovated the Uhuru House in 10 months, and just really everything else started to really take shape. We also, we really got from behind the desk, and we went out into the community. We started meeting with different neighborhood associations. We met with SLACO, Slate. We met with the YMCA. We met with the alderman at that time in Ward 21. We went to all the city hall meetings that they had, the Board of Aldermen, we just enthrust ourselves into the community to really, just help the people understand who we were, because and that's where actually I met Mr. Gary as well, because Mr. Gary lived like a door down from where the two commercial buildings were. And Mr. Gary was, he was very angry, because he saw a community that was, displaced, and he could remember back in his day when he first came, that it was a thriving community, and that's what he wanted to happen again. So we just had to win his trust. And Mr. Gary is, as you've seen, he's in many of our videos. We've named the garden after him, and he's just on board, like forever. So the Black Power Blueprint is a dynamic project, and we're continuing to build. We purchased 2 other properties down the street at 4007 and 4009, where we're going to be putting the Black Power Square, where we're going to have incubative businesses for different people who can't afford to have a brick and mortar place. We're going to be using shipping containers to make a beautiful outdoor space for businesses to come and for people to shop. So we're really excited about that. And of course, about the basketball court. And right next to the basketball court, we got the fourplex, where we'll be housing African men and women coming out of the colonial prison system. And it's part of the African Independence Workforce Program. So they're going to be able to stay there, and then they're going to be able to go to Uhuru Jiko, which is our commercial kitchen and bakery on Goodfellow Boulevard, where they'll be trained to, learn about business and, how to really, be put back into society. So, everything that we've done has been about the people, and that's what the Black Power Blueprint is all about. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Wow, that is such an amazing story, Deputy Chair. I get so excited every time that you tell it, and it's so deeply inspiring. I wanted to bring on next Chairwoman Penny Hess to ask if you could jump into this conversation and talk to us about what is known as.
Say something, Jamie.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman. Am I cutting you off? Please.
Chairman, you're on mute.
No. I was just talking. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
What I wanted to say is this, that the African People's Socialist Party is approaching the 50th anniversary. We've been involved in this movement for 50 years. And our party was around, during the period when Malcolm and King were being killed, Panthers were being murdered, a major assault was being made on the anti-colonial movement of African people here and around the world. And special programs had been created to wipe it out. And we've been fighting since that time to rebuild a movement that could struggle against colonialism. And for years, the question of why are we in St. Louis? Well, the Deputy Chair gave you a lot of the specifics around it. But we're in St. Louis also because of the relationship that we recognize between economics and politics. That we've said all along that politics is simply concentrated economics. Unfortunately, most of the people who call themselves progressive revolutionaries have not quite understood that. So when we talk about, again, the national liberation of our people, the struggle against colonialism, it is a discussion about the liberation of the productive forces of the African community. It's an economic discussion. And so the politic of anti-colonialism is an economic politic. And what happened in St. Louis was an extraordinary uprising of the people in 2014. And when we came here, virtually every organization and politician in the United States had zeroed in on St. Louis. They all came. Big money, hundreds of thousands of dollars were being spent in St. Louis to promote different kinds of organizations and solutions that did not represent any kind of power to the people. And so, but what we understood is that uprising was an indication of extraordinary leap in the consciousness of African people in St. Louis. So it meant that we could come into St. Louis and we organized on the ground among the people in St. Louis who wanted a different life, who were fighting for a different life. And the expression of that fight for a different life, we saw it almost immediately after the murder of Mike Brown. And we were able to corral that energy, that political energy, and give it life through some of the economic projects that you see happening here in St. Louis. Black Power Blueprint is a statement to anybody and all the masses of people who were fighting for power after the murder of Mike Brown. That is not to say people were conscious, let's go fight for power, but that's objectively what was happening when people were responding to the terror of the colonial state in the form of the police. That's why we're in St. Louis. But the fact is, you mentioned Oakland. We were in Oakland, California, subsequent to the defeat of the revolution in Oakland, California. I mean, and then we were there when Huey P. Newton was killed, who was former leader. And we built there, and we built in Oakland also with the furniture store and other things that we've done there, because the relationship between the political and the economic. And we're in Philadelphia. We were in Philadelphia, went into Philadelphia as a consequence of the government bombing. The US colonial government bombed those people in that MOVE compound and destroyed some 60 some odd houses and killed, murdered 11 people, including women and children. And so we went into Philadelphia and we were able to build politically in Philadelphia, and off of that motion, we will also be able to connect the economic and the political together, so that the whole, the face of anti-colonial struggle was being molded in that process. And that's the same thing that brought us in many ways here into St. Louis. The masses said, come to St. Louis. We said, after they bombed in Philadelphia, we put forth a slogan statement saying reinforcements are on the way, speaking to African people in Philadelphia. And we made some of the first kinds of political events ever happen in Philadelphia. We did them there. And so my point is, again, the relationship between the political and the economic is something that we understand in a very profound way, and that we see the ability to take the people to an anti-colonial direction, open the door so that people can become involved in changing their own lives and be empowered to change their own life by becoming owners and controllers of the means of production. This is what we've been creating. This is the direction that we've been heading all along. So I just want to add that, make that contribution. Uhuru. So Jamie, I'm not saying anything for a while now.
Wow. Uhuru, Chairman, I am really glad that you made those points. They're incredibly important. Thank you so much. Wow. Yeah, the African People's Socialist Party always has a very profound purpose for the way that it moves and the institutions that it creates and the places that it builds them in. And, you know, sort of deepening this question of St. Louis, I wanted to ask you, Chairwoman Penny, if you could talk to us about what is known as the Del Mar Divide. And, you know, that gets to the heart of the white side of St. Louis and the African side of St. Louis. And could you talk to us about that and talk to us about why it is so important for white people to support reparations specifically to the Black Power Blueprint?
Uhuru, thank you, Jamie. And I just really want to express my honor to be organized under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela. I want to salute the African People's Socialist Party, which is facing its 50th anniversary and which is going into the next plenary with the theme of the party's relentless nature, which has changed the world. And you know, if I think about what would the world be without Chairman Omali Yeshitela, it would be in a very, very dire state in terms of the struggles of African and colonized peoples here and around the world. And I want to say too that the Delmar divide is essentially what the chairman has been talking about so much as colonialism as the mode of production of capitalism. The Delmar divide is a symbol, is a symbol of that reality, and that everything that I understand or I am able to, articulate or say or do or carry out is because of the political understandings, the political theory of the chairman's that is called African internationalism, that is carried out in practice. It demands practice. And that's what we see with the Black Power Blueprint and the work of Deputy Chair Ona Zenaia-Shatella, making African internationalism real and on the ground and tangible and a power base that it negates colonialism. And I think that the question of colonialism as the means of production means that we can't say that, oh, it's a bad policy, it was capitalism gone bad, that could be changed or reformed. But what the chairman has shown and proven in a scientific way is that colonialism is how capitalism was born. And therefore, colonialism is the essence of capitalism. It cannot be reformed. It has to go. And that colonialism means that when Europeans left Europe, they went to assault Africa, and Europeans were poor, as the chairman has told us over and over again. And we look at history, this is recorded fact. There was feudalism, there was, there was nothing there. And Europeans left the shores of Europe, went to Africa, assaulted Africa, stole its wealth and kidnapped its human beings and turned the African human beings into, that was the mode of production. That's how all of every aspect of life for white people was created through this process. The chairman has just laid all this out. It's so clear. This makes you see the world as it really is. And I just unite with that. And I really, like the chairman has said, that there is no European reality separate from that of Africa and the rest of the world. White people are not accidentally on one side of the Delmar divide. They're in a dialectical relationship that requires both sides of that equation to exist. We cannot throw some crumbs or have charity to African people or say that, anything is going to remedy this whole prison, the colonial prison system, the colonial police. They're doing what they're supposed to do. And that the only thing that can change that is the leadership of the organized African working class in the vanguard party, which is relentless. And, the chairman is saying the entire world is now locked into a single dialectical process, a unity of opposites, whereupon the gruesome extraction of life and resources from Africa and the rest of the world is a condition for the life and development of what we now know as Europe, white people, and the capitalist system to which Africans have been forcibly affixed. So, the chairman has said that the mode of production, that African people have produced life and reproduced life for white people for 600 years. So that was our mode of production, was the, not just the enslavement of Africa, the colonization that, of African people and of colonialism, the genocide of the indigenous people. This was our mode of production. This is how we got everything we got. And that being under the leadership of the African Revolution is what puts us in a correct dialectical relationship with African people. That is the only way. There's no way that white people can say that we're going to do the right thing. We're going to do something to end racism, or which is just an idea in white people's heads, not a function or a form of the capitalist state. That's what it is, the state, the violence, the organized violence against African people. And so, we can't do something, no matter how well-wishing we are, we cannot do anything to change the conditions of African people except under the leadership of the African Revolution. That then defines our identity and who we are. That's what changes the world and our relationship to it. And I think that's why we owe reparations. There's not going to be an African revolution and a white revolution. There's one revolution. All of the world will be part of it. White people can be part of it if we carry out a revolutionary assignment, which is to go behind the enemy lines and organize other white people, so that, that whole statement, the more sweat and peace, the less blood and war, the more white people that we can win, the less the colonial state can do what it would want to do against African people, and this is, and also that, we have to return what belongs to African people. That is not charity. It is stolen, just as this land belongs to the indigenous people. I don't know. I just think this is so profound. The chairman is taking us in such a deep place as the just the unfolding of the party's actual territory and dual and contending power is unfolding, and as the world is changing, and there's so much more I can say, but I just really want to say that the understanding of African internationalism, understanding of this really depth of colonialism as a means of production is our redemption. It is our liberation. It is how we can be part of the future. And, and we have a lot to pay for. If I could, I would just like to say one more thing. I was just recently reading a book that we were talking about, the book Beloved by Toni Morrison, which, it has a lot of really powerful aspects to it. And there was a quote from the book, and I feel like it's a literary way, I guess, of summing up, what the only answer to this is African internationalism. But she said, when I say she, I mean a character in the book is saying this: anybody white could take your whole self for anything that came to mind, not just work, kill, or maim you, but dirty you so bad you couldn't like yourself anymore, dirty you so bad you forgot who you were and couldn't think it up. And I just think of what white people have done is so real. I mean, what the violence, both physical, in physical violence, in mental violence, in trauma, inflicted consciously, in theft, in just the viciousness of white society, and our participation. We owe reparations for that. That's not subjective, that's real. That impacts African life and the life of the colonized every day to today. It's just that the defeat of of Black Hawk, and the indigenous people means that the indigenous people today live in deep poverty. And the defeat of the African Revolution means that African people today are locked up in prison and gunned down by the police and, have $5 a day barely to live on. And, this is the reality. And it's all, colonialism is everything. It is not just economic. It is in the heart. It is, it is just so deep. I just, the new world, I want to see African workers. That's the new world. That's the new world. That is what the future will be. That is the only thing that it can be. And our job is to win other white people to recognize that, to walk through that door. That's the leadership of the African working class, and live in that world and that reality. So I thank Chairman Omali Shatella. I thank Deputy Chair Onisane Shatella for all the struggle, all the years of, just winning us and believing that white people can be one. And, that's what I can say. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Chair. This is powerful. This is the world as it needs to be. This is the world that represents the future.
Wow. That was really beautiful, Chairwoman Penny. Thank you so much. I wanted to see if Chairman Omali Yeshitela, it seemed like you might have had a desire to say something. I don't know if anyone else wants to speak to that subject that you brought up, Chairwoman Penny, of like the power of colonialism putting the ability of any white person to, not only take something from African people, but to damage an African person so badly that they wouldn't even recognize themselves. I just thought that was a really potent section that you read from Beloved. And if anyone wanted to connect that concept to what the Black Power Blueprint is doing, has done, and plans to do in the future, because it seems to me that the economic development project of the African People's Socialist Party has tremendous capacity for healing colonized people, and that we have a capacity to get beyond that role of terrorist, of the planet by embracing reparations and supporting the Black Power Blueprint.
Toni Morrison at one time was a supporter of our work to free Desert Woods. And in fact, she was supposed to have spoken at a rally.
Wow.
Did for Desert Woods.
Chairman, we can't hear you very well. You're going in and out. But I think you said that, did you say that Toni Morrison was a supporter of Desi Woods?
Yeah, she was a supporter of the campaign that we waged to free Desert Woods, and very important supporter of that campaign. I just want to make a couple of points. Am I heard now? Can I be heard?
A little better.
It's a bit low.
Yeah, it sounds low and anyway.
I don't know what's
I
called.
can hear you fine. I don't know. I can hear you fine. Go ahead, Chairman.
I just wanted to say, first of all, that under colonialism, nothing is legitimate in terms of the laws and the relationship that's been imposed on African people. Shooting Black people by the police, putting Black people in prisons, taking our children even today for the purpose of rescuing them from their families. All of that's illegitimate. It may be legal, but it's colonial law that has done that. And colonial law is something that exists at the expense of those of us who are colonized. I want to say that I think one of the most important things that we have done is promote and put forth the understanding that colonialism, even if it has been a policy by some government at some time or another, for example, we know that it was a policy of different countries to go and take people's lands and things like that in order to enrich themselves. But it's more than a policy. It emerged as a mode of production. And a mode of production is not something that affects just one side of the equation. We talked about modes of production, particularly as defined by Karl Marx. You will see like slavery, you have the slave, and I'm talking about slavery as a mode of production. I'm not talking about slavery that gave rise to capitalism. I'm talking about ancient slavery. And so you have a relationship between the slave and the slave owners. That's slavery. That's a mode of production as defined by Karl Marx. These are the contending forces in that relationship. And then that was followed by what is characterized as feudalism, where you have this relationship that exists between the landowners, landlords, nobility, and the peasants and the serfs. That constitutes the mode of production. Everybody who lives within this society is affected and a part of that mode of production. Everybody's a part of that mode of production. And then, of course, what happened was this mystery of the rise of capitalism that required Marx to define something called a primitive accumulation of capital, a startup capital. And what he characterized as primitive accumulation of capital is naked, raw colonialism, colonial slavery, colonialism that created a whole new mode of production that dragged Europe out of feudalism, and not drag Europe out of feudalism. And so it was not a leap from feudalism to capitalism. It was a movement from feudalism to this colonial mode of production. That's the pedestal for all of the production. Everybody in the world affected by the dominant political economy is affected by we exist within a colonial mode of production. That's what we're fighting against, and that's what's so hard to see by colonial leftists, by left colonizers. They can't understand it. They're willing to fight against colonialism as a policy, so that ultimately what they end up doing is supporting somebody in El Salvador or somebody over here, et cetera. But the recognition of the whole foundation of everything is colonialism. That's the problem. And that's why the left colonizers can never unite with the struggle of African people to win our liberation, because it's always something that's experienced by colonizers as something that's going to undermine them, be a problem for them, make it difficult for them, et cetera. That's why ultimately every time we say Black power, then some white people say, well, what about the white people? As though there's a recognition that there's a relationship between the powerlessness of African people and the well-being of white people. So, you know, this whole issue is a big issue. It's not a little issue. It is what has made Africans the invisible people. It is the thing that allowed Marx to characterize African people as an economic factor of the greatest significance. And because we function not as entities unto ourselves, but we are defined in relationship to how we create value for white society, progress for white society. So the primitive accumulation that Marx talks about that gave rise to capitalism, he is defining this primitive accumulation as something that's progressive in terms of the development of human society, taking the indigenous land, enslaving African people, all those things that leaves white people in the center. It leaves Europe in the center. And so that's why this primitive accumulation stuff, it objectifies Africans and other peoples around the world, and everything revolves around white power, white people, et cetera. And it can be talked about as progressive progress according to that formula, when the fact is, of course, something did happen to African people. Penny mentioned earlier on was it Black Hawk? The indigenous person, indigenous people who've been damn near disappeared in various places around the world in the name of progress. So what happened, of course, is that primitive accumulation then allowed for white people to develop themselves out of feudalism, if you will. The point is that that's a really critical thing for us to understand. That's what we're struggling with, and that's what we want to win, because the liberation of everybody, is here. There was a time when people believed in capitalism as a mode of production, they say. And to deal with this, because the two forces, the contending forces were like the main ones are the worker class and the bourgeoisie. So people act like they believe that the worker class should take power from the bourgeoisie. And I believe that there's an element of belief there, because it's a contest between white colonizers, workers, and bourgeoisie that's on the pedestal of colonial domination of Africans and other peoples around the world. This is what we're talking about. So those people who believe that in order to change a mode of production, to move from one mode of production to another higher level of human development, have to, if they could believe that stuff from Marx, then they ought to be able to recognize that the task of all of us is to overturn this colonial mode of production, because it is colonialism. It is the extraction of value from colonized people all around the world. It comes to the colonizer that creates the world that we live in. That's a process. It's a dynamic. It's going on all the time. It's like those trains that we see rolling with loot from Sierra Leone from can't see in the morning to can't see at night. It's an ongoing process. It is ubiquitous. So I know I've used up all of our time, but I felt like it's something that might be worth a discussion. Uhuru.
I just really want to appreciate this whole discussion, everything that the chairman just said, what you said, Chairwoman Penny and Deputy Chair. This has been a powerful discussion. We have a little less than 10 minutes left for this discussion. So I just wanted to mention quickly that people are listening, people are inspired. Marshall, who gave $100 earlier today, he was inspired to give another $100 during this discussion. So shout out to Marshall. Appreciate that, Marshall. And that was on GoFundMe.com/community basketball court. You are watching the Reparations Telethon, hosted by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for Giving Tuesday for the Black Power Blueprints Black Community Basketball Court program. And Ron put in $250. Wow. Ooh, Ron, that's what I'm talking about. So that brings us up at this moment in time, 12 and a half hours into our 24-hour Reparations Telethon.
We're over halfway.
We're over halfway, and we have raised today and up to now with the whole funding campaign, $109,826. And remaining to raise is $20,174. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Wow. I just want to salute everyone who you just mentioned that contributed. Marshall, that's fantastic hearing about people give again. And if you're inspired by this conversation, please go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball and make this basic anti-colonial democratic demand for Black community control of the basketball court a reality.
Uhuru, Jamie.
Uhuru.
Yeah, Uhuru, I just wanted to just say that the chairman and I, we lost our son, a little over 3 months ago. And one of the things that he loved was basketball. He played basketball, throughout, middle school and high school. And, he really loved all sports, but he played basketball. So I just really feel that, the chairman and I, we want to donate $1,000 in his name to honor him. I think you said we were $20,174. So we'll donate $1,174. That'll take us down to 19,000. Would that take us to 19 that we still have to raise?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. Uhuru, Deputy Chair. I just want to say long live Octavius Clark. That's
Long live Octavius Clark. Uhuru.
World.
That's tremendous, comrades, and just want to express my profound, support, my condolences to both of you. He was an amazing person, and it's as Chairman Amalia Shatella, as you said, it's so much a representation of what African people go through. Octavius's life, and he was a profound example of the African working class standing tall in this life. And the African working class deserves the best. African people deserve this basketball court.
Absolutely. Hands down.
Do you want to tell us something about what you think is on the horizon for the Black Power Blueprint project once this basketball court is complete?
Okay. So going into 2022, of course, we're going to raise the money tonight for the basketball court, and we're going to start that process no later than April of next year. That's what we're looking to do. We're going to also be, we're in our second year of the One Africa, One Nations Farmers Market. That's going to be kicking off this year in April. Yeah, April through October. And it's going to be not once a month, but it's going to be every week. So that's going to be dynamic. Yes. We're also going to be doing the African Doula Project, where we're going to be training African women on, how to, be a doula. So that's a project that we're going to be kicking off the ground come January of next year. We also have the One Africa, One Nation mural project that's going to be kicking off as soon as the weather break. 2022 is going to be on fire. We're going to be having all kinds of things going on. We're going to have that mural that's going to be projected on the wall next to the One Africa, One Nation outdoor venue. We also completed the renovations of the fourplex, and we're going to be having a naming ceremony there for Mafundi Lake and 4 other political prisoners that was, either still in jail or has passed away. So we've completed that total renovations. We just have to furnish that house for the African Independent Workforce Program, and we're going to kick that off. We're going to be kicking off the Black Power Square, the shipping containers projects that we're going to be building for businesses to be able to, lease there. We're going to be also completing raising the funds for Uhuru G-Code, the cafe, commercial kitchen, and bakery on Goodfellow. Yeah, so 2022 is going to be, jam-packed with a lot of things that in St. Louis, and that's just St. Louis. I can't even speak to all the other things that are going to be happening in all the other places that we're located. But that's just probably about 8 of the campaigns that we're going to be kicking off in 2022.
Wow. That's incredible.
We also, Jane, are going to be hanging out with this good-looking couple that I see up there now.
Yes, we have been joined by some very, very special guests, and we're incredibly honored to have Councilwoman Inez Barron and New York State Assemblyman Charles Barron on the call with us today. Uhuru.
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 Uhuru, Charles and Inez.
Hi, how you doing?
Well,
Good,
we are especially excited to be on tonight, and we're going to continue to be contributors. And when you speak of a basketball court, this is what I have in mind. I got game. I didn't have to be an activist. I did not have to be a revolutionary. I gave up my jump shot, it makes Steph Curry's shot look like elementary school. And I gave it up for the struggle. I just want to let y'all know that. So I can't wait to get on that court and I'm gonna get the youngest, fastest, think they all shaking you 10 times before they shoot, and I'm gonna show them a thing or two. And then the other thing good about basketball, I think, I have an article I wrote called the NBA Plantation. We gotta raise athletes to have power and self-determination over the sports industrial complex. It's not enough for them to be stars and get Nike contracts and have the NBA in 1 year made like $5 billion, and white owners that don't bust a sweat are billionaires, and they talk about LeBron James millions. So we want to say maybe at some point we should start our own league and have our own teams and keep all the wealth of our talent within the African athletic community. Food for thought.
Wow.
We just want to say congratulations, and we're so pleased to be a part of the efforts of helping to raise the finances. And the fact that you have the basketball court right there next to the Uhuru House speaks to the understanding that we have a wide spectrum of our people that we need to appeal to. And certainly we know, Charles is really great, but certainly we know it's that younger generation that's attracted to being on that basketball court. So it speaks to understanding that as we want to attract and pull and keep young people in particular to be involved, we know that we've got to catch them at the areas where they're interested. And certainly basketball is one of those great attractions. But that just speaks to a part of the wide range of activities and accomplishments that the organization has achieved. We were there, I guess it was 2019, perhaps, or 18. And we saw firsthand what it was that had been accomplished, the Uhuru House. And we were able to see some pictures of the before and then to actually be in the facility itself. And we saw the fourplex while it was in its stages, 4 years ago, and now to see the pictures of the finished product is just as uplifting, it's reassuring, and it tells our people that when we get together, we have a common objective, that we can accomplish what it is that will help to uplift our community. Right. So we commend you. We also went to the facility where you were going to have the restaurant. I believe it was a restaurant you were going to have. So we saw all of that.
That's right.
And what happens is that when you have a vision and then you get people excited about that vision, they want to see it succeed. And that motivates them to be a part of the efforts. Everybody wants to be associated with success. No one wants, no one wants to be associated with failures. So everyone wants to be associated with success. And all of the programs that you've laid out and those that you still have in various stages are the kinds of things that attract people to say, well, this is something that is real, it's relevant, it's tangible, and it helps to uplift our community. So we appreciate the work that you do. We appreciate the intellect that you stimulate, the teaching that you give, the lessons that you have, the plans for growing new leaders to come in and to get involved and to bring their talents to uplifting our people and confronting the injustice and speaking to those who are oppressing our people and challenging them and not being silent in the face of all that we know that's wrong in our society.
And what's really profound, that we do all of this saying we're revolutionaries. We do all of this speaking out and calling for the radical dismantling of the colonial capitalist system. When you achieve what you have achieved materially, you're supposed to be cool. You're supposed to hey, Charles, don't talk too black, don't talk too radical. We got to get that building done. But for y'all to be able, for us to be able to be revolutionaries, talk about against colonial capitalism, say the whole system must be torn down, go into St. Louis, be a part of the Ferguson uprising, be on stage, even though they tried to throw the chairman off because they didn't want to hear what he had to say, at least the bourgeois leadership, but the masses wanted to hear you. And the proof is that after it was all over and after everybody got their photo ops, look what you did with people of St. Louis, people who you met in that uprising, now are in leadership positions in the organization, and to show that you can deal with material benefits. Amilcar Cabral said it best: bear in mind, the people are not fighting for thoughts and ideas in your head. Yes. They're fighting for material benefits and for a future for their children. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. And I think that's what our organization, I'll say, the Black is Black Coalition, the Uhuru Movement, and the African People's Socialist Party, that's what you've been able to achieve. And having with us the leading revolutionary theorist of the 21st century, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So we are honored to be here.
So I know, Charles and Inez, that you made a donation, and you said that we can do whatever we want with that donation. So we want y'all to announce that donation on this platform right now, and that's what we're going to do with it. We're going to put it towards the basketball court.
All right, now, good.
So tell the people your donation, and we can,
Well, we want to let the people know, and we consider this the least we could do was to give $5,000 to the development of the basketball court. And we consider that the least we could do. And we sure would like to see somebody match it, because I know some of y'all got money. You got
no, that's right. Thank you for putting that out there.
401ks or whatever. You got some money somewhere. And I'm sure when you got through the year, you spent $5,000 on something that is not as important as this. So I don't want to hear people say, oh yeah, but they got it. No, we ain't rich. We ain't got it like that. We are doing the best we can. So we hope that people can give, whatever you give is really appreciated. Whether it's $25 or $2,500 or $10,000, but whatever you give is really appreciated. But sometimes we need to give to it hurts. Or give to, give a little more each time, because, and we're going to do that too. We ain't just talking. We're going to put our money where our mouth is and try to give a little more. Because when you think of all the things we do with our money, I don't know if there's too much that's more important than this. So we're honored.
So we hope that you guys can come out, when we complete this in April, so we can honor you. I know, is that around budget time, Charles?
Well, I'm not in the state assembly anymore. I'm in the city council, because I won the city council.
So we're gonna put you down for coming.
Yes, the budget thing now for me is in June, because I'm in the city council now. So I won't. You got a good memory, Deputy Chair.
I just really want to appreciate both of you for being here, and I wanted to let you know that you called for somebody to match you. And somebody listening was inspired, because Janice Camp from St. Petersburg, Florida is $5,000.
Beautiful.
Well,
Thank you, Janice.
I'll just put 10,000 for us. We'll take credit for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Chairman, did you want to say anything?
I just want to always appreciate these comrades. I'm always speechless, with both of these, with each of them, and of course, as a couple, they're just extraordinary.
Yes.
We look up to you. We just wanted to say that. Thank you so much, brother and sister. And you just trailblazers, and not just somebody who's talking it. That's so important, because all of us, have an opportunity to have to deal with people who talk a lot of stuff. But my uncle used to say a conversation is the cheapest commodity in the block. Everybody's got one. Everybody got a conversation, But I just want to express so much appreciation to both of you. And of course, I'm not. This is not a farewell statement. I mean, I figure we're gonna be in the trenches for a few more years anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Together, right? Right.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Oh, it is.
Uhuru.
It is our pleasure. And we also once again want to express our condolences for your
Yes.
loss of your son. And I can't even imagine the pain of the loss of a loved one in your family. And to have you keep going forward and doing what we have to do for our people. So we really appreciate you. And for us, you know, it's a breath of fresh air to have revolutionaries in the 21st century, because we are a scarce commodity. So African revolutionaries in America for the 21st century is a scarce commodity. So we just appreciate the relationship.
Well, we're growing them and we are winning. We are
That's
winning.
right.
The thing. We're winning.
That's right.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Wow.
So, Jesse, what is our total now?
Our total deputy chair is $121,025. That means that here, as we approach the 13th hour of our 24-hour telethon, we have remaining to raise $8,975, and then Sandy went ahead and put in $50. So who's Sandy? So that means we have $8,925 left to go. We can do this. GoFundMe.com/community basketball.
All right, well, I'm gonna put in $200.
All right, Uhuru,
All right.
We are gonna do this. We're going till 7 o'clock.
That's right.
Tomorrow morning.
That's right.
We are gonna win this, and it's very exciting. Just really also want to salute Inez and Charles Barron and just the assemblyman and the city councilwoman.
Yeah.
And it's just an honor to have you here, and thank you so much for coming on, and just what a powerful donation. But everything from when you've been in St. Pete, when we were doing, the party was doing elections and the advice you
Yes.
door to door wins the war. I'll never
There you
say
go.
that. So much that,
Yes.
you know, it's amazing. And your videos of what you accomplished in East New York is, well, I never get tired of watching that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
We appreciate those kind words. And I also visited your furniture store in Philadelphia. We went to one of the sessions in Philadelphia. There was a furniture store. I brought my goddaughter there, Malika Jabali, and we were thoroughly impressed. Just to think, when you accumulate Oakland, Philadelphia, and what's happening in St. Petersburg and St. Louis, and what's happening on the continent of Africa and the Caribbean,
Right on.
and all numerous states in the United States. Incredible.
Right.
And we're honored to be a part of that. We're going to tip off now. We got a few other obligations.
But Sister Inez.
Yes.
Now that you are retiring, we expect to see you when we see this guy. When he's here in April, we want to see you too.
Thank you for the invite. Thank you. We'll try to make that a reality. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Blessings.
Okay. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Wow. What an honor to have on Charles and Inez Barron. That was just a really humbling thing to get to witness that revolutionary solidarity. Just incredible. Uhuru, Jesse, how are we doing?
We're doing great. This is amazing. And unfortunately, we have to close this segment out, which is so hard to do. But I think, if we just want to see if there's any final comments from our amazing panel, and then we're going to move into another amazing presentation from Kitty Riley and Zanlile and Ruby, talking about continuing to raise the resources and reparations for the basketball court. Uhuru.
I just really want to appreciate and salute the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for this 24-hour telethon. I can't believe it's our third year, doing this. It seemed like it was, like yesterday that we did the first one. So I just really want to appreciate your commitment to Africa and African people for these reparations. And, I just also want to salute my leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella, who has, for 50 plus years, has been relentless in making this happen. And yeah, Chairman, you're the most complete person I know. And I just want to thank you for your love and dedication for African people.
Well, I just want to unite with the comments that was just made by Comrade Chairwoman, Deputy Chairwoman Ona Zane. And without being too cheesy, I mean, what we're looking at, what we're witnessing here is just a major kind of contribution that the deputy chair has made to, the whole question of economic development. And we see this again as incipient independent political economy for Africa, for the African world. It's a major thing. It's a major thing that everybody here is involved in. So it's not possible for you to give too much to this project. And thank you, Comrade Deputy Chair, and all of you, the Solidarity Movement, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru.
Penny?
The party is winning, and we're calling on white people, join the winning side.
Yes.
This is where the future is.
Yes.
Uhuru, unity through
Reparations.
Vanguard up.
Vanguard up.
Relentless. The party is winning.
Uhuru.
Wow, this is incredible. Go ahead, Jamie.
I just want to really deeply salute Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshatela and Chairman Amalia Shatella. Thank you so much for everything that you have contributed to African Revolution and for paving the way for white solidarity with African Revolution and with reparations. And to you, Chairwoman Penny Hess of the African People's Solidarity Committee, thank you so much. This was just an incredible roundtable discussion, an incredible moment that I think will go down in revolutionary history. So big salute and thank you.
Uhuru, Chairman and Deputy Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Jesse Neville.
Thank you, Jamie. The best host we got. We appreciate it. Appreciate you bringing all of your amazing talents to this telethon for the third year in a row. It's been going really great. And we're just going to keep it moving right along. But actually, we got some more.
$100.
Erica for $100. Uhuru and Leah, 200. Yes.
100.
Uhuru.
And that's on top of
Tara.
And Tara.
100.
Tara, $100. Oh, I missed that. Okay. Wow. So that means that we have raised $121,675. We have $8,325 left to go. Let's go ahead and raise it now with Zon Lile and Kitty and Ruby. Uhuru. Reparations now.
Uhuru, we've raised enough for the dirt removal.
The most interesting part of the project. Uhuru. Uhuru. Wow. Well, I just want to tell you the name of our workshop is Saluting the Black Power Blueprint and African Economic Power and Community Control. And before I introduce our panel, who I know is also going to want to be able to sum up, but that was really, really profound workshop. Please, let's just give it some room. People joining you know, what you see is the Uhuru movement. When you see leaders of the Uhuru movement, I mean, these are like real human beings, you know, that just come out of the 600-year struggle of African people, the very best of the people that are committed not only to the liberation struggle of African people, but liberating the world. And certainly it is where I see the source of my liberation as well, because they're taking on the social system that oppresses all of us, but it is rooted and based on colonialism and colonial oppression of African and other colonized peoples. So when the chairman, I just, you know, salute the chairman who always, you know, brings us down to the actual depth of what we're doing. The Black Power Blueprint is an anti-colonial project. It can't be anything else. And, you know, that's why all these programs and projects, these brilliant programs and projects that Deputy Chair Onizine laid out and is leading and the architect for, address every aspect of life for African people, because every aspect of life is under colonial domination. So you can't just pop a little shop in over here and think that's going to be great because nobody in the community has an economy to go in there and even be able to be part of community commerce. So, you know, the African People's Socialist Party, Uhuru movement, you know, sees the whole picture. So the entire community is going under transformation. That is the most powerful and dynamic project. I'm honored, you know, to be under the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella and work directly under the leadership, you know, of Deputy Chair Onizine Shatella, and to be part of being in St. Louis in the Black Power Blueprint. And I want to salute Inez and Charles Barron.
Yes, yes, Uhuru.
Real politicians
Yes.
in New York City.
Yes.
And really salute Chairwoman
And real
Penny Hess.
revolutionaries.
Yes, yeah.
Like you said, it ain't that many revolutionaries out there. So Uhuru to them.
Yes, yes. And I want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess.
Yes.
Who really gave a very deep, profound analysis and you know, that's always what has deepened our unity with understanding our role as white people and building reparations.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I really am excited. Wow. We only have $8,325 more to
We can
go.
do it.
This is 130, and we need to surpass it.
Yeah.
Because what people have to understand is, I just even talked to the court builder yesterday, you know, just around different things about the sports court building, that project. And he's starting to tell me how with the supply chain, even more little prices went up. And you know what I mean? Because, you know, this is reality. And then there would be a program and uniforms for kids and whatever. You know, we got to surpass the goal. We had to take it right to the limit of what we can raise for the Black Power Blueprint tonight. Uhuru. So I'm really, really honored to introduce the panel. And I'm honored to really be here with African People's Socialist Party member Zanlile and Pico. And Pico.
First, I couldn't get the first name right. Now nobody can get the second name right.
No,
it's okay.
She really is she is the heart and soul of the Uhuru NTU Volunteer Brigade for Black Power Blueprint. She also plays a significant role in the One Africa, One Nation market, mobilizing scores of volunteers, but being the MC of all of the incredible markets that bring so much life. So,
I really just want to first just give my deepest salutes. As much, if I could just reach through the screen and just say salute Chairman Amalia Shatella for your leadership, and Onizine Shatella, who came to St. Louis and just made something that I never thought I would see happen in the neighborhood that I grew up in. And she took it, and it was like this little piece of nothing. And now you can really see a community right there on the corner of Alice and West Florissant. So I really want to salute her for all of her ideas, and just following out the political report that even brought her to do the work that she did is just so powerful. So I want to salute her, and just, I'm so glad to be here. So let me just say, I want to make a donation before we even get started of $100. So let's just ask that. I would make a donation for $100 because this is definitely the cause. This is definitely the right thing to be doing, is putting a basketball court in the African community. Who else needs a basketball court other than the African community? Basketball is an African culture. You know, it's the actual heart and the actual soul of what these children know. All African kids, all African people, you say, what's basketball? And everybody knows what it is. They know that it brings you together in unity. It is exercise. That's why it's a sport in school. Why don't we have those in our communities, you know? And why do we have to fight so hard to get something like that, you know?
Absolutely, absolutely. Word. I really want to salute you, Sanlile.
Yeah, I mean, I've got 5 sons. I told you about this the other day. I have 5 sons, and my oldest is 25 years old, but he still wake up every day and he's like, hey, Mom, I'm gonna go play ball. When I was raising my children, and this was not just something that they felt like they had to earn. This is something that they knew was like, we're gonna go play basketball. It's right down the street. This is what they use to relieve stress. This is what our children need in the community. And so we're gonna fight for this, and we're gonna get it. We're gonna get bleachers, lights, and we might even have a cheerleading squad. We're gonna have our tournaments. We're gonna have our sideline. We're gonna have our hot dogs, vegetarian hot dogs, beef hot dogs on the sideline, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to bring together a community. So I just want everyone to know that we're fighting for this basketball court, and we're definitely going to get it.
Go online if you're listening. Go online. If you donated before, you can donate again.
Yes.
Go online, GoFundMe.
Yes.
.com/community
basketball court. You have to go online and do this. This is a must. Yes. Uhuru to that.
And I'm going to ask you some more things.
I love questions.
So incredible.
I love questions.
No, I'm going to introduce Comrade Ruby, who's on our prompter here. She is in Philadelphia with the furniture store. And I just
do you mind if I just say that GoFundMe again slightly differently, Kitty?
Sure.
GoFundMe.com/community basketball. That is where you gotta go.
All right, that's what we needed you for, Ruby. You were directing us in the correct place.
Yes.
And I am going to introduce Ruby right now, but wait, Jesse Neville, $100.
Hey, Jesse trying to beat me.
Jesse gave 100.
Yeah.
And then Zamlila gave 100. All right. We haven't even explained our whole matching fund yet.
We ain't even got to it yet.
I can't be mechanical and stick to this piece of paper.
Right.
We actually have in our little section, you know, our workshop today, we actually have, is this donor anonymous or can I say? Anonymous. It's anonymous. Okay, we have an anonymous donor who has pledged $2,500.
Oh my God.
As a matching fund.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Yes.
$1. So that means that Zamlile's 100 is now 200. Jesse Neville's 100 is now 200. And everybody else who donates in this workshop, it's going to be matched dollar for dollar.
Pull my hair up.
The 2,500.
And pull my hair up.
That's profound.
Yes.
That is
profound. It's about to get real and pull my hair up.
So keep it coming.
Keep it coming, because we need this basketball court in this community. We need it. We need it in our African community. We need for these children to have somewhere to go after school. We need for them to be able to celebrate, you know, in their own community. They don't need to go way 2 and 3 miles outside of their community to go to the YMCA and pay all of this money just so they can bounce a basketball. They need it at home, close to them, where it's safe, out of the middle of the street. You see the kids in the middle of the street playing hoop in the middle of the street.
Right.
Why do our children have to play ball in the middle of the street? And you have, you know, people driving in and out the street, and it's just not safe.
Absolutely.
It's just not safe.
Absolutely. And, you know, okay. I really unite with what you say.
Yes.
It's unacceptable.
Yeah, it's unacceptable.
Yes. I am going to make a donation of $100 tonight. And my donation is a small form of reparations, but it is reparations.
Take my jacket
And
off. She did.
even just to say,
We can stay here and make $300.
even
Oh
just
my
to say,
goodness, that's beautiful.
I could, that the fact that I could play basketball in middle school and high school.
You'll play ball with me when we get it.
Absolutely. And I was viciously competitive, actually.
You gonna play ball with me?
No, I am so old school that it was half court. for
What?
Girls. Yeah, it was half court.
Let's make this perfectly clear right now. We're going for a whole court.
Yes,
Okay?
absolutely.
A whole court.
Absolutely. But how could, in the late 1950s and 60s, I be able to have access to a basketball court, from the culture of African people, and that here we are in 2021. And like the chairman said, we have to justify that a basketball court would be built in a whole community that's being transformed to reflect life.
Kitty, in that same
Yes.
community, I went to a middle school. It's called Yateman. It's on the corner of, correct me if I'm wrong, it's right there at like Fair, near Alice, that little area where that middle school is a store. And we're talking 7th and 8th grade, and the school itself didn't have a basketball court. Most of the schools in St. Louis City don't have basketball courts. They don't have grass areas where the kids, there are no resources in the community, and there's no sustainable, healthy places for these kids to play and have fun. We need this. This is something we need. This is not something we just asking for. This is something that the community needs, and we're gonna get it.
Ahuro, I totally unite and want to, just welcome Ruby, who's on our panel. And
Ahuro.
now, Ruby, we only have remaining 7,925 totally.
7,000.
We have to keep it
925,000 totally is what we need.
Of the original goal, but what I need from our fabulous calculators from this workshop, what's our balance?
Our balance, guys.
So
you want me
in
to
the
say
real
that?
way. All right, we will get it. We
So
did.
we haven't counted in the 25,000. 2,500 has not been counted yet.
No, it's not been counted yet. We got 100.
We gotta hit them match. Let me say the webs. Go to
Lisa Watson just did 100.
Hey,
So
Lisa.
Whoa.
Can I say we
400
dope
right
as
now
hell?
from this
I can say
workshop.
that on the workshop. We dope as hell. I can't say that.
We've raised $400 so far since we've started this workshop.
And we're matched by 400, which is incredible. So here we have Ruby, and Ruby is a long-term member of the Solidarity Movement. She has really forged a stance of reparations. She leads by example. And we could spend the whole workshop summing up some of the stories, but we can't go there at this workshop.
Thank you.
We spared her. She's also on the steering committee of the Uhuru Furniture Store in Philly.
I know, right?
Which is really powerful.
Yes.
So she has been, in expressing her unity through working in APDF for many years.
Yes.
The beginning of the furniture stores.
Yes.
In Oakland.
Yes.
So Ruby, it's honored to be here with you on this panel. And would you like to say anything?
Yes, this is such a profound honor to participate in this panel, and I just so appreciate, the previous workshop, and really the deep, analysis that the chairman brings and that deputy chair brings to life, and everybody's jumping in, and so I am going to jump in too, and I want to donate $1,000 towards Uhuru. I agree. We are going to make this goal tonight.
We're gonna make it.
It is such an honor to participate in Uhuru Furniture and the work under the leadership of Onizane Yeshatela and the African working class on a day-to-day basis in this just fabulous institution that has so much support. We saw Karen Smith coming out this morning, and there's so many cultural workers that come to the furniture store and want to participate and work in so many different ways. And, just as people have been saying, like, how the Uhuru movement is under the leadership of the party is the only one that pulls together every aspect of life and does work to transform, food, clothing, shelter, housing, cultural life. It's all has to be part of the same trajectory. It is not just one little reformist thing has to be changed and everything is fine. Reparations are due, and these programs show the way forward in such a profound way. It's really an honor, to be part of it and participate.
It would be so great to have you here, and that your donation really has the value of $2,000.
Yes.
So that is really profound.
Yes.
So right now we've raised 1,400 of our 2,500 for the workshop. So come on, everybody watching. This is really powerful. Let's keep putting it on.
I dare somebody to match that. I dare someone out there to match that.
All right, you heard the dare. It's only money.
If you match
really
that,
only money.
I will sing Vanguard to the end of days. If you match that.
Really? Oh, I hope maybe we can get that Vanguard song coming. I think that would be powerful. Well, I did want to just show our basketball video, which is only a few minutes because there might be
But
new
before we
people
show
joining.
it, if you want to donate, go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball. Please go there, donate. Trust me, you'll be glad you did. We need this basketball court. We want this. Our community is going to have it.
Right here in St. Louis, the conditions of the north side is horrific.
I just think that it's important to say that we believe in the democratic anti-colonial right to be able to have community control of every aspect of our lives and our communities. And I think the most fundamental, most democratic, most anti-colonial demand that I can conceive of is community control of a basketball court.
The basketball court is so important. Number one, because the community has no recreation. So along with this lack of grocery stores and economic activity, there is no kind of cultural activity and programs for children to participate in.
We need a basketball court. We need to have things in our community. Black people need to be empowered of their own life.
We want Black community control of a basketball court, a simple democratic anti-colonial demand.
This is not just about building a basketball court, it's rebuilding a community. Donate today to build a community-controlled basketball court in North St. Louis. Who will step up and make the slam dunk?
Uhuru, we got some more donations in while that was playing. We got $100 from Becky. We got $50 from Diane. So, okay.
So we've done
the remaining. What?
We've raised $1,550 in our workshop. That means that's worth $3,300 or whatever. Somebody better add it. Okay, because we got a match.
So this is saying that our total is $123,225. Remaining amount $6,775. I don't know if that's including. I don't know if that's including part of the 2,500 or not. But while we're at it, I just want to add, and you don't have this one yet, Amanda, $500 from my friend in California.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. $500. I'm going to be slam dunking next year.
Yes, that's right.
And I know how to play ball. I told you I got 5 sons. Yes.
Wow, only $450 left. And you know what? I really want to express such a thank you to people who donated.
Yes. Yes. Who we got?
Well, our Diane from Gainesville, a long time
Thank you,
activist,
yes.
Uhuru Solidarity
Uhuru,
Movement,
Diane.
community organizer. People know that the movement, the African People's Socialist Party was in Gainesville way back in the day. In the late 70s, did a lot of organizing work there. But I really also want to salute Becky Kamau.
Thank you,
Becky.
Uhuru Becky.
That we were able to read this morning. She is a volunteer. She's in the Black Power Movement Projects Committee. She's on the research team. And she and her husband are tremendous supporters and tremendous progressives for many years, living in rural Wisconsin. Just, we really do love you and appreciate it.
Thank you, Becky.
Wow, okay, I got that we have to match 2,500. We've raised 2,050.
So we
somebody
need
said we have-
$450 more dollars.
Oh, now
that
we have
to go
that's what I
get.
had.
We
got
need $450 more dollars before we can match.
450 more.
Before we can match, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. I'm excited. This is
I'm
what
very
basketball
excited.
court feel like. I got basketball court fever.
And I really do want to say, and everybody in our movement, everybody who's watching, you just give a salute, a donation salute to Deputy Chair Onus for the incredible human being and revolutionary.
Every time I hear Black Power Blueprint, that's what I hear. Every time I hear Black Power Blueprint, I immediately think of my leadership who brought that to my life. You know, it's not just an organization. It's not just something we do. It's something we live every day, learning how to become economically free of, colonialism's chains that pull on us and pull on our pockets and pull on our mental. Black Power Blueprint is so much more than just us trying to get a basketball court. It is our democratic right. Like the chairman said, it's our right to have that, and to break these kids out of this colonial, I don't even know the word to burden that's on them. They go to school, they're being taught nothing already. They don't have things at school. They don't even have good lunches. They don't have, did you know they took recess out of school? Why would you take that from these children? And my 16-year-old, he goes, why do I even have to go out? Why do I got to go to school when I'm sitting there all day? I can't even go outside. They feel like that's an institution. Having a basketball court is their freedom. It's their freedom, period. Ain't no other way to look at it. When I think about Black Power Blueprint, all the different institutions, all the different things that we do, not just the basketball court and the things coming up next year. This is what we need for our community. We're going to build it to the point where they're going to have a basketball court and more. And more.
Uhuru, I just so appreciate that. And just really, really want to acknowledge that in the white community, we don't see that face of colonialism in any way. We see the other side of colonialism that feeds us at the expense of you and your community. We see the access to a cultural life, to food, to health, to a vision, to like a vision of the future. And that's the colonial economic, worldwide economic
what's up?
economy.
Jesse Neville will donate another $50 in deputy chair.
Okay.
We only have
I'm gonna
$400.
donate $50 more too.
You know what? I am too.
Uhuru.
I'm gonna donate $50 more too because I can't let
Uhuru.
Jesse outdo me right now.
That's it.
I'm gonna put me on for another $50.
That's it.
All right, so
That's
So now we only have 300, only 300 more to get the match. We can do
I
this.
got 350 more.
We should have 350 more. It should be 350
Somebody
more.
said
Ruby.
400.
Jesse donated 50, I did, and so the kitty, they trying to beat me. They trying to make me go into my eyelash money.
We have 300 more to go.
300 more to go.
To meet that match.
300 more to go.
Yeah, 300.
Okay.
And yeah, 300 more to go.
I
So
might
if
have
you're
to.
out there in that listening audience.
Yes. Because I'm going into my Uzi pocketbook. So
dig.
Yeah, this Uzi money. I'm going to my spend money.
The other thing is, we sit here and because of the incredible joy that you bring to everything, and just the stance of the African working class, really. People have no idea what it's like to even walk from the Uhuru House, what the neighborhood was like when Deputy Chair landed. And we talk about Deputy Chair, someone who has a vision and a real belief that you can take your hands and transform things with the politics of African internationalism.
I'm glad that you said that, because if you think it looks scary when Deputy Chair was walking through it, imagine what it looked like to a 6-year-old or a 10-year-old kid. Walking in that neighborhood as a 10-year-old child, I'm not talking about me now. I grew up in that neighborhood. We're not talking about Zanlila. We're talking about other kids who come outside on a Saturday morning after having breakfast and doing their chores to play nowhere. Where are they gonna go? That's what we're talking about. And how Deputy Chair came and just changed all of that.
All of that.
If you look at the basketball video, you can see the Uhuru House on the corner, and you can see us changing that community. But you can see what it looked like when she got there and how different it is now.
Absolutely.
How beautiful it is now because of the garden across the street.
Beautiful.
Yes.
The flag, the garden.
Yes.
And taking people on tours,
Yes.
Black Power Blueprint does tours from people from foundations, people that are donors, people that are in committees right here.
What's up, Ruby? When you raise your hand, I get
$10 from Hallie Murray. And so there's only 290 left to get the matching funds.
Uhuru, Hallie Murray. 290.
290 to go.
290 more to go. Comrades, this transformation, just like people have been saying, where you see every dollar absolutely manifest in some kind of tremendous transformation. If you take people on a tour, they come to the Uhuru House now, that's beautiful, as Jesse was summing up earlier, the Quaba Hall. We come outside, there's this gorgeous open air venue that once, had 2 buildings that had been left to rot. As a matter of fact, the asbestos inspectors couldn't even go inside. And we got inside one of them. And, you saw the diapers and broken baby carriage and like old kind of sleeping bag blanket, people having to go in, homeless people having to go in there, a lot of mold and glass shards and that's all gone. That's all gone. You've got food growing there. You've got flowers blooming. You have trees blooming in the spring.
Fried green tomatoes.
You have absolutely Mr. Gary's Black Power Community Garden.
Oh, fried green tomatoes. I was driving by the garden just because and picking tomatoes. Nobody knew. I go up in the garden in summer and I grab 2 tomatoes and go home. That's what a community garden is. In case anybody wanted to know, that's what it does. You drive past, you say, oh, there are tomatoes there. Let me go and get one. That is a community garden, and that is the sustainable produce that the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market is bringing to the community. And that's why we want our basketball court, our women's health center. Let's keep it. What else? What else we need?
The retail center,
grocery store, the Jingo kitchen. I can keep pushing. We want it all.
Yeah. All right. Uhuru. So 290 more left. All right, Ruby.
All right. Oh, well, we want to show people what has already been, if you guys can put the, what do you call it, the PowerPoint up on the screen, we'll show people what has been purchased so far for the basketball.
Alert. Can I say it? Can I say it? I get to say this. Angelica has pledged another $1,000 to the basketball court.
Wait a minute. We got our 2,500 match.
What?
We got our match.
We got it.
We got
I need to know. Where are we? We swimming in. Come on, where's that?
32.
Let's get more. We need more.
Did we do 3,200 from this workshop right now with Angelica? She beat the streets during the campaigns. She did
First of all, can I say we dope as hell now?
Yes, you can.
We dope as hell. I get to say it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Angelica.
Angelica.
Yes.
She was out there.
Okay, so now, yes.
Angelica.
Yes. Uhuru and Penny did another 25.
And Penny did another 25.
Uhuru! Uhuru.
Oh my God.
Okay,
so where are we at?
We are going to make this happen.
I think we did.
You got a number? You got a number where we are? It's coming in?
Accountants.
Okay.
Accountants.
Okay, check our phones. Let's see.
Accountants.
Oh my God, do you want to? This. Wait, do I have to add this? If I gotta add this up, you got it.
No, we have our
I don't have
accountants.
it yet.
We got accountants on.
We have accountants in the room.
Okay. Wait.
Oh my
God. $2,500 donation from Izzy.
We also have a $2,500 donation from.
Oh my God. We are going to do
So
this
is it fair to say that in particular, we did our thing, right? We did our thing. We did our thing. Hey, we dumb as hell.
Get your hand up there, Ruby.
Go ahead, Ruby. And you can say we dope as hell too. Deputy Chair love when we say that. Say we dope as hell.
Oh my God. We're at 129,000.
No, 129,900.
$100.
Only need $100.
100 to hit our minimal goal.
With the matching funds, we only need $100 more to make the goal, but we're gonna keep on going through the whole night.
Keep it going.
No, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Can somebody tell us something about Izzy?
Izzy is from the Reparations Legacy Project.
So Izzy is from the Reparations Legacy Project.
Right. Izzy.
What else?
Where does she live?
She's in Oberlin, Ohio.
She's in Oberlin, Ohio. And she dope as hell.
Izzy.
Midwest region. Izzy, you're one of ours.
She's super dope. Cause you know what? She got us there. We just need another $100 to put us at our minimum.
At our minimum.
But we
And then
still,
got
but
more.
don't stop there. Don't stop there.
Go.
Just
Absolutely,
go,
we're not gonna
go.
stop there.
Y'all should have put me right here. I'm so excited. Let's get this basketball court so I can play ball and dunk on Jesse.
And then
I'm gonna do another 20.
See Jesse playing. Put me down for 170. Put that up. Put another $20 on there. Every time Jesse adds some money, whatever he add me too.
Ron in Seattle, another 500. Ron in, did you get that? I guess they did. All right.
We are relentless.
Yes.
We relentless. Kicking ass
Yes,
on
we
colonialism.
are relentless.
I can say kicking ass on colonialism.
Very colonialism.
Yes.
Very colonial. This is a liberated economy.
Yes.
This is concentrating economic
Yes.
power in the
Yes.
hands of the African working class.
Yes. Uhuru.
So says
Uhuru.
750 tonight, Uhuru comrade.
Uhuru.
Ron.
So I can't wait to play basketball.
Ron is an incredible comrade. He's part of the
Thank you,
incredible
Ron.
team that puts the birthday fundraisers going. So
Yep.
many people did birthday fundraisers early on that were the foundation of
Do
the
that
money.
mean I gotta sing with all them people that
Yes, you
donate?
do. Yes,
Oh,
you
man,
do.
I talk
All
too
right.
much. Okay. So we still have to show this, right, Ruby? Let's go.
Yeah. We want to show people what they bought. Absolutely.
Go forward with it.
It's going to make it so much easier to know which pieces we got since we got everything.
We're going to have a
We're gonna have a song first.
Yes.
Okay. So we're starting at number 9.
No, Ruby, we're going to have a song first.
I gotta sing.
Oh, the song. Okay.
She was
Oh,
serious.
sorry. Go for
Now I
it.
gotta
Yeah.
sing back. You guys gonna say step up with me? When I'm gonna need backup.
All right.
I am the woman, I am the children, I am the strong man. I am identity, African blood in me, foundation of all things. Yes, they lie to me, use the sweat off me. This cannot happen. I want it all back. Take it all back. Black power inside of me. So step up. I am the vanguard. I am the warrior. I am the front line. So step up. Yes, I am the power. I am the knowledge from beginning to end of time. Step up. And I am my birthright. Africa, truth and life fulfills me of all rights. So step up. That power we stand free against all our enemies. I am the vanguard. I am the vanguard. I am the vanguard. We're gonna do the whole song.
Hey. $50 from Lynn.
$50 more.
Oh.
Yes.
Keep it going. I should just say something else. I don't even know what else to say.
Timmer did $50, our heroic coordinator of the telethon.
But
yes,
have to show.
So
we have to show our thing.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Ruby.
well, so far today, since 7 a.m., we've raised $33,991 just today. Uhuru.
Well, these are the work days in the community garden. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. This is so fun.
You can keep going a little faster because I'm supposed to start at number 9.
What number?
That's the building that
so
was
that's
there.
the building that was there before
was
we got
demolished.
the garden. It was demolished.
Yes.
Okay, it all disappeared.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so far we raised the money for concrete work. Check off that. Keep going. Servicing the court. Check. Got that. The fence. Check. Got that. Keep going. The 2 bleachers. Got it.
Hey, my cheerleading spot.
Okay, let's see what else. Grading and dirt removal and disposal, 14,500. Got it. What we are raising money for right now, keep going, we'll tell you. Landscaping, 2,000. Got it.
Yes.
Repair and paint the retaining wall, 1,000. Got it.
Got it. Come on, say got it, y'all. We're gonna say got it.
4 benches, 279 per bench. Got it.
Got it.
Court painting, 950. Got it.
Got it.
Edging the court, whatever that is, we got it. $879.
Got it.
Okay, and I'm gonna show everybody what you guys are gonna get. So many people made so many fantastic donations. If you donated between $5 and $99, you are gonna get a gorgeous I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court magnet, a refrigerator magnet. So anybody that did donated in that category, $5 to $99. Okay, keep going. Any donation of $100 to $299 gets one of these gorgeous cork coasters with the fabulous logo. I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court.
Why don't do it? Yes.
You get
Okay,
4.
keep going.
You get 4. You get 4.
Okay, for $300 to $499, you get a nice warm winter hat that everybody's gonna need this year, saying Black Power Blueprint. Okay, keep them coming here. And if you donated between $500 and $999, you get all of everything that we
The
listed
whole
so
set.
far. And a donation of 1,000 plus, which a bunch of people tonight are gonna get a sweatshirt with the basketball. I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court logo. And you know there's more coming in because there's things still happening in other areas of this fundraiser.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Next year we're gonna be singing. We playing basketball.
We playing basketball. Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
So donate at GoFundMe.com/Leah.
Hold on. Leah,
Okay.
another $50 from Leah. Uhuru. And here's where everybody's donating.
South region, come on. We've gotten some profound donations.
We did.
We did from all over.
We
This
did.
is really profound.
Yes, it is.
I know.
Yes, I'm excited. I don't know how to act.
Totally.
My kids are texting me like, what's going on? They see me happy. They're like, what's going on? I'm like, I can't talk right now.
Well, you know, when you see these great pictures, you know, they're stock photos.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So you see like sort of that blue court, wait till you see the deputy chair
Oh
starts
my
putting that vision on what
gosh.
that court, how it's gonna really look.
Yeah, how it's gonna really look. It's gonna be
maybe
gorgeous.
what kind of symbol.
It's gonna be gorgeous.
It's gonna be really.
Oh my God.
beautiful.
I know it's gonna be red, black, and green.
know.
I know she gonna do red, black, and green. She dope. When you say deputy chair, say dope and still right behind it, because she gonna do, that's how it's gonna be. We should just change her last name for dope as hell.
Uhuru. So if you want to join in the party, join in the fun, go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball court and join everybody that is contributing this resources, because like what Kitty was saying, our minimum goal was 130,000, but we got to get uniforms for the kids, the trainer to come. There's, the mural. There's so many things.
So much more that we want to do. So we definitely want you guys to go to donate. Go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball. Like the chairman and like Deputy Chair was saying, yes, Jico Kitchen next year. We have so many different projects that we want to get funded to change the way that community not only look, but the way that the community survives. We need these institutions inside of, I want to call the whole community Black Power Blueprint community. I can't even do that. Can I do that?
You certainly can.
Let's change North St. Louis to Black Power Blueprint community.
And when you saw Deputy Chair put out the vision, Deputy Chair is predicting, it's going to happen, a spring explosion.
Yes.
We're ready for
Yes.
the mural.
Yes.
To get the foundation laid and containers on the foundation for the Black Power Square.
Yes.
Retail center. We're going to have the basketball court being installed. We're going to have we have to have
the women's community center,
the women's health
Come
center,
on
the
now,
doula
like,
program.
yes.
Funded with a
I'm
grant.
gonna be a doula.
Oh, I'm so happy. I
gonna be
wish
a
that,
doula.
but I do want to ask you. That was one of my questions.
Yeah.
Because so many, one of the goals that I have read for the African Women's Health Center is to get that glass ceiling broken where African women are always CNAs and cannot rise above that.
I've been a
And I know.
CNA for a very, very long time. And it's really hard to step out of that particular, once you're there, because nobody who wants to do that job. And it's 90% African women doing
Absolutely.
that job. And we get paid the lowest possible pay,
Yes.
to do that job. So when I did speak to Deputy Chair, and she even made the comment to me over the phone, she said, you may want to do, there's a chance for you to be a doula too. Not
Yes.
just me, but for people in
Yes.
general to be a doula and step out of that chain of working at the very bottom of colonialism. We're clean. You know what I mean?
Yes,
And
yes,
it's for $13 an hour. That's still less than $5 a day for me to take care of my children, my family, my kids. This program that she's put forth for the African Women's Health Center is one of the most profound things I have ever in my life seen in that community, period. I've
Yes.
never seen anything like that, especially not funded by all Africans.
Yes.
Never.
Yes. Yes.
We need that. That would change the whole look on careers for African women.
Yes.
And I don't think they said can men be doulas? You want to be a doula, just? No, I just was asking. Can men be doulas? It doesn't matter, because what I'm saying is we have Black Power Blueprint and Deputy Chair Owners Janae Yeshatella has created, not only a life with longevity, but careers and different roles that everybody can play that brings prosperity to their life. Real prosperity, not fake cologne, not colonialism prosperity, where they throw you a piece of paper and say, this is what you do and this is what you can give me back. Just real, true careers, you know, with those projects. So salute Deputy Chairman Janae Shatella. Salute Chairman Amalia Shatella. Black Power Blueprint.
Wow.
I think Jesse gonna kick us off. You gonna kick us off? Okay, he gotta
I
kick
just
us off.
really.
I just want everybody to know we did the damn thing.
Yes. Well, you did it, but yes, but really, Ruby and I are honored to be on the team with you, but I want to put Ruby forward as well,
Go ahead,
because
yeah.
Ruby, you know, just made another really generous donation, and that
Yeah.
really got us in a solid
Yeah.
place, and she really
We solid,
expresses-
Ruby. I can't wait to see you.
expresses her unity. And also, I also want to thank Janice gave a donation. I mean, people came through. But you know who else I want to thank? You know, I want to thank
Janice and Ruby, just really salute both of you comrades for
coming back again and again.
So I'm leaving.
And
See ya.
I want to thank
Uhuru.
Proofman from the Proofman Foundation that gave to kick it off with $6,000 from other people, and they gave a $5,000 donation to Give St. Louis Day last May. I want to thank all the people that do birthday fundraisers.
Yes.
You know, all this whole year. This
Yes.
has all been the foundation.
Yes.
For us to cap it off.
We trying to walk off and still thank people while we're walking off. Thank you.
They're moving us out. They're moving us out.
Uhuru.
Damn.
Ooh.
Damn, Jamie.
All right. That's what it's about.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
That was
I don't even know what to
fantastic.
say right now. We're gonna keep this train moving. We want to let you know, if you're tuning in for the first time, that you are here with us at the Reparations Telethon, 24-hour Reparations Telethon, Giving Tuesday for the Black Power Blueprint. We are continuing to raise funds for the Black Community Basketball Court program of the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis. We've raised over $130,000 thanks to all of our amazing supporters. Yes, Uhuru Zanlile. So we're just saying Uhuru to Zanlile and Pico, who was just here, a member of the African People's Socialist Party, and the Black Power Blueprint, and Kitty Riley, and just this has been absolutely incredible. We want to say Uhuru and thank you to all of the amazing donors throughout the country, throughout the world, and to everybody that has participated up to now. This has been so profound. I'm talking about everybody from here, North St. Louis, all the way to South Africa that have participated in this telethon today. And we're going to go now to a brief video of a song from Alicia Ngoma. We're going to take a quick musical interlude. We're not going to be able to play the whole thing just yet, but stick around because we still got, I think, about 11 hours or so. And we will be playing more of Alicia's music later on tonight. But we're going to play about 5 minutes, and then we'll be joined by another amazing interview, this time with Bakri Olatunji, who is the Western Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party, and Maureen Wagner, a longtime member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the director of Uhuru Foods and Pies. So, Jamie, anything you wanted to say before we take a quick musical break here?
I just want to say this is profound. Thank you to everyone who's made this telethon such an incredible success on every level, and stick around because it's going to keep getting better.
It's going to keep getting better. We're talking about 130,000 and beyond. So let's keep it going. GoFundMe.com/community basketball court. /community basketball. There we go. GoFundMe.com/community basketball. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes. But stick around and listen to this incredible revolutionary music from Alicia Ngoma.
Map di yon bagay, ou même qui dans diaspora k'ap voye kop bay petit tout l'école, ça fait quelque temps pas professeur k'ap instruit petit ou encore et DJ k'ap instruit. C'est DJ. Ça fait quelque temps classe li a pas dans l'école, encore classe li sous béton li dans la rue. Et là la pas prendre. Et DJ k professeur chéri. Ça fait quelques temps pas travailler pour y encore. Ça fait quelques temps je n'ai ça complètement perdu. Ça fait quelques temps. Rien a changé. C'est nous pour lever. C'est nous pour lever. Here we go. Let me hear you. You're sounding good. I like that. That's it. That's it. That's it. Bon. Comme c'est la bonne bagay là, let's have some fun. Everybody. À gauche à droite. À gauche à droite. À gauche à droite. À gauche à droite. I say left right. Left right. I say left right. Left right. Woo! Musique là douce c'est vrai. Mais s'il vous plaît, pas oublier prendre sens parole yo, c'est pas n'importe parole qui s'en doit parler. OK? M'a salé Jessica Genet sur track ça. Vegas. Et vous connaissez pourtant nos musiques qui bon comme ça, qu'a fort danser, qu'a fort penser, on seul monde est capable, OK? Et like boilia, en comme lié.
I
In the mix. Freedom. In the mix. Freedom. In the mix. Alicia Buanya. Kevin Gomason.
Uhuru, welcome back. We were just listening to the beautiful revolutionary sounds of the music of Alicia Ngoma of the African People's Socialist Party. Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny.
Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.
Wow, what a night. This is really,
Awesome.
really powerful. And oh my gosh, just really a stand of reparations that we've seen, and just really want to salute Lile, that was so powerful, and Kitty, and Comrade Len, who is the coordinator of this whole project. And wow, what a victory. Great job, Jamie, as always.
It was such an honor.
Incredible to have Chairman Omali Shatella, Deputy Chair Onisane Shatella on with us. So inspiring, and just amazing as always.
Absolutely. And now we are going to continue with our amazing program because we're starting to get, well, for the Western region, for the West Coast, it's still a relatively reasonable hour, right? For some of us, it's starting to get a bit late, but I just want you to know that we did not pack the second half of this telethon with just filler. The amazing programming continues all through the night. So that is going to be proven true right now because we're about to bring on two amazing guests. My notes here. Well, I don't need my notes for this. Bakri Olatunji, who is a veteran of the African People's Socialist Party with a long and incredible history of struggle for the anti-colonial fight for African liberation in Oakland, California, and who is the Western regional representative of the African People's Socialist Party, sitting on the Central Committee, and also just plays a profound role in all of the work of the Uhuru movement throughout the region, including Uhuru Foods and Pies. So we're very honored to have Bakri Olatunji with us. Uhuru.
Uhuru, how you doing, Penny? How you doing, Jesse?
We're doing good, and we're glad to see you, and just really excited to talk to you tonight. And we also have here with us also a veteran, a longtime member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, joining us from Oakland, California, the National Director of Uhuru Foods and Pies, Maureen Wagner. Uhuru.
Congratulations.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, what a victory.
Huge.
So we are really excited. I'm self-critical. The staple came off my notes here, so I don't even know where I am. We just really appreciate having you on with us tonight. And we're going to actually talk to you more later. So we're going to have two interviews with Bakri and Maureen tonight.
Okay, great.
And the first thing we wanted to talk about is, let's talk about Uhuru Foods and Pies, because we heard from the furniture stores earlier tonight, and that was incredible. And we know that another long-standing and just rich history institution in the Uhuru movement is the Uhuru Foods and Pies, in which each of you plays an incredibly important role. Could we talk about what is Uhuru Foods and Pies? What role do you have in that institution, and why is it so significant?
Well, I'm the vice chair of Uhuru Foods and Pies nationally and locally. And as you stated earlier, also the Western region representative of the African People's Socialist Party. And that the role is that, I play is working with Maureen, who is the director. And, Uhuru Foods and Pies, as you said, is one of the more successful economic institutions of the party. We've been around since late 70s, early 80s. We have a very well-established history here. in Oakland as well as in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it is an economic institution that represents dual and contending power in the hands of the African working class. And it is my honor to work, with Uhuru Foods and Pies and to basically create an anti-colonial economic project of the African People's Socialist Party. So it is just great.
Uhuru, and I just want to say what an honor it is to work with Western Regional Representative Bakri Olatunji, as well as other comrades here on the West Coast, as well as on the East Coast. And I report directly to Deputy Chair Onas Zanea Shatella. I am a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and I want to salute the chairman and deputy chair and the African People's Socialist Party. And I want to congratulate USM on this incredible victory of meeting the goal to build the basketball court. Like the basketball court, Uhuru Foods and Pies is part of African self-determination. And we've heard earlier today from the chairman and other people, deputy chair, that the economic and the political are one. And Uhuru Foods and Pies bakes food, cooks food. It has the main goal of putting the control of food growth, production, and distribution back into the hands of African people. And we know that historically, African people have fed the world for more than 600 years. So Uhuru Foods and Pies is one piece of changing that dynamic and giving white people the opportunity to support the African Revolution through something that is, very basic, which is the right to access to food and food production, and to be a part of this. So I've been a part of it for a while. There are many people in the Solidarity Movement and in the African People's Socialist Party who came before me that helped make this happen. Many people. Someday there'll be a book about all the stories, the ways that Uhuru Foods has not only raised resources for the programs of the African People's Socialist Party and the African People's Education and Defense Fund, but also won support from people of all nationalities, walks of life, ages. We had an 8-year-old volunteer the other day, and we had an 80-year-old volunteer the other day. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Maureen and Bakri, could you each tell us how long you have each been involved in this work and why it's so important to you?
Well, I've been involved with the work about as long as I've been in the party. I recall my first work with Uhuru Foods and Pies was at a mobilization in San Francisco. We had a food booth at, I think, the Gay Day festivities. I think that was in '85. And it was my first time going to those festivities, but the party had a food booth there. And that was my introduction to Uhuru Foods and Pies. And, been there since. But it's been, as I said, a great ride. We had one of our volunteers this past week. We moved to a new kitchen the 1st of November, and he was saying this is his 17th kitchen with us here in the Bay Area. So that speaks to the number of years that we have been, on the ground in the Oakland Bay Area, producing the pies, cooking the food, raising the resources, and building dual and contending power institutions. So yes, it's been a minute.
Jamie, so I have volunteered with the Uhuru Foods and Pies pretty much since I joined the work of under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party in 1978, and but I was really part of it beginning in 1993, and I was given the responsibility to lead the pie campaign, as we call it, which is the holiday pie sales. But in 1978. The African People's Socialist Party was involved in the campaign to free Desi Woods. And Bakri just talked about the Gay Day event, which is what it was called then, in June. And as part of raising funds for the work to free Desi Woods, the African People's Socialist Party members here said, okay, we're going to do a booth at this gay pride event that happens in June. And this was like before the health department would intervene or anything, set up some grills that were on top of half-cut 55-gallon drums and cooked chicken. And that was the African People's Socialist Party did that. And that is really the birth of Uhuru Foods and Pies.
Wow.
Yeah.
For real.
Well, I mean, yeah, the history is just, as being said, the history of Uhuru Foods and Pies is the history of the party in Oakland. It's intertwined and, you know, goes back. I remember the African National Reparations Organization Solidarity Committee had a big pie campaign, and we were, I don't even remember where, maybe at, I don't even remember where we baked, but I remember our comrade Ali, Secretary General Ali, had, you know, well, oh, in England we make apple crumble pies. So, you know, she made one, and that became a legend. And, you know, it was just so great. It was so great. It was really clear that it was an important institution right from the very beginning, and something that is, you know, has been and is an economic institution of the party, and you know, very strongly led by the Office of Deputy Chair Onisene Shatella, but just really, you know, just the leadership that you bring to it, the excitement of you know, just getting with the breweries and, you know, all of the recent developments that are going on under Deputy Chair's leadership, and taking the Uhuru Foods and Pies to a whole new echelon is very exciting. But it's certainly, you know, been there for a good more than 40 years, intertwined with the Oakland years and everything else. I mean, from nights of baking in some kitchen at 3 o'clock in the morning and all the pies fall off. You know, just so many different things that happened over the years. But it was always powerful. You know, it was always about reparations.
Yes, and that tradition continues. We were baking thousands of pies last week, and there were 24-hour shifts, 36-hour shifts, and you know, it was powerful. It was very powerful. And then to be a part of the procurement of the donations, to be in the kitchen baking the pies, and to me, the sales is the crux of it. For me, that's when you know, the rubber meets the ground, when you're talking with the people. Yes, I've been looking for the Uhuru pies, or the people who are discovering the Uhuru pies. And once you selling the pies, you talk about Uhuru, what it means, and you know, building the independent African economy worldwide. People say, well, what part of Africa? I say it's all of Africa, you know, and African people worldwide. And you know, it opens people up to a whole new understanding of supporting Black power, and you know, the building the relationships that we have, especially in this period, as you said, with the breweries, is so powerful right now. And you know, there are people who've been buying pies for us for 30 years, you know, I mean, literally. There are people who would just donate, you know, if they don't even get a pie, you know. So I was on a table with a comrade who came down from Portland, Oregon, to participate regionally. And it was a powerful table, you know, and just the support. It's good to be back out there. We were not out at the site in front of the Safeway on Grand Avenue in Oakland due to COVID. But this year we were back out there again, and it was just such a powerful thing to really get the feedback from the people in terms of what they see and what they know about Uhuru, knowing that we've been there on the ground in Oakland and what our purpose is. So I just really appreciate the history and the continued work of the Uhuru Foods and Pies right now.
Uhuru, I just want to say that, yeah, I mean, so many years of selling the pies out in front of Grand Avenue Safeway, which is, for people who don't know, is right across the street from Uhuru Furniture, directly right across the street from Uhuru Furniture, and just a couple of blocks from where the market, the farmers market is, where, you know, the food booth has been for many years as well. And, you know, just I call it a love fest whenever I get a chance to be out there, and just doing the table at Grand Avenue Safeway that's liberated territory. That's a Uhuru movement. That's party turf, you know, and just the expression of support and solidarity and unity with the history of the Uhuru movement. You meet people that went there as children, and they knew Biko Lumumba from back in the day. They remember the chairman. I mean, it's beautiful. It's deeply within the culture of not only Oakland but the Bay Area. After 40 years, this is part of it. This is part of what the Bay Area is.
Yeah,
So
it's interesting that you mentioned that. I just wanted to share one thing with you. Recently, we did an event at the Uhuru House with Frederica Newton, honoring the life of Huey P. Newton. And I was at a Coma Market, which is a market in the African community a few blocks away from the Uhuru House in East Oakland. And I was speaking with another vendor, and she used to be one of the young women who was a part of Uhuru Choir. And I was sharing with her a picture that we had of a young girl from the Uhuru Choir who took a picture with Huey Newton back at the Uhuru House in 1986. And when I showed her the picture, she started crying. She said, "That's my cousin." And she shared the picture with her cousin, who now lives in Texas, and said that she broke down crying when she saw the picture. So it was very touching, but it speaks to the history that you just talking about. And it's very palpable, and it's real in the African community, as well as with the supporters throughout the Bay Area. We have sold thousands and tens of thousands of pies, and the support is just so powerful. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there based on what you had said.
That is powerful. That is so incredible. Just to say that, you know, what the party calls the Oakland years, when Chairman and Rep. Bakri, you were there from very early on, and when Evan A was the little kiddo, and Imani, yes, a little baby, and you know, just when the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement was the only thing out there that was fighting for the interests of the African working class after, you know, the military defeat of the Black Power movement of the 60s, and the Uhuru House was there. You know, I mean, there's just, well, that's a whole discussion, but just the whole struggle for raising the resources and taking a stand and winning white solidarity and all of these things that, you know, that were there as the chairman was out there going against the fierce headwinds of neocolonialism and white opportunism and everything else that characterized those years. And the chairman was there fighting against colonialism, fighting for power in the hands of African workers. And there was the Bobby Hutton Clinic, which, you know, Bakri, you were so much a part of. I mean, this was all in the mix, you know, this was all in the mix of this incredible institution.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I wasn't anything. I just said Uhuru.
Well, we're going to actually come back to more of an interview with Representative Bakri and Comrade Maureen a little bit later tonight. We're looking forward to that. But we want to thank you so much for being with us and you know, being a part of this telethon in such a powerful way. And we'll see you soon. We'll see you in less than an hour, like 30 minutes from now. We'll see you again.
All right, see you in a bit. Uhuru.
And Jamie, I'm going to turn it over to you to start introducing this segment. I'm really excited for this next segment and who we're about to speak with. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jesse. So first of all, I want to say that we have on with us Mark Anderson, who is a longtime member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and a profound supporter of the Uhuru movement and the African People's Socialist Party. who has taken an incredible stance of material solidarity with the African liberation movement through paying reparations to the political and economic programs of African self-determination, including the Black Power Blueprint.
Uhuru. Mark.
Uhuru, Mark.
Uhuru.
And also joining us is Mr. John Rulak. And you can go ahead and turn on your camera. I see you're on there. Okay, all right, Uhuru. Really glad. So excited to have you with us, and just really appreciate you being here. And John Rulak is, of course, a very, very powerful supporter of the work of the Uhuru movement, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and the Black Power Blueprint, including the basketball court that we have been raising resources for tonight. John Rulak gave a profound contribution of $50,000 early on in this campaign. So we appreciate you so much for everything that you've done to support the work of the Uhuru movement up to this point, and for being here. And Mr. Rulak is the CEO of Nutiva, and you have made a very inspiring commitment to supporting real, sustainable social justice through economic and social justice for the African community. And we just really appreciate both of you for being here. We're very excited and honored to have you with us on the Reparations Telethon.
Uhuru. Yes, I want to join in welcoming both of you. And, you know, I just want to say to Comrade Mark, well, I mean, I was thinking of Uhuru Bakery Cafe, and if you remember, that was 1987, and you were there, and I think you and I were organizing the March Against Genocide that year. And you know, there's just such great pictures. There's pictures of you, you know, marching when we marched from Oakland to Berkeley, and how powerful that was. And I also want to really just profoundly salute your stand for over 30 years of just profound reparations.
Yeah.
And you know, just incredible, not only monetary, but also every possible way that you have contributed, just with your great spirit and all the skills and acts that you've had access to. So I just really want to appreciate you and appreciate John, and you know, that this is really what it means to really overturn our relationship to the system and rectify our relationship to African people through this stand, you know, not just trying to change our thoughts or undo racism, but to materially take the stand that forwards the accumulation of power in the hands of the African working class, which is not anything that we see anyplace else in the world, under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela, and the African People's Socialist Party that is growing and building and fighting relentlessly. That is the theme of the next party plenary, by the way, relentless. For 50 years, you know, for 50 years going up against the fierce headwinds of reaction and white nationalism and deepening colonial, you know, violence since the period of the 1960s and the assassinations of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, you know, the leaders then. So I appreciate both of you. I salute both of you, and it's just great to have you on this show tonight. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I want to echo all of that, and the only thing I wanted to add is that we were excited to have both of you on at the same time, because what each of you represents in terms of really embodying genuine unity with reparations to the African community, as expressed by your, you know, profound contributions, in this case, specifically to the Black community basketball court, as well as the Uhuru Jiko community commercial kitchen. And I know that John had made a really incredible matching fund of $75,000 for the Uhuru Jiko community commercial kitchen. And then Mark over here ensured that that matching fund was met. So we appreciate both of you for that.
All right.
So
Good job, Mark.
Thank you, John.
It's like an assist on the basketball court, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'd love to hear from both of you. Mark, why don't you take it away?
Yeah. So I appreciate this opportunity, and I want to express my appreciation too for the movement and the opportunity it gives all of us in the white community to sort of contribute meaningfully to the future of the planet, and and towards rectifying the situation that we're all living in. I always feel odd considering myself an old timer, particularly in this context where I think over half the people, it's like the standard keeps moving, it's sort of like, okay, I've only been involved for 35 years, but that I still feel like a neophyte or a baby when Penny or Maureen are here, it's like, oh yeah, in the 70s, it was real, But yeah, as Penny mentioned, I got involved in the late 80s. I had, I'd gone to undergraduate and graduate school at MIT in Boston, and I was somewhat politically active there. But it was mostly about US foreign policy. And I always knew that was sort of weird, because obviously everything the US was doing, it had done internally, but the irony was not lost on me, where particularly in the 80s, it was, the liberals were talking about, anti-nuke and so on. But even then, in terms of like protesting what the US was doing in Nicaragua, while, oh yeah, another Black kid just got shot yesterday, but back to Nicaragua. And so that frustrated me, but I just hadn't found an organization that really had, anything to offer. And then I came out to Berkeley for yet another graduate degree, lived in North Oakland, just around the corner from that Uhuru Bakery Cafe. And it was just such a relief, and I think like a lot of people, I was, suspicious. But, it was sort of like, not only were they like reinforcing my instincts, but they were even challenging me to take it to a step further, which I really appreciated then and now. And, so then instead of like this bizarre thing where, in the 80s, in addition to the anti-nuke, the big thing was anti-apartheid, right? So there were like protests going on in Berkeley, protesting how Black people were being treated on the other side of the planet in Azania, South Africa. Again, stepping over the incredible oppression going on at the height of the, crack epidemic that was going on in Oakland. So again, but this was something that the Uhuru movement did a lot of leadership around. And so again, instead of like participating in like anti-apartheid or something else like that, which was just, just painfully ironic. It was a question of doing that. And so and ever since then, it's been, I've supported it because it sort of gives meaning to this other nonsense that I do, that I've been put in this position of being able to make income from the state, from these institutions. But obviously that is, I've always known that, in addition to, people talk about blood diamonds, but, we're talking about, blood salaries. We're talking about, everything that we do, everything that we bring in is enmeshed in this existing economy, and you can't separate from it. So just in terms of like motivation and like the meaningfulness of it is that I have an opportunity to give to an organization that's actually building dual power. So, I think part of the great taste of the Uhuru pies is that it, doesn't have that taste of blood in it.
You know, it's in the opposite of towards building something, you know, alternative. I should give John an opportunity to say something. I have a few other things to add, but that was a brief intro.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
great.
very, very eloquent.
Yes.
Thank you very much for saying that.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Good to good to get some more of the background on that. And I also was living in I think I was in Alameda area in the 80s and somehow stumbled across the bakery as well. Though I didn't I think I kind of described it to a few folks and they said, yeah, that was it. but I was kind of found out more about the organization in this last year through a Slow Money Northern California event, and so that was just great to learn about that. And I one thing I did was I founded Nativa. I'm no longer CEO. I stepped down 4 years ago, and I've chosen to donate significant amount of money to different projects around the world, kind of playing it forward. I like to say, I've been a privileged, white person. I was born, from a wealthy home. I had a lot of advantages, one thing I think that a lot of just people, I think, have a hard time, especially white people, understanding that the wealth accumulation that has gone on, from real estate, the fact that your, grandparents or grandparents had opportunity to buy land and over generations created a lot of that opportunity. And people of color and Black people in many cases just didn't even have that. They couldn't buy land or didn't and even when they had land, they were forced off of it, after the Civil War. So that really has created a generational a real divide. And so just it's important for us to realize some of the wealth that's created is not just only our hard work of people, but it's because of luck and institutional racism. But it's not always easy to see that and to acknowledge that, because a lot of times, our ego just says, oh, well, we're smart and we worked hard and we deserve all this. But it's definitely disdainful. I see, especially in the Bay Area, so much wealth has been created and so little of it really goes to support the communities and around the Bay Area, and some does. But so there was, when I found out about the cafe and to open that up in North St. Louis, and then found out the basketball court, I was like, wow, that sounds sounds great to get a cafe going. And it's expensive to renovate a cafe, and that's why I did the $75,000 match, because I knew it was going to take a bunch more money. And thank you, Mark, for taking the pass, so to speak, and use a basketball analogy. And just a little on the basketball, I remember when I was 16 years old on the streets of Berkeley, I didn't like going to school much, so I went down to the basketball court, and I got a introduction, into, I played basketball, but not really street hardcore basketball. And back in the Warriors, they had one white guy on their team. His name was Rick Barry. So because I was kind of tall and white, they called me Rick, the black guys. And it was a great experience for me on the basketball court, and I still play. And so when there was an opportunity to create a basketball court in an area where they don't have some of those physical, exercise, they don't have gyms and things like that, I was like, yeah, let's do that. So I'm looking forward to seeing that court open up. And basketball is such a great sport. You can play it at any age. I'm 62 and I'm still out there playing. but I'm I think it's, if those of us that have the opportunity to give to support causes, and specifically Black people who are, and one thing I love about the Uhuru organization is just the kind of the audacity and the boldness. Like a lot of people just they feel like they're kind of screwed, and they just kind of give up. And as someone who, I fought the DEA, they tried to say that I was selling hemp that was like marijuana, and I had, so I have a respect for people and organizations that have grit and dig deep. And those are the kind of people that I like to support, and give some of those resources that to do some of these projects. So I'll pass. Mark, maybe you want to share a few other things.
Yeah.
Maybe talk about the basketball thing.
Exactly. So I was going to say,
that?
well, first I'll give my little anecdote about my personal experience with basketball, because I never played it as a kid. Then I go to MIT and they have intramural teams. And on my floor, there's a bunch of like shorter guys who were like really good, but they didn't have anybody over 6 feet tall. So they come to me and they say, Mark, okay, you got to play and you're going to be the center. And I say, okay, fine. But you realize I don't know what I'm doing. And they say, okay, just stand in the middle and put your hands up. And if you get the ball, don't shoot it. Just give it back to one of us. And that was that. I had a great time. But, I should say that I think we all understand, and the state will understand, that it isn't really just a basketball court. And it's, some people, there's this saying from back, I think in the 60s, that every act is a political act. And there's a huge difference, say, between like when the Panthers did Breakfast for Children from when it became a state program, right? And so there's also going to be a huge difference. Like we wouldn't be supporting, a basketball program that was set up by the state because it'd have a different character. And in this case too, it's going to be a complete, just like Panthers did other things when they had the kids there for breakfast, right? And the movement is going to do, something with this basketball court that's going to just transform that whole community. So I think that's important. And I also want to say that, to be honest, the number one reason I'm supporting the basketball court project is because it's being pushed for by the movement. And that's, I think, a really important thing, particularly for those of us with like an elite white background, where we because of our day-to-day life and our upbringing and training, we want to lead everything. And that is not the role that the white community needs to have in this thing. And so I support it because that's what the Uhuru movement says needs to be supported. And so it sort of like takes us out of the equation of trying to dictate, like what the path is to that. And, we know from like so many other projects that the movement has done over the years, that there's this incredible synergy, just like with the pies, it's an opportunity for outreach. It's a means of getting reparations. It's a means potentially of income within the Black community. It's a social venue, right? And something like the basketball court has so many of the other things, right? And one of the things too is that in many Black communities, because of these sort of like, NGOs, Black preachers who will descend for like a few weeks and then disappear after a crisis is over, they will get cynical about any other organization and saying it. And so this is, part of the great demonstration is that here's Uhuru in St. Louis saying they're going to do something and then actually doing it, and this can be, like a venue for, many different things and just a gathering point and liberated territory, a space for whatever the community chooses to use it for besides basketball, even though I know there'll be a lot of basketball there as well. So I just wanted to say that in some ways, the basketball court sounds like something that, you know, a more liberal organization would be supporting. But in the hands of the Uhuru movement, it becomes like it's revolutionary ball.
That's right.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Thank you. That's really, really well said. That's so true. You know, because it is an anti-colonial project. That's, you know, that's how the chairman was saying it. And that's how Deputy Chair was saying it. It's part of, you know, addressing every aspect of life, because colonialism affects every aspect of life of African people. And that's one. And that's a really important part of it as well. And, you know, it's part of a whole thing with all the things that have been put out today, you know, the women's clinic and the farmers market and the, you know, and the garden and the Quabba Hall and and just the retail area that's, you know, getting ready to happen, as well as the fourplex building for African people coming out of prison that will be trained at the kitchen. I mean, it's the whole thing. And there's so much more, you know, training people to be doulas and midwives and all of that. It's very exciting.
Yeah.
Very powerful. And I really agree with what you're saying. It's a revolutionary project because the revolution is about life and African people being able to live and control their lives. And it's beautiful.
Uhuru. Well, this, you know, part of this telethon, we have very quick segments, so it's very fast paced. So we each time we want to keep it going because we just love talking to you so much. But unfortunately, this segment is coming to a close. So we just wanted to really appreciate both of you, and any last quick words that either of you would like to say before we wrap this up. You said it all. You said it all.
We've said it all.
The one thing I wanted to say, what Mark said, is I think the social capital of the Uhuru movement in saying they're going to build this court and building the court and delivering the court and having people play there and the connections is going to have a huge multiplier effect and will birth new ideas, visions, connections, and transformations, things we can't even see.
That's right.
Very true.
Beautifully put.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
And I'll just say, I will donate another 5,000 up for this basketball project. I know you're looking for a little more. So.
Wow.
Amazing. Thank you so much, John Rulak and Mark Anderson. Yeah,
55.
come to St. Louis. You have an open invitation to come to St. Louis.
Yeah, I've yet to meet John. Maybe we'll both show up in St. Louis at the same time when this pandemic.
Have you both.
All righty.
Yes, and thank you, John, so much. Thank you, Mark, so much, and for your contribution today as well. So, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Reparations.
All righty.
All right. Thank you so much. And we will definitely be talking to both of you soon. So thank you, John Rulak and Mark Anderson and Chairwoman Penny and Jamie, Uhuru.
Uhuru,
so
Jesse.
Turn it over now to
another one.
Yep. Turn it on right on over as we are now in the
Uhuru
hour or something of the 24-hour telethon. Turn it over to Evie and Allie. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Wow, I am overwhelmed with excitement right now on how incredible this telethon is going. How you doing, Evie?
I'm doing good. I think I might make a cup of coffee and try to finish this.
I know. What an exciting telethon. This is absolutely fantastic.
And there's another $5,000 coming in. I don't know if you were able to catch that or not.
Yes. Salute to John Rulak putting in another $5,000. It takes it over our $130,000 goal. I'm not sure where we're at in terms of resources raised, but that is just absolutely fantastic. And let's keep it going. This is the stand of reparations. This is it right here. Putting power into the hands of the African working class to build the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court. And one of the things Mark said so well is one of the reasons I support this project is because this is what the party is calling on us to support, you know, taking it out of the decision of the white people and putting it, you know, this is what the party's calling on us to contribute to. And so this is what we're going to contribute to. And I just got a notification that we have $135,615 raised.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's so amazing. I can't believe it. When I first got on earlier at like 6 o'clock, I think it was we still needed $21,000. So it's so amazing to see everybody coming together like that. But anyway, my name's Evie. For those who don't know me and who are just tuning in, I'm Evie and I'm coming in from Boston. I am an artist and I'm a disability rights advocate. I have a disability, so I kind of have to be. And I joined USM about 2 years ago. So I've been working with Comrade Hallie for about 2 years now. And yeah, I was born and raised in Missouri. And so I saw USM as the perfect opportunity for me to raise reparations and transfer wealth back to my home state. And I'm always kind of blown away by the amount of wealth that people in Boston have and the access to the resources that they have out here. And you know, they don't know what a food desert is, and people have never had to imagine what life would be like if they didn't have a basketball court to play on or a park to walk through. So this is just to be able to be here in this city, raising money for a city in my home state and raising reparations and leveling that playing field, literally.
Right on, right on. Well, Evie, we just got in a new donation from Andrea of $75. So salute to Andrea for that contribution and donation.
Ahuru, Andrea.
And let's go ahead and turn it over to the AV team to show you a video about what we're raising resources for the community basketball court.
The Black Power Blueprint means that I will not want everybody to enjoy and get a chance to see another side of North St. Louis.
The Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis was born following the police murder of Mike Brown in 2014. The Black Power Blueprint is testimony to the fact that Mike Brown and the hundreds of other Black people killed by the colonial police did not die in vain. The African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Star Industries believe we must go beyond protest. We must build institutions of economic and political power in the hands of the Black working class community. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis under the bold and innovative leadership of Onezene Yeshitela, president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and we have already transformed our community. We purchased and renovated the Uhuru House at 4101 West Florissant Avenue, which was ready for use by early 2018. We bought 2 adjacent buildings down the street at College and West Florissant. In 2019, we demolished the corner building, which is slated to become a community basketball court. Even during the pandemic, we didn't miss a beat, and throughout the year 2020, we completed the stage in the outdoor space, installed a wrought iron fence, and then planted the garden.
This is powerful because you're here.
We completely renovated the 4-plex apartment building on College Avenue that will provide housing for our African Independence Workforce Training Program for our brothers and sisters coming out of the prison system. We also demolished 2 other nearby buildings on West Florissant to make way for retail shops and contracted with the LRA for property designated for an African women's facility. In 2021, we installed an electronic sign on the side of the Uhuru House. We had a huge victory in June 2021 when we launched our One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market with a grant from the USDA. The initiative of the Black Power Blueprint has mobilized the North St. Louis African community and won supporters, volunteers, and donors from every part of the city and around the world. some make donations as a stand of reparations to the African community.
Right, Kylie?
Yeah.
Many community members have expressed what the Black Power Blueprint means to them.
You see the money going back into the community.
We want to build our neighborhoods to get our families back.
Volunteer and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org.
Uhuru, what a powerful video. That was, I mean, that is reparations in action right there. That's what it's all about. And Evie, I want to turn it over to you. If the AV Tech could put up what the givebacks are, what people get when they contribute to the community basketball court.
Yeah, so it's Giving Tuesday. We have a little bit of some givebacks for people. Donations between $5 and $99. Everyone's going to get this magnet. You have a picture that they've been sending out. They have these on postcards and some other things for the basketball court. So you'll get a magnet that says, "I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court," with this photo on it. Donations of $100 to $299. Sorry. I don't know what happened. My screen went out. Allie, do you want to help me out a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. So $100 to $299, and you can let me know when it comes back on, Amy. You get a set of 4 coasters that say, "I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court." Next slide. For $300 to $499, you'll get this awesome winter hat for those cold months throughout the year. $500 to $999, you'll get all 3 givebacks. And for $1,000 or more, this "I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court" sweatshirt. Look at that. That is just.
I just got the slideshow back up.
Right on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and APDF has a track record. They talked about, Margaret talked about that this is going to be way more than a basketball court, than just an ordinary basketball court. But this is really a community program. It's not just a court as a place for people to play basketball, but it's really a community program. And even though we've raised $130,000 to meet the goal, the resources can go to more. The jerseys, I'm sure there's many other things that can go with that the programs need in order to fund this basketball court. Amy, I just want to turn it over to you for you to say, why you support this project and why you're here tonight.
Yeah, so I mean, I've told people a little bit about myself, just being from Missouri and seeing what the Black Power Blueprint is doing in my home state, and just being able to believe in that and get behind it. It's not charity, it's real reparations, it's real solidarity with the community in St. Louis. And we talked about this a little bit before, because it's Giving Tuesday. There's a culture of, charity, and this isn't charity. This is solidarity, and this is reparations. And there's a huge difference. It's not about, it's like what Mark Anderson was saying earlier. It's not about being part of that equation and telling other people what to do. It's about putting the resources and the power back into the hands of people who have had it taken away from them. So that's why I'm here, and that's why I support the Black Power Blueprint. And I can't wait to go back to Missouri to visit and stand there on decolonized ground and see it in person.
Uhuru, right on. Well, I totally agree, totally unite with what you said. And I'm going to put in my contribution. I haven't put that in tonight, but I'm going to put in $20 tonight. And I support this project because there's nothing else like this in the whole world. This is the only project that is actually changing the material conditions on the ground, that is led by and controlled by the African working class. And, this is not just a basketball court, but this is part of an entire revolutionary project. And the African People's Socialist Party is leading the way. And so I couldn't find a better place to put my dollars to support, this incredible program.
Uhuru.
So, Evie, we have I think we should move into our next panel since we're going to be emceeing for another little bit, the next hour or so. And we have some exciting guests to bring back on with us this evening. You just saw them 2 panels ago, but we have the Western Regional Representative of the African People's Socialist Party, Bakri Olatunji, joining with us here today, and a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the chair of Uhuru Foods and Pies under the leadership of Deputy Chair Onizine Shitoa, Comrade Maureen Wagner. And I just want to welcome you all for this section of Brewers for Reparations, leading the work in Uhuru Foods and Pies. And so Uhuru, and welcome, comrades. And
Uhuru. Thank you, Allie. And nice to meet you, Evie.
And this next question this first question I'm really excited about because I got to visit Humble Sea in Santa Cruz this past weekend, and it was really a special relationship that Uhuru Foods and Pies and the Uhuru movement has with Humble Sea in Santa Cruz. But I was wondering if you could expand on this a little bit and that relationship and how that came about.
The relationship that we have with Humble Sea came about, I think, in about 2017, 2018. It was actually a member of USM met one of the founders of Humble Sea at a wedding. And that, and from there, we did a pop-up and a beer pairing that same year. And from that grew a relationship, with 2 other breweries in the Oakland area, with Drake's and with Temescal Brewing, where we're becoming traditions there. We are at both those locations on regular pop-ups. And, after the George Floyd was murdered, as you saw throughout this country, there were a lot of demonstrations and a lot of political motion. And that what we did with Humble Sea, we set up regular monthly pop-ups to support Uhuru Pies, where donated a percentage of their sales for a week and encouraged their customers to donate. They created a Black is Beautiful collaboration beer based on our chocolate bourbon pecan pie. And a few of us have those, the selections hanging up in our shelves somewhere in the house. I'm not gonna mention names, but those of us who have it know who we are. And in an effort to support the dual and contending power institutions of the Uhuru movement, Humble Sea did another collaboration beer that was a double fudge walnut brownie pie. And both the collaborations have been really powerful. And that the way we package the pies is it's just been a very successful relationship. And to this day, we have people at different other breweries say, "Oh yeah, I remember in February you guys had this pie with this beer, and man, it was so on and so forth." So it's basically, as John has stated earlier, how things have multiplied, or this new term I'm hearing nowadays, have been amplified since our initial meeting with Humble Sea, and it's opened up the doors for many other collaborations, partnerships, and it's just been a great relationship. And I really appreciate Nick and Sanchez and everybody else there. They are, like you said, Ali, the staff there is amazing. So I just want to open it up. Maureen could say more. And no, Maureen and I went there when California was set afire and all the ashes had impacted things there, but I'll let Maureen say other things.
Yeah, so, this was a brewery that was started by white people in their garage, and then they got $1 million loan, to open a brewery, which we'll talk more about that kind of thing in a minute. But they understood that they were able to do that because they were white people. and they live in a community where white people have access to resources. So Frank is one of the founders, and Lee is their communications marketing person, and Nick Pavlina is another founder, and then Sanchez, who Bakri mentioned. They all participate in the Reparations Legacy Conference last summer. And one of the things that we did was and Lee asked us to do this, but we went down and met with their staff. So again, the economic and political are one, you know, and we did a whole slide presentation and asked some of them joined USM, and some of them contributed and decided to volunteer, but that was really important. And some of these collaborations since then, including the one that was done in February of this year, which was truly a collaboration because they created the beer and we created the pie, or rather they created the pie and we created the beer kind of thing together. And that was really unique. But their mission in doing that particular collaboration was to build the brand of Uhuru Pies. It was very intentional. The way they did the distribution was intentional. And then since then, they also introduced Uhuru Foods and Pies to Whole Foods. Like they had their connection inside of Whole Foods and knew the process. And I'll tell you, the process is like, it's easier to buy a house, let me just say. And it's very, very tricky and get a loan to buy a house. But it has been really important that they did that. And also related to that was the connection with the money. I'm sorry, my thing might go back up. Yeah, there. Slow money and the Food Funded, where we met John. So it's been a very, very important, powerful relationship. And it is based on a stance of reparations from the people at Humblesea.
Very real. Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to go into that a little bit deeper and just talk about why it's so important for people specifically in the brewing industry to support the Black Powder Blueprint and support projects like this.
So you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead, Maureen.
So as a result of this relationship, and the COVID has changed how we're selling the pies and where we can be. But this Thanksgiving, on the day before Thanksgiving, more than half of our pop-ups were at breweries or beer pubs or whatever they call them in the Bay Area. And there is a tremendous amount of wealth in the beer industry. In fact, craft beer alone, which is what you would call these small breweries, is $22.2 billion a year. And so you see like over $6 million worth of craft beer being sold every day in this country. And you see also that one of the ways that some of these white people have been able to build a brewery is through gentrification. Like they find a big, because you need a big space, you know, so they find them in the African community. So that's a contradiction. But at the same time, and like all the resources that white people, you know, benefit from, there's a price that African people pay. And it's a tremendous amount of wealth in this industry. And if you've seen pictures of a brewery, they need stainless steel tanks that are absolutely enormous. Well, where does stainless steel come from? It comes from the bauxite that comes from, you know, West Africa, and 40% of which is in Guinea. So, and even a lot of the ingredients come from other places, from Mexico, from Africa, etc. So, you know, beer was actually, like most foods, including pie, came from Africa. We just read an article that there's hieroglyphics of pies in Egypt, which is in Africa. But beer was a big thing, but white people treat it differently. You know, it's like, it can be an escape, you know, whereas with African people and African cultures and African food, it's part of community, it's part of celebration, it's part of tradition, it's part of, you know, things. So, but at the same time, we see that, you know, with these, and in St. Petersburg, Florida, where the Uhuru movement has been located, again, breweries are taking over the African community. I mean, there's literally like one in every corner, a lot on the south side. But at the same time, it is a place where white people come together and talk and meet and can be one to take a stance for reparations. And you see whole families come out in some of these places. They can sit outside, they can even bring their children. See a lot of people bring their dogs to these places, but it's an opportunity to go into a place where white people are gathering and talk about reparations, talk about colonialism, talk about what our responsibilities are. And we do have very powerful conversations, and we have to free up these resources, both from the people who go to these places as well as from the people that own them. So Bakri, I don't know if you wanted to add to that.
I think you said it quite well. And, you know, I really appreciate the relationship that we talked about earlier that grew out of the relationship with Humble C. You know, just in the last week, we were at 8 different locations last week in Oakland on last Wednesday. And majority of those locations were at breweries, you know, and, you know, Allie said that she just went to Santa Cruz, I think this past Saturday. Tremendous outpouring from the community there. And, you know, to me, the thing that strikes me of what you just said about these, some of these breweries, their locations in the middle of the African community. I grew up in Oakland. You know, and right there where Temescal Brewery is at 41st and Telegraph, traditionally an African community, you know, and, you know, it is ironic that, you know, they're building these places and, you know, they're taking a stand of reparations and allowing us to be there. But at the same time, you know, you look at the homelessness in Oakland, which is really at an all-time high. And there was a Uhuru movement that took on the question of homelessness back in the 1980s with Uhuru Park. You know, for the Pie campaign here, we did a tour where we got the chance to see, you know, Uhuru Park. And the thing is, right now, the relationship with these breweries is just, I just think, really impactful. As Maureen said, you're talking about $22 billion industry right now, $6 million a day. You know, and all of that wealth is extracted from the labor of African people, our resources, even in our communities in Oakland, where you find the majority of the rental property in Oakland is controlled by white people who don't even live in the city. So, yeah, I just wanted to add that in, but I do appreciate, you know, the breweries and the relationships and the partnerships. And, you know, we're going to grow this project and, you know, turn this little backward town upside down.
Uhuru, right on. Wow, that was really powerful. And yeah, just some of those statistics and what was put out. And yeah, that's what, and this is also what makes the Uhuru movement so brilliant, is like the strategy to now go into these breweries and be able to have the pies there and build that relationship and win those resources. And just really want to salute the work that Uhuru Foods and Pies has done to develop these relationships, because that $22 billion that needs to be returned to African community. So I just really want to salute the work of Uhuru Foods and Pies, and, you know, winning these breweries to take that stand of reparations. And I know we've only scratched the surface, but it's just opening up a whole new network of people. And so the last thing I want to ask both of you is, how can people get in touch who are interested in being part of this campaign for reparations?
Well, they can get in touch by sending us at Oakland@uhurufoods.org, or they can call us at 800-578-5157. They can order pies on our website at www.uhurupies.org. That is uhurupies.org, and check us out there. And yeah, I know if Maureen had anything she wanted to contribute.
Yeah, there are Uhuru Pies in St. Pete. So if any breweries in St. Pete want to connect with the Uhuru Pies, which there are many, many of, and they're actually pretty much everywhere in the country. I was just in Colorado, a lot of breweries. You go to the airport, breweries, you know, it's like, so people can also participate just by donating, you know, to the Black Power Blueprint. The monies that Humble C donated last year were significant amounts of monies. They donated $10,000 just from the Black is Beautiful collaboration. They donated another $5,000, and put it forward and challenged others to do the same, just from the Brownie collaboration. That was during African History Month. So, you know, as well as calling on their supporters. So people, breweries anywhere in the country should participate. If you're aware of Uhuru Pies is, it's great to do the collaboration with Uhuru Pies. It's just a way to help build the economic institution of Black Star Industries in that way. So, and if you, and also just everybody contribute, pay reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I appreciate that so much. I want to salute both you guys for being here and telling us all about that. I have yet to try a Uhuru pie. One day it'll happen. I'm really looking forward to that day. So yeah, thank you so much, Vakari and Maureen. It was such a powerful segment. I really appreciated everything that you guys had to say. And then now I think we're going to move on to some music. We've got some music from Ailika Ngoma. I believe that's what's coming on next. I know we've had a little bit of a schedule change, so.
Ellie and go. Let's go, Ellie and go. Ellie and go.
Liberate the minds of men and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men. Liberate the minds of men and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men.
Qui qualité l'amour nous gagne pour Haïti.
Pas dim que Haïti pauvre, sou pas dim pour qui ça Haïti pauvre. It's on a good. Yeah.
Avec quel temps? Avec quel temps?
You can pray until you faint.
C'est nous pour
It takes organization. And when people becoming conscious of themselves, determined to use their minds, you do not know to what extent they can go.
Actuellement là, c'est ça nous besoin.
Pas gagner pour ça.
C'est nous pour lever. C'est nous pour lever.
Uhuru in the mix.
Qui qualité l'amour nous gagne pour Haïti. Est-ce que nous vraiment aimer pays ça non espoir qu'un jour la vie une structure parce que dans pile monde qui a demandé pour dictature tourner. Dans pile monde qui a dit Haïti c'est dictature li besoin. Actuellement là nous besoin l'amour. L'amour que nous pas jamais joindre en Haïti. L'amour que tout le monde ça a grandi dans la rue, ça va jamais joindre. Ça veut dire accès pour on prendre soin yo, assurer que l'école, assurer que manger, assurer que on structure encadrement que les parents qui en mesure pour prendre responsabilité. C'est ça que l'amour oui. Assurer que moun ait accès, que tout le monde ait accès avec tout ça qui permet de une vie meilleure, que tout le monde ait accès à même niveau sans discrimination. C'est ça que l'amour. c'est ça nous besoin.
I'll break it down now.
soin pays ça, prend soin peuple là. Réflexion pour moi, pour nous tous, qui calte là au monde ou bien pour pays ça. Qui calte là au monde ou bien pour lui. Important pour nous définir le nom, si nous remet qui ça qui nous tête. Et je connais qu'il du pour mon pays, pour un non environnement, pour un mon environnement qu'on grandit là-dedans qui est plus formal que bien. Mais il faut comprendre que l'environnement ça n'a pas existé pour contre son système qui crée. Et c'est contre le système non pour vous-même. C'est pas contre chaque monde individuellement, c'est contre le système non.
Today, Africa's walking around not only on our feet, but on our brains. You can enslave us was done for 300 years, the bodies of men. You can shackle the hands of men. You can shackle the feet of men. You can imprison the bodies of men, but you cannot shackle or imprison the minds of men. becoming conscious of themselves, determined to use their minds, you do not know to what extent they can go. Liberate the minds of men and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men. Liberate the minds of men and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men. Liberate the minds of men and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men. Liberate the minds of men and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men. Liberate the minds of men and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men. Liberate the minds of men and ultimately you will liberate the bodies of men.
So we are live with the 24-hour reparations telethon. The time is 10:10. We've been on we're more than halfway there for the telethon. We're going to be live all day until 7 a.m. Central Time. So we are here. Amanda and I are back in different locations wearing different things, at least I am, to give you to really hammer home why especially white people must support the Black Power Blueprint today. I just really want to appreciate all our past donors from today. We did reach our goal of over $130,000 for the Black Power Blueprint, but we're not stopping there. We need you to donate right now to gofundme.com/communitybasketball. And we just want to talk about, you know, especially for white folks, it's not even donating, you know, it's reparating. These are the resources in our pocketbooks, bank accounts, you know, our access to having a college education, you know, as I think Mark was saying earlier so eloquently that, is there an announcement? No, okay. You can finish. Where was I? Yeah, that even our access to college education, that if our parents or grandparents were able to buy land at a time, which is stolen indigenous land anyway, that, you know, the people in the African community, like our Black neighbors, did not have that opportunity or experience, and our white ancestors did. And that is just one of so many reasons why we owe reparations, because I grew up in Boston, Massachusetts, which there was a Boston Globe article of saying the average Black family has a median assets of $8, and the average white family has a median assets of like $200,000, and that the Boston Globe had to republish a new article saying, no, that wasn't a typo, that's the actual reality. And there's so much wealth in Boston. I mean, I could not even imagine not having a basketball court or, you know, just a playground. There was like always something to do. It was just safe. I never had to even think about the stuff that the Black Power Blueprint is confronting every day with this anti-colonial project. So it's really, I'm so, you know, it's an honor for white people to support this. It's, you know, it's our duty, it's our call as white people. Like if you wake up in the morning and you're just like, wow, it's so dumb being white, like we've colonized everyone, you know, how can we make it right? If you just have these feelings of like quote unquote white guilt, which we don't do, you know, it's not about that. It's about centering the lives of African people to empower them, that they can have access to their stolen resources back. So we're really calling on you to donate right now at gofundme.com/communitybasketball, and tell us in the comments why you are supporting this. If you're a white person and everything you've watched today is resonating with you, tell us why. Tell us why you're paying reparations today to the Black Power Blueprint. So that's a bit of, you know, why I support this. Amanda, tell us, why are you sitting here today supporting the Black Power Blueprint?
Thank you, Holly. Well, first of all, I want to appreciate Declan in New York who heard what you were saying, Holly, and fully agrees and donated reparated, $200. Woo! Everyone, Declan! Thank you so much, Declan, for that. We really appreciate you for your contribution, as well as all the work that you do with the Uhuru Solidarity movements. So our new total is $135,835.
Wow.
And, you know, again, our original goal for the basketball court, the bare minimum to be able to put the court in existence was $130,000, but I just completely agree with what you were saying, Hallie, and we should not stop here because every single thing, every single dollar, resource that we have as white people in our lives is stolen from African people. It is drenched in the blood of African people, and it all needs to be returned. It is not just, $130,000 for a basketball court and then, we stop and we're done. It's every single thing that we have in our lives has come at the expense of African people and colonized people all over the world. And I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to be benefiting from the oppression of anybody. And this is how we can take a stand and work to change that reality by paying reparations, paying reparations to the Uhuru movement, to the African People's Socialist Party, and their projects, including the Black Power Blueprint, including this basketball court, which, is working to overturn the oppression of African people and all colonized people and create a world where African people are able to feed, clothe, and house themselves and have control over their own resources and their own lives, which is something that, as white people, we have always been able to do, whether or not we have, a lot of resources or if we just have the wealth of our social circles and being able to have access to clean water and to a basketball court, So that's why I support it. That's why I pay reparations. And we're calling on you, if you are watching this, if you're a white person, to tell us that you support reparations by going to gofundme.com/communitybasketball and giving whatever it is that you can. You can leave a comment. You can send us something in the chat here or leave it on the GoFundMe page supporting the basketball court.
Uhuru, yes, reparations is not just something you support in words, it's something you do. It's something you do by typing in to Google or whatever your DuckDuckGo thing is, gofundme.com/communitybasketball. Reparations means taking out your bank card, getting your PayPal, your Venmo, whatever, by whatever means, by any means necessary, put those resources back in the hands of the Black community, because even though we met the goal earlier for the 130 grand that's needed for the basketball court, that's just one of the over 50 economic institutions of the African People's Socialist Party. And even right here in St. Louis, they need so much more. This telethon is just a speck of what's needed and what we were able to show you that we need the resources for. They're building a community kitchen where people can, in the Black community, if someone wants to start a food business, they're a great baker, they taught themselves whatever family recipes, great, but you don't have access to a kitchen, you don't have the money to buy all your ingredients, you don't have a business, you're just, someone dreaming. And that's why reparations is so important, because it's making a material reality. Like, as someone, or I believe it was Don Lile said, African people know how to get there. The chairman said they have a plan, they have the theory of African internationalism, really salute the chairman. They have the blueprint, they just need the resources. So this is really this is a call to the white community to put those resources back in the hands of the African People's Socialist Party. Go to gofundme.com/communitybasketball. And if you're a white person, you can do more than just donate today. You can even become a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. You can join, you can pay reparations on a monthly basis. So just not only on Giving Tuesday, you can pay every single day, you can pay on a monthly basis. So check out uhurusolidarity.org to learn more about our organization that is sponsoring the telethon today. So Uhuru.
Thank you, Hallie. Well, I think our engineer is trying to play a video. So I think we're going to allow that to happen, and you will get to see the work of the Black Power Blueprint.
Right here in St. Louis, the conditions of the north side is horrific.
I just think that it's important to say that we believe in the democratic anti-colonial right to be able to have community control of every aspect of our lives and our communities. And I think the most fundamental, most democratic, most anti-colonial demand that I can conceive of is community control of basketball court.
the basketball court is so important. Number one, because the community has no recreation. So along with this lack of grocery stores and economic activity, there is no kind of cultural activity and programs for children to participate in.
We need a basketball court. We need to have things in our community. Black people need to be empowered of their own life.
We want Black community control of a basketball court, a simple, democratic, anti-colonial demand.
This is not just about building a basketball court, it's rebuilding a community. Donate today to build a community-controlled basketball court in North St. Louis. Who will step up and make the slam dunk?
Wow, that's a really powerful video. I just love the line from Deputy Chair at the end there saying, it's about rebuilding a community, and that's what's happening in the north side of St. Louis. Deputy Chair, who's the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, is completely transforming the north side Black community of St. Louis. And like some of our speakers said earlier, Colin Bai and Annette of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, this is a program that is currently taking place in St. Louis, but it can take place in cities all over the country, all over the world, and that is what the Uhuru Movement is doing. They are working on, transforming the African communities everywhere. Wherever African people are, wherever they've been forcibly dispersed through colonialism, the Uhuru Movement has a goal to completely transform it so that, the resources that are needed to have a productive life are available to all African people. So that's what you are supporting today when you go to GoFundMe.com/community basketball.
Uhuru. Thank you, Amanda. So we just wanted to briefly show you what some of the givebacks are. So if when you donate today at GoFundMe.com/community basketball, not only will you feel great because you're supporting Black self-determination, but if you give between $5 and $99, you'll get this sweet magnet to show your support on your refrigerator or other office shelving, wherever you might want to put this. It's just a great reminder of what you support. So the next level, the next tier, if you donate between $100 and $299, you will get a set of not one, but 4 of these excellent I Support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court coasters. They're really beautifully made, and you get 4 of them all together. The next tier is between $300 and $499. You will get this beautiful black embroidered beanie, this hat you can wear to just show your support right on your forehead. And if you donate between $500 and $999, you get all of those items: the coasters, the hat, and the magnet.
Sorry.
The treasurer has an announcement.
Yes, well, we got a notification from our calculators that Deidre did $300.
Wow.
So thank you so much, Deidre. I'm not good at remembering, but I'm pretty sure thank you. That is a beanie.
Yes.
That is a beanie. So Deidre, you will be getting one of these beanies. And I do just want to say that, whether you're in a warmer climate or, a colder climate, like Minneapolis, like Leo was mentioning, you can wear this beanie.
You can wear beanies any
season, any season.
Day.
Midsummer, pop it on. It's a good choice. So,
and then we still wanted to just mention our 1,000 and more donors, which we have quite a few from today. We'll be getting a custom sized hoodie that says I support the Black Power Blueprint Community Basketball Court. This beautiful brand new hoodie that's never existed before. So it's a limited edition only for our larger donors. So you can donate please right now at GoFundMe.com/community basketball. Uhuru.
So I'm not sure how much more time we have for this section, but I think we'll just keep going until someone tells us to stop. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay.
Very good. So you have 2 more minutes for us personally to announce your contribution to GoFundMe.com/community basketball. And again, we have raised And I really appreciate everyone that's donated today. We've raised, I believe at this point, either almost or at $40,000
wow
today alone. So that's amazing. Sorry. So that's amazing. And yeah, you can keep going. You can, because when you contribute to the basketball court today, you know, yes, we can now get the court up. They can work on getting the contractors and, you know, the dirt leveling that we learned about today and all of that. But there's more that can be done. There's the programs that can be funded. There's, you know, equipment for the teams. There, you know, just so many things that can be done with this basketball court that you can still contribute to. There's no reason for us to you know, shut down this telethon and go home because we made $130,000. Because again, you know, everything in white society needs to be returned to African people as reparations.
Yeah, and
So,
imagine like summer camps at that. Like I'm personally a camp counselor, so we didn't have, anyway, the basketball court near us was shut down because there was like lead in the soil around it, so we couldn't play anywhere. So, you know, as a teacher, I really understand how necessary a space is for kids. And just, you know, it's going to be, as people have said this whole time, so much more than just a court. Like imagine all of the sports, you know, community programs that can happen there, like summer camps, like 3-legged races and these like fun activities, like a field, what's it called, a field day, these type of things. You know, community games, like with different teams or different parts of the city coming together. It could be a whole outdoor speaking event, like hundreds of chairs just all there for like a beautiful outdoor event. So there's so much programming and workshops that can happen there that you'll be a part of if you donate right now at gofundme.com/communitybasketball. So I just really want to salute Deputy Chair Onazanea Shatella, salute Chairman Amalia Shatella for allowing us to be here today to be part of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And Amanda and I are also members of the African People's Solidarity Committee. I want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess for being so integral to the program of this whole event today. And yeah, I think that's all for this section. We're going to turn it over to Ali Ayello, who I see on screen, and Evie. Hey, good to see you. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. The resources keep coming in. Wow, what a great appeal from Hallie and Amanda. That was fantastic. Well, Evie, I'm pretty excited for our next panel, our next very special guest. I'm excited to give a big Uhuru and welcome to the Undersecretary General of Union del Barrio, Benjamin Prado, joining us from the stolen indigenous land of occupied Mexico, known as California. As Uhuru Solidarity Movement under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, we unite with the party's firm position that this land, known as the Americas, is the land that was stolen at gunpoint by white settlers from the indigenous people, and that it continues to be stolen, occupied land today. And we stand in unconditional solidarity with the right of the indigenous people to reclaim their land and win self-determination and national liberation. And we are honored to be joined by the Undersecretary General of the foremost revolutionary Mexican liberation organization of these times, Unión del Barrio. Welcome, Benjamin Prado. Uhuru, Benjamin.
Uhuru. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for inviting us to this important telethon, for this important struggle that the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is leading, that is moving forward in the direction of the African People's Socialist Party. So thank you very much for the invitation.
Uhuru, Comrade Benjamin, this is Jesse Neville, and I just wanted to warmly welcome you to our Reparations Telethon. Just deeply appreciate you for being on with us, and salute your leadership and the leadership of Unión del Barrio over the entire anti-colonial struggle of the Mexican people, and just really understanding the incredible history of unity, of principled unity between the African People's Socialist Party and Unión del Barrio for many, many years, decades, we knew that we couldn't have this telethon without having Unión del Barrio involved in a really important way. So we just wanted to appreciate you for being here. Ali and Evie are definitely gonna conduct the interview, but I just wanted to jump in and just say uhuru and just reiterate our complete and unconditional solidarity from the Uhuru Solidarity Movement with the struggle for Mexican liberation, with the return of the land, with the destruction of the colonial borders that have been imposed on indigenous people, and recognizing that as white people, that we are the colonizers, we are the illegal aliens, quote unquote, and we have a responsibility to fight for reparations to African people and to the Mexican people, to all indigenous people that are colonized under this foul colonial capitalist system. So we just wanted to express that to you, express our unity with the Mexican liberation movement, and with you being here, and just really salute and appreciate you. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you very much, Jesse, and we appreciate that too, because I think it goes to the point that absolutely correct. These colonial borders that have been imposed on our peoples must be overturned, must be abolished, and that's why it's so detrimentally important that we continue to advance our unity as two important movements that are really one: an anti-colonial struggle against this sick parasitic system that currently has us in this terrible condition of oppression. And so we thank you again for the invitation. Very happy to be on.
Uhuru. Well, thank you, Jesse, for being on with us as well, and just unite with that statement of solidarity. And Benjamin, I guess the first question we have for you is if you could tell our audience what is Unión del Barrio and what are its goals and mission?
Yeah, absolutely. Unión del Barrio is a 40-year-old organization born from the Chicano power movement of the 60s and 70s, right? We as Unión del Barrio recognize the significant and important struggles for self-determination of the Mexican people expressed through the Chicano power movement of the 60s and 70s. And we also recognize, right, that the different political movements that grew out of the different Black power movements, the American Indian movement, the Asian struggles for power, were all expressions of anti-colonial struggles happening during the 60s and 70s against imperialism. And Unión del Barrio grew from that period of struggle, that period of time when revolution was happening everywhere around the world, challenging capitalism and US imperialism in its capacity to oppress peoples, not only here in our own communities, in our own barrios, as they've done through police containment, attacks, and so forth, but also, what they were doing to people around the world, specifically the heroic Vietnamese people. And, during that period of struggle, we can define as the last period of struggle, we learned a lot of lessons, tremendous lessons, and we grew to be a political organization that upheld that absolute right of people to self-determination. So one of the most fundamental principles that we operate off of is building a capacity of our people, the Mexicano, Chicano people, in building and self-determining the content, character, and orientation of our political struggle, not only in the sphere of politics, but also most importantly, the economic struggle, and the social system that is not a U.S. colonial social system that is currently oppressing, that has existed on our lands for over 170 some odd years, right? And so, for us as a political organization, our objective is to build our struggle for self-determination, build our struggle for national liberation, because we recognize that we are a people, we are a nation being held captive under colonial laws, under colonial court systems, under a political and economic system that is parasitic by its very nature, that it was born parasitic as the African People's Socialist Party so clearly demonstrates and articulates that it was slavery, that it was born from slavery, that it was expanded through the dispossession of indigenous lands, that it's a political economic system that expanded on the philosophy and theory of the manifest destiny, right? But also through a very violent means. Its expansion came at the result of genocide of indigenous nations throughout this continent. And so we see ourselves as a people, as a nation that has been illegally occupied by a settler colonial system, colonial nation itself, right? So we want liberation, we want national liberation. We don't believe in the colonial borders that exist today because they did come as a consequence of invasion, war, and occupation. And fundamentally, and the third important element for us to articulate as part of our mission and our goals is building of a economic system known as socialism, right? Where the workers are the ones who produce all wealth in our society and must be at the forefront of determining policy, right? Determining public policy, what that's going to look like. How do we distribute the wealth that we ourselves generate and create, right? And that the current economic system is the system of parasitism, not only because it was born from slavery and genocide, but because it accumulates massive amounts of wealth in very few hands, and it exploits our labor, destroys our environment through the extraction of natural resources, and maintains a disproportionate number of our people held in these concentration camps known as prisons, and profits off of our immiseration. So capitalism has absolutely nothing to offer humanity. In fact, Evo Morales said one time, which is the former president of Bolivia, he said it at the United Nations, either we destroy capitalism or capitalism is going to destroy us, right? And so we see the system of capitalism as a detriment to humanity, and that it has come about as a consequence of the colonization of our lands, of our labor, and of our resources. And so our objective is to overturn and get rid of this sick, vile system that currently dominates our society.
Uhuru, Uhuru. So you've already actually kind of dipped into this a little bit already, but would you mind going into more detail about that, just explaining that decades-long history and that decades-long relationship between Union de Barrio and the African People's Socialist Party? Because like you said before, this is something that's been going on since the 60s.
Yeah, Union del Barrio came into contact with the African People's Socialist Party in the mid-1980s, and it did so in a time when the majority of organizations, or what people would consider to have been movement organizations, had sold out to the Democratic Party, right? People who had been convinced and are even now convinced that being part of the Democratic Party and reforming it and assimilating into the system was a way to go. When we, as Unión del Barrio, adamantly denounced that as in all of its expressions and manifestations, that we cannot unite with that sick, horrible political party that was a party of slavery, of manifest destiny, that is a political party of the Monroe Doctrine and the whole philosophy of manifest destiny, right? So we reject, and we rejected then, we reject it now, that the Democratic Party has anything whatsoever to offer our people. And it is because of our contact with the African People's Socialist Party, not only did we understand and clearly align with the philosophy and concept of self-determination, but important other concepts that also came as a result of this, really real ideological unity that we found, right? Understanding, number one, that it is colonialism that is our primary oppressor and is our enemy, right? That colonialism is what we have to shake off and defeat fundamentally. And what is colonialism, right? Is that our people's being uh, our condition as a people being stripped away from our capacity to feed, clothe, house ourselves, right? From our capacity to even think and for ourselves and lead our own political struggles. And so that important unity of our struggle being an anti-colonial struggle was really fundamental, that brought our organizations together. But not, I think, only that, the deepening of that political ideological unity, that understanding how this sick colonial system manifests itself, how it operates on a daily basis, that it necessitates our people's conditions subject, as a subject people, to be enslaved in a cycle of exploitation, labor exploitation, of our lands being exploited for their natural resources, for not only our land labor, but also even intellectually, right? All the work that we produce goes to this oppressive system. And so the necessity to build dual and contending power, right? Our capacity to build our own organizations, our own institutions, exactly what the Black Power blueprint is building today, right? And it may express itself as a basketball court, may express itself as a building, may express itself as a kitchen, but it is all with the objective towards building dual and contending power, that we can contend with our enemies and having our own capacity, our own institutions to determine the content character of our political struggle, and in that way wrest away any type of legitimacy that this oppressive system has in the eyes of our people, because it is fundamentally, it's a political conscious question, right, of building dual and contending power, because we are the great majority of people who, through our work, through our labor, produce all wealth. And it is impossible for this system to continue to oppress us unless they have the minds of our people fixated on wanting to reproduce capitalism. And that's what this horrendous system has at this particular time. And we have to change that. We have to overturn that. So dual and contending power is fundamentally important because it demonstrates the power that we have when we unite our efforts, when we unite our labor, when we unite our resources and pool them towards building an alternative to this capitalist parasitic system, right? And the other important lessons that came and have continued to evolve through our relationship with the African People's Socialist Party has been this question of building community control of the police, or what we can even consider community level self-defense for our people, right? Because it is through the examples of the Black Power liberation struggles, as well as these decade-long struggles of the African People's Socialist Party to build community control of the police as an important demand. And so we learned tremendously from those practical expressions of creating and fighting back, the police terror that we and the colonial terror that we face in our communities, because we do recognize that it is the police force in our communities are a standing army, a foreign occupying army, an occupying force that has absolutely nothing to do with building safety or security for our people, but has everything to do towards criminalizing us, towards feeding a for-profit detention system to keep us in lockdown in order to advance, in order for this system to advance its strategy of everything, even the themes that were being talked about today, such as gentrification, right? The displacement of massive entire communities for the interest and benefit of a already rich ruling class, right? Another important aspect of this relationship has been this struggle of understanding, what reparations means, right? And I think that the important principle of solidarity that the Uhuru Solidarity Movement represents as well is important for us to learn as well, right? Because it's as was said, and as was laid out, right? This is occupied territory that the United States occupies, whether it be the Southwest, whether it be the entire continent, right? Because its entire continent has been settled and colonized, at least what is known as the United States. And so part of it is, how do we understand the struggle for reparations, right? And this practical expression as what is being and taking place today through the telethon, through the work that is and building, supporting the building of these institutions, I think to us is very key. So, in the very broad strokes, I think because of time, we could be here the whole, a whole day talking about this question and the importance of unity between African and Mexican people. But in broad strokes, that's what we have been able to take away from this relationship, understanding, the very intricate expressions of how colonialism has maintained our two people divided, even though we are and do have the same economic, political, social interests. We are working class people that produce all the wealth, and we have the same interests in building that important principle of solidarity, not only as comrades, but also within our own communities, to see ourselves as people that are on the same boat as working class Africans and Mexicans, that we need to build that principled unity that is so necessary to overturn the sick parasitic system.
Uhuru, Ben, I mean, wow, that was really, really profound. And, I just appreciate what you said. It's just, this is one revolutionary process. It's not one or the other, because the end goal is to overturn this colonial, parasitic, capitalist system, to smash the borders. And,
Right.
for African and colonized peoples, Mexican indigenous people around the world to be free and self-determining, and that fight for self-determination is universal. And just what you put forward, that is colonized peoples around the world that are doing all the labor and the work and creating the economy and the wealth for white people. And it's the history that Union de Barrio has with the party is really profound, and just appreciate you for expanding on that. And just in talking about the need for revolution, and you briefly mentioned the Democratic Party and how sometimes people get sucked into that. But can you talk about what is Union del Barrio's position on the situation faced by Mexican and other indigenous people in the U.S. today under the Biden administration, like the ongoing deportations and other attacks? It hasn't stopped with Trump, as we've seen. So if you could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, in general, right? Both the Democrats and Republicans are the same beast with two heads, right? So, as it's been articulated through the Chicano Power movement, Jorge Gonzalez once, laid it out. I mean, it's two factions of the capitalist ruling class, contending with one another to rule this U.S. empire and wage war against the peoples of the world, right? There's no time that this country has not been at war with the peoples of the world, and it's been constant, right? And in fact, they've even refined the horrendous crime of warfare many times over, and have become so sophisticated in their cowardice that they're able to kill people halfway around the world, through drones and other forms of sophisticated technology, right? But there's no time that this empire has not been at war with humanity and people around the world, including Mexicans and Africans. And, that being said, what we see today is a consolidation of a Biden presidency that he helped, create this world in which we live in, where, massive police have been deployed, where border patrol, border agents, where immigration and customs enforcement, where all different facets of U.S. Law enforcement have been deployed into our communities, is very much part of what he created, and he was an architect of it during the 1990s. So for all intents and purposes, these past few years, even when he was the vice president under Obama, which Obama deported more than 3 million people. I mean, that's saying a lot, right? I mean, consider San Diego County, which is where I'm from. It's like deporting the entire county, And so when you consider the scale to which the U.S. empire has been able to employ massive amounts of police and surveillance systems, have been able to deploy all kinds of technology along the border to fortify, basically what has been stolen, right? They stole our land and now have done everything to try to prevent us as Mexicans from being on our own land, right? To the point of criminalizing us. And it's not new, right? It's a pattern. It's a systemic pattern of creating an economy around, capturing people, putting us in their detention centers, turning a profit. It's all about, in fact, I would go as far as to say it's the largest human trafficking entity humanity has ever seen. It's the most sophisticated human trafficking entity that we can even reference, because it makes money off of the detention, the arrest, the deportation, the separation of families as a matter of state policy, the systematic violation of human democratic and basic civil rights has been constant since the establishment of this nation, but more so, in the past 30 years since the implementation of the North American Free Trade Agreement. And that economic policy is the primary economic responsible entity that has forced migration along the U.S.-Mexico border. Before this economic policy known as NAFTA, there was an estimated 3 million people within the political borders of the United States. Today, there's 11 million, or somewhere upwards now around 12, 13 million. And which goes to prove that, number one, the strategy of so-called sealing off the border failed miserably because it hasn't diminished, not by one person, right? In fact, it's quadrupled. And second of all, when we look at building of the border walls, these border walls are an actual policy of death. They're when they implemented them, and back then, Biden was, the president of the Senate, or was the majority of the Senate, I believe, under Clinton. I mean, his policies are the same ones that today have manifested itself in closing off the borders and separating families. Even though Trump, was an expression, was a much more hostile, open expression of it, it's still the same policy under a more, some would say kinder or gentler, but if anybody knows the history of Biden, he's no friend of ours, right? In fact, he's the one who voted and always constantly was going towards, quadrupling the size of the Border Patrol, quadrupling the size of police entities, gave billions of dollars in tax breaks to the super rich, including Trump, right? I mean, I think it's kind of absurd, right? But I mean, it's the reality that all the policies that Biden created benefited, those large corporations, banks, and so forth, that today profit and benefit from the building up of walls, from building up of detention centers, or what we consider for-profit concentration camps for migrants, right? And these and the reality is that Biden, like as I said before, is no friend of the Mexican working class. In fact, he had a meeting just last week with President Obrador, concerned about Mexico's nationalization and energy policy, because it would no longer benefit U.S. corporations, beginning to even insinuate and finance groups in Mexico to try to overthrow and try to undermine Mexico's own process down there, right? And even though we're not big fans of Lopez Obrador's economic policy, we do know that Obrador is a distinct difference from the previous bootlickers that were these Uncle Tom sellouts of previous years, right, in Mexico. So for us, Biden again is no friend of ours, right? He represents the same economic interests as Trump, different faction, but the same economic objectives of concentrating wealth in the hands of the tiniest minority against the mass majority of working class Mexicans, Africans, and other oppressed peoples around the world.
Exactly. It's all colonialism. It's all colonialism. Well, would you mind if you're able to summarize this in a few minutes or in a couple minutes? Why do you personally feel? Why do you feel like it's important for people to be supporting the Black Power Blueprint on Giving Tuesday? If you don't mind putting that into your own
absolutely. Work. Yeah, I think it's really important that as we look at these economic cycles, I think that the Giving Tuesday, that the different, it really goes to show the economic models, the distinct economic model that is the Black Power Blueprint versus all the other nonprofit industrial kind of complex entities that are